ready to have your say in the UK's biggest World Cup debate. Get ready. This is 606 with Alistair Bruce Ball and Chris Sutton on 5 Live.
Yes, good evening. Welcome to World Cup 606. Once again, live from Dallas this Saturday with 5 Live's very own J.R. Ewing and Chris Sutton here to take your calls. Your chance to have your say on the tournament so far, specifically to get your thoughts on the airwaves ahead of England's final group game against Panama in a few hours' time.
It's a minor hamstring issue and a minor hamstring injury, and he will be out for tomorrow, and then need to see match by match. We think that he can join later in the tournament.
So not necessarily at the end of his World Cup?
No, doesn't seem like it.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rates. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live terms for our terms of use and privacy notice.
So that was Thomas Tuchel, the England manager, talking about the Reece James injury, possibly his worst case scenario. Tino Livramento out as well. He called up Trevor Chalobah as the backup right back in the squad, Chris. Trent Alexander-Arnold is watching this World Cup from afar. Has Tuchel made the right calls here?
Well, first of all, Thomas Tuchel didn't quite sound sure, did he, about whether Reece James would be out or not for the tournament. Depends whether it's a grade 1 or a grade 2 tear, Bruce, doesn't it? But there will be a lot of people back home scratching their heads. Why was Trent Alexander not in the squad in the first place? And then, you know, the opportunity to call him up. Why have you done that, Thomas Tuchel? My sources are telling me Konsa right back tonight. Is that the best choice?
Konsa could play right back, Jed Spence could play right back, Nico O'Reilly coming back in. That's what we want to hear from you about the England team selection tonight. 08085 909 693. So Norway made 10 changes last night against France. England already through. I'm sure they'll want to win the group though, Chris. So do you expect to see many changes against Panama? And just ignoring that right back position, who do you think we might see?
I think Anthony Gordon is certainly under a bit of pressure, but yeah, I'm with you. England want to win the group. I mean, to give themselves the best chance of going through to the last 32. But Anthony Gordon would be my change. Marcus Rashford on the left, but don't take Panama lightly, Bruce. I know England have spanked them at a previous tournament, but they've only been narrowly beaten. Don't be arrogant.
Don't be arrogant. 08085 909 693. That is Chris's message to the England fans this evening. We'll give you the permutations of what could happen if England win the group, if they do finish runners-up and all that sort of thing. Or even finish third. Not just England, though, tonight. Chris, who else do you want to hear from on 606?
Well, we're almost at the end of the group stages now. What have you made of the 48-team format, and would you prefer it to go back to 32 teams, or have you really enjoyed it? Can anyone stop the French from winning this tournament? They were my favourites beforehand, but I quite like the look of Morocco. I've got to say, we've seen Messi live as well, but can they win it carrying Messi defensively?
France-Morocco is a potential quarter-final, Chris, if they sort of keep going through their way of the draw, so that could be a banger.
And Spain, I'll chuck Spain in as well. Scotland, you could be eliminated tonight unless Ghana beat Croatia 3-0, and you'd still need at least 2 other results to go your way. Not been good enough. Is it all on the manager? Should Steve Clarke have been given a contract just before this tournament started? But, have Scotland been one of the worst teams at the World Cup? Let's hear from Scottish fans.
Scotland fans, what do you think? As Chris says, 3 results need to go your way. First of all, Croatia need to lose to Ghana by at least 3 goals. Then they need DR Congo against Uzbekistan to be a draw, or Uzbekistan to win but by no more than 3 goals. And then they'd need Algeria to lose to Austria by 2 or more, or Austria to lose that game by 4 or more. The chances, Chris, are 0.07%.
Yeah, but it's still a chance.
Still a chance.
It could happen. Anything can happen in football.
Anything could happen in the next couple of hours on 606. The number to dial is 08085 909 693, and we are taking your calls until 8:30 this evening. Full commentary on Panama, England. That kicks off at 10. Alan Shearer, Chris's former strike partner, part of the commentary team on 5 Live tonight. Right, before we get to our first caller, let's get back to Eastbourne. Men's final at the Eastbourne Open this evening. But, Maz, I think you're going to give us bad news on that, Maz Faruqi.
Yeah, confirmation finally coming in the last couple of minutes, Ali, that there will be no further play today. So Zizou Bergs and Hugo Humbert will resume their final, which, remember, they only managed to complete 3 games of about 3 hours ago, over 3 hours ago now, when this men's final started before the rain came. They're going to have to come back tomorrow to finish this Eastbourne men's final at some point. So frustrating for all the spectators and everybody here who's been sitting patiently all afternoon trying to wait to see if we were going to get play to be resumed. And obviously the irony or the fickle nature of British weather, that it's been absolutely boiling here all week. Players feeling really unwell, some of them getting heat stroke. Yelena Ostapenko withdrawing yesterday with heat stroke. And in the end, it's finished with rain and very frustrating all round. So Zizou Bergs and Hugo Humbert back tomorrow. Just confirmations, of course, earlier before the bad weather hit us here at Eastbourne that Madison Keys did win the women's final earlier, beating Tatiana Maria. That's her 3rd Eastbourne women's title. But Zizou Bergs and Hugo Humbert will have to come back for part 2 tomorrow.
OK, thank you, Maz. Still sweltering in the UK, we hear. Very hot outside in Dallas today. The other thing I wanted to say, if you're out in the States, if you're heading to the England game this evening, actually, that's in the New York, New Jersey Stadium, and you are listening to us, give us a call, 08085 909 693. First caller on is Jack, who wants to discuss the England team that he would like to see take the field against Panama this evening. Now then, Chris, you've got a team up on the screen there. Is that the official England lineup for the game?
No, it's not. But this is according to my sources.
Your sources.
Okay, so the England team I'm hearing, my sources are telling me is Pickford, Jed Spence at right back, Konsa, Gahey, O'Reilly at left back, Elliot Anderson, Kobe Mainoo getting a chance ahead of Declan Rice in midfield. That's a big call, and unless Rice has an injury issue.
Yeah.
Jude Bellingham will play in that number 10 role. Marcus Rashford, I get that. I think a lot of people get that. He'll be off the left. Madueke off the right, and Harry Kane. You can't leave Harry out.
Okay, so in that team, Saka not starting. I mean, how much do you trust these sources? Are these your regular, reliable, rock solid sources?
Well, it's from someone I know in Cromer. So,
okay, nailed on then. Nailed on. Excellent.
Don't knock me.
No, I'm not knocking Cromer either. Yeah. I wouldn't dare do that. Let's get Jack on. Yeah. Now then, Jack, you've just heard Chris read out that predicted team for England tonight. What do you make of that team, and what team would you like to see?
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad team at all, actually, that Chris is reporting. But for me, and Chris touched on it just a few minutes ago, I'd quite like to see Ezri Konsa at right back, because I think the way that he plays can suit playing out wide as well, because he does that quite regularly for Aston Villa, especially in some of the Europa League games. So I'd have brought in John Stones and kept Konsa out as a right back, because despite Jed Spence naturally being a right-footed player, he plays mainly at left full-back, doesn't he? So it's a slight risk, I think, having both him and O'Reilly in, both obviously attacking options, because I also think if we bring in Ezri Konsa to play as in that full-back position, it allows Nico O'Reilly to go and maraud forward, which we know he's so good at doing.
But what about John Stones as centre-half? I mean, is Konsa is a better centre-half defensively than John Stones, isn't he?
I'd agree with that.
Is that a risk, John Stones?
I don't think it's a risk, because I think John Stones has got bags of potential, and realistically, I don't expect the defence to be worked that hard tonight. I don't want that to come across as arrogant, but Panama, for all their credit, despite losing the first 2 games, have actually looked like a really good defensive unit in the 5-4-1 shape that they set in. And to their credit, they've probably played 2 of the most boring games in the tournament, but that's because they've come in as the outsiders, and they've only been narrowly defeated in both of the games. I mean, Ghana didn't even have a shot in the first game against Panama, but the way that they play and the way that the former Leeds United manager Thomas Christiansen's got them playing, they sit in and they're quite dogged and resilient. So I expect England to have a lot of the ball. I personally would have liked to see Bukayo Saka come in, but I appreciate he's probably not back to full fitness. And I'd probably, towards the end of the last couple of games, we've been putting either Jude Bellingham or Eberechi Eze a little bit deeper. So I would have liked to see one of them perhaps play next to Elliot Anderson if Declan Rice isn't fully fit, just so we could have more attacking options on the pitch.
Do you think, Chris, just on the John Stones thing, that actually England missed him a little bit in the game against Ghana for his ability to bring the ball out and make a pass from the back if teams are going to sit deep and defend against England?
No, I'd always play my best defender. I mean, John Stones, just you need to think about this. He barely started the game for Manchester City last season. He's not going to be a Manchester City player next season. He's free to play elsewhere. So that tells you what Pep was thinking, and yet all of a sudden he's, first choice England centre back in the way you're seeing it. I'd always play my best defenders.
Jack, what about, not just tonight's game, but England's chances in the tournament? Because obviously you've seen all the teams play now. We're 66 games into the tournament now. What do you think? What have you made of England so far?
Yeah, the game against Croatia, the second half especially, we were outstanding, weren't we? It was probably, for that 15 minutes, was one of the best 15 minutes I've ever seen from a team I support. I'm a Preston North End fan, so I never see one of my teams playing like that in the final third. Ghana, we've got to give credit to the defensive organisation of Ghana, so we've got to give credit to them. But I expect us to go far. I don't think we're coming into the tournament as one of.
How far,
I'm going to
Jack?
say semi-finals. I think I'm going to say semi-finals.
But what do you want to see from this English team tonight?
I want to see us attacked, and I want us to have confidence and assurance in the way we play. They got so much credit, didn't they, for the way that they played in the second half against Croatia, because it's so different to the England that we've kind of become accustomed to. It gave us an exciting and entertaining international side, which, despite all the long runs that we went on under Gareth Southgate, a lot of the performances, especially towards the latter end of his tenure, they weren't great, were they? They weren't a great watch. And ultimately, in a game like today, where we are expected to win and we have already secured qualification, we should entertain if we can.
And just on the right back situation, because I've heard varying opinions on this. Thomas Tuchel brings out Tino Livramento, he gets injured, and then there's the situation where Reece James, and let's get it right, Reece James, brilliant footballer that he is, but he's made of glass, isn't he? So was there an inevitability about him breaking down at some stage? Should Trent Alexander-Arnold have been that pick?
I personally, if you were picking if you were picking players based on their footballing ability, Trent Alexander-Arnold would have been in without a doubt. But from kind of what you can kind of gauge from what Thomas Tuchel said, Reece James was going to be starting right back, and I guess, and as well, a lot more than I know, that you need to have the right dynamics within a squad. A 26-man squad, you don't want. I'm not saying he's a bad apple, because I don't know what he's like, but you don't want players who are kind of expecting to start. I know the main men at Real Madrid, or he's the main man at Liverpool, and then sit on the bench all summer. So I suspect that's why he hasn't taken the likes of Trent, Cole Palmer, or Phil Foden, because it might cause a little bit of issues where the likes of Jarrell Kwanzaa and Trevor Chalobah and Dan Burton are probably more happy to kind of be in and around, train well, be a good personality on and off the pitch, support their teammates. So I think that's why Thomas Tuchel's gone with it, and I can't necessarily disagree with it, because you're not ultimately picking the best 26 players. You're picking the right core group of people to go far in an international tournament.
Yeah, it's not a subject, certainly Trent Alexander-Arnold, that Thomas Tuchel, the England manager, wants to discuss. I think he's made that pretty clear over here. Jack, thank you very much indeed for your call. If you want to follow Jack and get on the show tonight, 6:06, we are on until 8:30. The number to dial is 08085 909 693. What do you got, Chris?
Yeah, I've just got some things on just on social media regarding a lot of it regarding Steve Clarke, the Scotland situation. Of course, they can still qualify, still a chance they can qualify. 0.07 chance. But just in response to should the SFA have given Steve Clarke a new contract? JD says giving Clarke a contract extension pre-World Cup was as crazy as it sounds. SFA are clueless. Was Clarke directly responsible for the defence? Can I say brain farts? No. Are his team selections, formations responsible? 100%. We have a squad better than the performances. We need change, and Miko, another Scotland fan, says shouldn't have been given a contract before the World Cup, but also not solely to blame. It's a collective effort. HTC King says nope, utter madness, giving him a 4-year deal. And I really understand that debate. I get that debate. You know, why wouldn't you wait and see how the World Cup panned out? But no, I think there are sort of deeper issues that Scotland have, and you know, let's get it right. They played two of the best teams in the tournament, Brazil and Morocco. You know, Morocco are a team who got to the semi-finals in 2022, and we're far too good for Scotland.
Yeah, Scotland sitting on 3 points, having won the game against Haiti, but the goal difference is -3. So the defeats against Morocco and Brazil and the goals conceded is what's going to cost them in the end. I think my question as well to the Scotland fans tonight, if they are out there...
Well, you're half Scottish, so I mean...
father was born in Troon. Yeah, if
that's Scotland.
If you don't want Steve Clarke as the manager anymore, who do you want?
Good question.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah.
08085 909.
Better?
08085 909 693 is the number to dial. 85058 on the text. Next up on 606 is Kevin. So Kevin will be either listening or watching to Panama against England tonight. Kevin, what do you want to see? What's going to make you leap up out of your sofa?
So, first of all,
have you got a sofa, Kevin? Your first time have you got a sofa, or are you more sort of armchair? Are you an armchair guy?
Yeah, I've got a sofa. The dog's currently on it barking. So if you think I'm out of breath, I've had to run upstairs to get away from it. So, first of all, we've got a problem at right back. All the things about Trent, etc., I totally agree with. I think we've stitched ourselves up a little bit there. I think there's an opportunity for a bit of a change of format then tonight. Personally, I'd like to see James Trafford given a start as well. I think Pickford's been a little bit ropey, so I don't think it would be, be on the wit of mad perhaps to give Trafford a run out tonight. Looking at the sort of formation, I was thinking more of a back three of Konza, Stones and Gay, with Madjaki on the right, Nico O'Reilly on the left, with Anderson and Mainu, obviously the sitting midfielders. Now, I think there's an opportunity today to give Rodgers and Bellingham a start behind Kane. I just think that, there's all of this talk about them not being able to play together. We've heard it so many times with English football where players are not being able to play together. So we always talk about Lampard and Gerrard. I just think tonight we could be a little bit more, if you like, a little bit more pushy with the way that we do things.
I mean, it's it's interesting, the Rodgers Bellingham debate and the choice Thomas Tuchel going with Bellingham. Do you think Rodgers was maybe a little bit hard done by to be left out?
Yeah, I mean, I think because obviously he stuck with Rodgers all the way through qualifying. I mean, there was all this talk about whether there was a rift with Bellingham or not. I think the country wants Bellingham. I think that's the big thing, and I think the country wants Bellingham to start. So I think there was added pressure there on Tuchel. But it doesn't seem to be a bloke who gets pushed around. But I was quite surprised at that.
But when you say there was added pressure on Tuchel, so you think that Thomas Tuchel was more or less sort of crowbarred into playing Jude Bellingham?
Yeah, I think so. I think those games that... I mean, Rodgers has come on as substitute the last couple of games or so, hasn't he? And he's straight away an impact player.
But surely Thomas Tuchel has to be stronger than that.
Well, yeah, I would say so. But and what I'm sort of getting at is, well, why can't we play both of them?
Yeah,
because I think both of them will add different sort of capabilities and differences in the way that the side plays.
Yeah, Kevin. Just to finish, can I ask you one on the goalkeeper? Because you're talking about giving James Trafford you'd like to see James Trafford given a chance. Now, are you thinking, right, give him a chance in the final?
He's taller, isn't he?
In the final group game, always on about the height, Chris. You know, and then Jordan Pickford to come back in, or you would like that to be a permanent change? I mean, if he did well throughout the tournament, that'd be a massive call for Thomas Tuchel to make.
I know it would be. I know it would be massive, but I mean, don't you see that? You know, Pickford seems to have made a few little errors over the last couple of games. I don't think sometimes he doesn't. I know everyone will say he's one of the greatest keepers England have had, but I think it's nice to see that, you know, we've got Trafford. I'm no Man City fan, by the way, but I think Trafford, when he's come in for Man City, has had some great games.
Come in for Man City. He's not even. A lot of people will be saying, "Well, it's not even Manchester City's number one. How can he knock England's number one?"
Yeah, I know that. I think it's another story. I think they bought him thinking he'd be the number one, or James Trafford did. But I think there's an opportunity. Let's bring him in. Let's see what he looks like. At the end of the day, you've got to be careful that every position has had a bit of an opportunity. And if it gives him a bit of confidence as well today, then that's good. I'm not discounting Panama at all, Chris, as you said.
No, well, that would be that was going to be my question, Kevin. You read me easily. Yeah. A lot of people do. Because is that a little bit arrogant thinking, well, that's just Panama. They're out already. You know, let's get the cigars out.
No, I don't think so at all. No, I don't think so at all. And I think we're really struggling with this whole right-back situation. And I'd love to see that formation tried. I know it's not really an England, you know, sort of diamond formation. We don't tend to like that sort of thing. But I think, you know, we've Konsa, Stones and Gay are centre-backs, you know, first and foremost. So we're going to start shoehorning centre-backs into full-back positions if we're not careful.
Kevin, thank you very much for the call. The number to dial to get in touch with 606 tonight is the same as ever.
Interesting that, because I'm just trying to think off the top of my head, how many times has Thomas Tuchel played a back three as well?
Don't know. John Murray's your man. John Murray's your man.
But you should know that sort of stuff.
08085 909 693. Before we get to the news, let's chat Scotland. So Panama, England tonight. Full commentary on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. 10 o'clock UK time with Alan Shearer, part of the commentary team, alongside John Murray. Andrew's called in to chat Scotland. Andrew, we were particularly talking about the situation of Steve Clarke signing the contract, the new contract, before the tournament started. You want to have your say on that. Welcome to 606.
Hi guys, thanks for having me on. Yes, I believe that the contract was silly to give it right before the tournament. We never knew what was going to happen. We could assume what was going to happen given what happened on the back of the Euros. However, I've got to kind of stand up for him a wee bit. He tried different things. He went 4-4-2. He went 4-2-3-1 away from his usual 5-3-1-1, and he tried it. But ultimately, are we good enough? That's where we need to lie. And if not Clarke, who else? And when you look around, who can the SFA really attract?
I think that's a really great point. Ali put that out there, and I think you have made a great point. I've seen so much criticism of Steve Clarke, and my view, Andrew, is there was a fair chance Scotland playing at the very best, losing to Brazil anyway, losing to Morocco anyway, without gifting them goals which happened. But there seems to be a bigger picture here and a deeper underlying problem, doesn't there, in terms of the Scottish national team? Because the one thing I'd ask you, Andrew, who are the young stars coming through, the young Scottish stars now coming through, who you think are going to take Scotland to the next level? Are there any out there?
Well, that is also another major concern, because when you look initially at the squad just now, it's an ageing team in terms of your talent-wise, if that makes sense, apart from probably McTominay. But then you're looking at your defenders, again, old and slow. and I don't mean that disrespectfully, but at this level. But then you look beyond, as you just said, at the under-21s, under-19s, under-18s, all the best Scottish players, young Scottish players now seem to go down south. I think Brexit kind of helped that a wee bit. However, when I look at the domestic level, I'm a Hibs fan myself, but I'm looking at domestically, we struggle. The league wasn't great, and no disrespect to Hearts, they've done fantastically well this year. But, I mean, Celtic have still managed to win the league when there wasn't really anything going for them, if that makes sense. And then the talent-wise is all really foreign players. You know, there's no real good Scottish lads coming through. But I do touch on that again, that my own club, Hibs, we've had 16-year-old, 15, 16-year-old laddies go down south.
You've had Kieran Bowie. Kieran Bowie, he went off to Italy, didn't he? We've had the likes of Lennon Miller as well go to Italy. I don't think he's playing regularly. One last question to you, Andrew, though. You're a Hibs fan. I think Hibs finished 5th in the Scottish Premiership this season, 3rd the previous season. David Gray, okay. A lot of Scottish people out there think, well, why aren't there more younger Scottish players being given the opportunity to play in the Scottish Premiership, the Scottish top flight? But David Gray, he has an obligation to win games. There'll be Hibs. I mean, I don't know how you view Hibs' season last season, but a lot of Hibs fans, because of what happened to Hearts and them having their success, would have been dissatisfied with David Gray. But so what? David Gray's in a position where, it's not on him to blood young Scottish talent. He needs to win games, doesn't he?
Absolutely, and we can touch on Hibs just before I finish, but from a Scottish point of view, does it need to come from the top? And again, there's a lot of hierarchical problems with the SFA, SPFL, and then it leaps into the league, domestic level, continental level, and then international, and we struggle. It needs a real overhaul, in my opinion. On the Hibs side, Gray, for me, very similar to Steve Clark. He's probably win percentage is quite decent, if he could point to that. But when we're watching it, I struggle to watch Hibs at the minute. It's quite boring. It's quite one-dimensional, and he similarly plays that 3-5-2, 5-3-2 formation. And I'm looking at him. Can we open up? Can we change the formation? But it doesn't always work, as Steve Clark has proven.
Andrew, thank you very much indeed for the call.
Thanks, Andrew.
Fellow Scotland fans, get in touch tonight. The number to dial is 08085 909 693. We're less than 3 hours away, just less than 3 hours away from England's final group game against Panama. Scotland fans keeping an eye on Croatia against Ghana. They need Ghana to win that by at least 3 goals, and then another couple of results to go their way if they are going to play a game in the last 32. And I think actually, Chris, just looking at the draw for the last 32, we'll get into this in the next half hour of the show, but some of the matchups we've got in the last 32, the 48-team tournament, who ends up playing who or whatever, slightly...
Some nice draws, aren't there, for
slightly problematic,
nations.
Yeah, so we'll get into that.
The UK's biggest World Cup debate. This is 606 with Alistair Bruce Ball and Chris Sutton on 5 Live.
Welcome back to 606. Chris Sutton and I are here live in Dallas, taking your calls through until 8:30. Get those calls into us now by dialing 08085 909 693. Should say as well, we're back tomorrow, where we expect a busy night of calls after England's performance against Panama this evening. So that game, just less than 3 hours away. Full commentary here on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. And a chance as well to just give us your thoughts on the tournament so far. We'll get into that in a little bit. Chris, in terms of some of the reaction on the text so far tonight, what have we got?
We've got one regarding Rice, Anderson as who is the better defensive midfielder. We don't need to. We need more creativity from midfield, as could be seen against Ghana. We played better when Rice went off in the Croatia game.
Okay.
That's quite controversial.
I'm going to read this one because it comes from Ipswich. Thank you, Charles, for getting in touch.
I was going to leave that till last. I think that's a great one.
Okay, go on. Why don't you produce the show?
Okay. Well, I'll go with this one. You read the funny one. I love that. Steve Clark has done a great job in qualifying for tournaments. The manner of performance in tournament games is pathetic. The refusal to take the handbrake off, to make proactive subs in different scenarios, and to start games well is entirely on him. Giving him a new contract was stupid by the SFA, and we're now stuck till a domestic Euros where we'll embarrass ourselves.
Crikey.
Again, negativity.
Say what you really think.
Go on,
right.
read this.
So I've not read this yet. So why is this tickled you? This is from Charles in Ipswich. This is on the right back situation for England. Why are players incapable of being versatile and filling in for different positions? I'm a Spanish teacher, and when I have to cover a maths lesson, I make a decent fist of it. Come on. No excuses. What's wrong with that?
That's a great point, Charles. That's a great point. If Charles can do it.
Yeah.
If Charles is a Spanish teacher and he can teach maths, why is there not more versatility within the England team? And the amount of money they're being paid?
Yeah, text us 85058. Those are great. Thanks for getting in touch. Number to dial is 08085 909 693. Back to the calls in a sec. So, Chris, in terms of this round of 32 and the way this tournament is shaping up, 48-team tournament for the first time. Last 32 games start tomorrow night UK time, and the first of those is Canada against South Africa. USA against Bosnia and Herzegovina. I think you're going to be doing Australia against Egypt.
Yeah,
but we've also, you and I have got games like Japan, Brazil, Ivory Coast, Norway, Netherlands, Morocco. We've said this all tournament, particularly in that sort of Netherlands, Japan, Sweden group, that whoever came out of that was always going to be really, really tough. It just seems slightly unbalanced, doesn't it, the whole thing, because of the 48-team thing.
It does, and there are some oddities, aren't there, in the way that the last 32 or the round of 32 has been drawn, isn't there? So the runner-up in Group A plays the runner-up in Group B, and then you have the winner in Group L plays against the third place team. Then you have runners-up playing the winner of certain groups. It's look, I understand it's difficult, but they are making it up as they go along.
But it's the thing with having 48 teams, isn't it, Chris? Because in the old 32-team tournament, you just did winner, runner-up, winner, runner-up, winner, runner-up like that, and it would be fairly balanced. Whereas here you've got winner against third in 8 games, but winners have to play runner-ups in other games. Runner-ups play runner-ups. It's, there's...
And there are some. You're right. There are some fixtures in that last 32 already where you're thinking.
But you know what I'd say on the host nation thing, it's always good for the tournament if the host nations go deep.
Bit of favouritism there. Is that the way tournaments?
Let's see what our listeners think.
Tournament should be just favour the home nations.
I don't know. I mean, if I came to play you at tennis in Norfolk, would you set it up? Conditions favourable for you, or would you sort of give us a level playing field?
Just try and get you to the net.
I knew you were going to say that. Right, let's get Steve on. Steve's called us. He is an England fan. Steve, what do you want to say?
Oh, hi. Just a couple of things. World Cup the whole World Tournament's good, but England have not been good. Right? They've had one bad first half against Croatia, right? Then they had a very good second half because he changed things up, right? But the Ghana game was it was just couldn't England break them down because they didn't have the right players on the field. Anderson is a better creative midfielder than Rice, so why have him on the field? It's ridiculous, right? And the centre forward, everybody knows how Harry Kane plays. Ghana have got big, strong players. Harry Kane was never going to get past them, beat him for pace or beat him for skill. So put somebody else on. Put Watkins on, a bit quicker than Kane. Try something else. They didn't try anything else. We would not be in this predicament if Tuchel had made the changes necessary.
So you would have played Ollie Watkins rather than Harry Kane.
Oh, Ivan Toney. Everybody, they can hold the ball up and beat players. Harry Kane can't beat players.
So Harry Kane has scored 60+ goals
this
season, but you. Well, some people would say, that's pretty good. We need to score goals. We're struggling to score goals.
And so, Harry Kane scored a penalty and a header. That's all.
Do penalties count, Steve? Penalties not count?
He's missed. No, it doesn't, because he's missed his last 2 World Cup penalties. He's missed them against France and against the first game against Croatia, he missed it, and then he was lucky. He got a second chance. You don't get a second chance. Everybody's worked out how he takes his penalties.
Well, here's one for you, Steve. Which way is he going next time, then, Steve? If everybody has worked Harry Kane out, you tell us, because you've obviously worked him out as well. Which way is he going, or is he going down the middle?
Right. Harry Kane is not a deep line midfield player. Everybody says a quarterback.
No, just answer the question, Steve. Where's Harry Kane going to put his next penalty?
I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to tell you. He's a quarterback. Harry Kane is not a quarterback. As a captain, he's won nothing. Right? He's captained no team to success. Right? And next he's a deep line. Gibbs White is a deep line midfield player. Gibbs White should be there instead of what's his name? The guy from the Brentford striker. Right? Brentford midfield player. Gibbs White should be there because Gibbs White scores goals and is creative.
I agree with that.
His squad is weak. Right? Gordon plays 2 matches. How can Gordon get ahead of Rashford for 2 matches? Everybody knows Gordon plays for Newcastle. Where does Newcastle finish? Right? Nowhere in the Premier League. Right? Didn't get into Europe. Rashford won the Spanish League and the Spanish Cup.
How many games did he play for Barcelona, Rashford? Was he a regular? Was he a regular, Steve?
Was he a regular? He's a winner. Yes, he is. He's played regular. He played him because they've got a squad. A squad rotates its players. Look, England, the only player who plays regular for England is Harry Kane, who never gets dropped. Rashford gets dropped. Other teams, other clunches. It's a squad, right? You play the players to win matches, not play the same players.
So would you leave Harry Kane out tonight?
Yeah, because what's he going to do against Panama, right? What's he going to do?
He scored a hat-trick last time he played against them, Steve.
Is he England's top scorer?
They all count, Steve, they all count. I've got someone sitting on my right who'll tell you they all count.
Panama is a soft team, right? Panama, it's 8 years, is it 2018, 8 years ago, right? The point he's saying is, right, they probably know what they're going to do. Harry Kane has slowed down. He's not quick. What you look at what you need is difference, right? Give that to another team something to do. He's predictable, right? I'm not just all going about him. Gordon's predictable. Did nothing in his first 2 matches, right? Kane's predictable.
Kane is predictable. Chris asked you a little while ago, where's he going with that next penalty? And hopefully Panama or other teams aren't listening to this right now, but where do you think he's going with that next one?
Not where he thinks he knows.
Where
Steve
he goes.
knows.
I'll tell you what, a penalty's a 50-50 chance, right? He can only go left or right or down the centre. That's all
That's not 50-50. That's not 50-50, Steve.
If the keeper stands, they'll pass it to if he goes down the centre, and he can go left or right.
What if the keeper dives?
Ivan Toney does not miss penalties, right? He doesn't miss penalties, right? You don't even have to look at the ball. Right? So play Ivan Toney. He'll hold the ball up and he'll bring other players into play. Kane does not hold the ball. England play with 10 men when Harry Kane's on the field.
Steve, that's ridiculous. Are you telling me that Ivan Toney is a better link player than Harry Kane?
100%. 100%. 100%. In for Bayern Munich, the link player is Michael Elise, and I would have Michael Elise play instead of Harry Kane for England any day of the week. He's got a shot, he's pacey, and he'll score goals. Right? Kane can't beat a player. You show me when Harry Kane's run back the ball like Bellingham. Bellingham the other day took the ball from the halfway line, run and scored. Harry Kane can't do that.
Steve, can you just tell us where Harry Kane is going to put the penalty, please?
I don't care, left or right.
Yeah, but you said you knew where he was going to put it.
Okay,
you can't say left
I'll go first. I'll go first.
The keepers do their stuff. Listen, I'm not a manager. The keepers do their studies, right? And they know where Harry Kane's going to go. That's why he's missed his last 2 penalty kicks.
I think he's going high to the keeper's right, top corner, unsavable, Chris. That's where do you think he's going, Chris?
Why should he take the penalty? It's no God-given right. Saka takes penalties. All the rest of the other team takes penalties.
On the bench.
Rice takes penalties. Rice is a better penalty taker than Harry Kane.
Rice, he
Why should he take all the penalties? You guys have got it all wrong. We're not fighting a war. He's not a general. Right? It's a football team that has 11 players playing. Pitchford can take a penalty.
Steve, thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
For a brilliant call.
A lot of interesting points there. But just going to put that out there to the nation. Do you know where Harry Kane is going to put his next penalty? Because, Steve, he said it's very predictable. What do you think?
08085.
Should he be on penalties? Should he even be on penalties? Should he start?
I think he should, Chris, and I think he should stay on penalties. But let's see what our listeners think. 08085 909 693. Thomas Tuchel was saying, wasn't he, after the Ghana game, and people were unhappy with the performance, let's not get stressed about it. We're 2 games in, let's not get stressed. But people are, it's England. People do get wound up. And Stephen, that's why this show's so brilliant, feeling very strongly about certain issues with that.
I thought he was
with that
harsh
England team.
on Harry Kane, though. Would you? I mean, would you start Tony ahead of Kane?
No, I would
Ollie
not.
Watkins ahead of
No,
Kane?
I wouldn't, Chris. I think you know the answer to that. Let's get our next caller on. Back to Scotland here. Alan is a Scotland fan, and Alan, you have thoughts on the manager.
Actually, I'm from Belfast. I'm a Northern Ireland supporter.
Sorry about that, Alan.
With Scottish football, and I was in Dortmund for 2 weeks 2 years ago whenever Scotland did really badly in the World Cup or the Euros, and all the Scots fans I spoke to said that Clark was not the man for the job. He played a guy who'd scored 2 goals that season for Norwich instead of Lawrence Shankland, who'd scored like 30 goals in Scotland. And then I spent the last 2 weeks in Nashville, and every Scots fan I met felt the same, that Clark shouldn't have been given a new contract. If I was a Scotland fan, I would have tried to get Derek McInnes. After what he did with Hearts last season, they should have been getting him, and they should definitely never, ever have awarded Clark a new contract before the World Cup. Just my opinion.
So, and I understand that debate. I really do, Alan. But could you argue the other way? At least Scotland are looking further down the line and trying to carry on the continuity, because Steve Clarke, he has got Scotland to the Euros. He has got Scotland to the World Cup, and it was a difficult draw. So, do you think too much has been made of that? I mean, Scotland didn't perform well against Haiti. Morocco and Brazil were too good for them, but it's 3 games. Is that too short a shorter period of games to judge him fairly? Because we're talking
Chris,
about serious levels.
I understand what you're saying, but I do agree with Clark. If it hadn't been for the seeding of Mexico, America, and Canada, there was no way Scotland would have ended up in the same group as Morocco and Brazil, and that was tough. But at the end of the day, I mean, everybody talks about how Clark got them into the World Cup finals. I mean, basically 1 in 4 countries in the world gets into the World Cup finals. There's 48 teams, and there's like 202 countries in the world.
Northern Ireland didn't get there.
It's not that difficult, in my opinion.
Northern Ireland didn't get there.
They won their group and finished ahead of Denmark, didn't they?
Yes, but I mean, Denmark's a country of a similar size. It's not as if they won the group with Germany or France. Denmark, I think it's 5 million people, something like that, similar to Scotland. And I would argue that Scotland has a far deeper football culture than Denmark.
I mean, Sweden qualified and finished bottom of the qualifying group, didn't they? That's a
different issue.
You say it's a different issue.
That's due to their performances in the Nations League, isn't it? So if you perform well in that competition, you give yourself a chance to get into the World Cup.
What about the winner takes it all?
Wow. What have you made of the tournament, Alan, so far? Have you enjoyed the World Cup?
I've been in America for the last 2 weeks. I don't think many Americans get it. I think friends from Scotland were saying that about the price of the tickets, the price of the transport, the price of the beers were terrible. But I mean, I met loads of guys who didn't go to any games, Scots guys, and they just came down for the crack. I mean, they really enjoyed themselves. And but I read somewhere today that America want to hold the World Cup in 2038 with 64 teams. I mean,
my goodness,
there's too many teams.
Whereabouts have you actually been then, Alan, city-wise?
It's Nashville.
Oh, Nashville, Tennessee.
Well, I've watched the games.
Yeah.
They have television there, as you probably know.
Yeah. Talking about knowledgeable American fans. Thank you very much for the call, Alan. Great to have you on 606. Number to dial is 08085 909 693. you spoke to a woman, Chris, who came up with a very knowledgeable line in the lift the other day when she knew you were from England, didn't she? What did she say to you? I thought this was good, actually.
Yeah, we were just chatting the World Cup. She said, "Where are you from?" I said, "England," and then she said, "Is it coming home?"
Lovely.
Enjoyed that.
Great line.
A bit of sarcasm.
Yeah, really good.
Buried me there in the.
What did he say? I mean, because you normally always have a comeback.
I just laughed and said, "I said we say the same thing at every tournament, don't we?"
That's right. Yeah.
It was good.
England, Panama on the way. 10 o'clock kickoff UK time. Alan Shearer, part of the 5 Live commentary team this evening. England fan Phil is coming on in a second. Before we hear from Phil, let's hear from the England manager ahead of this game. Thomas Tuchel has been chatting to the BBC's football correspondent, John Murray.
Thomas, give us the news. I think we've heard about Reece James. Give us the details.
Yeah, it's a minor hamstring issue, a minor hamstring injury, and he will be out for tomorrow, and then need to see match by match. We think that he can join later in the tournament.
So not necessarily at the end of his World Cup?
No, doesn't seem like it.
You've not had luck, have you, with Tino Livramento and now Reece James in that area that was much discussed pre-World Cup?
Yeah, but it is what it is. We still have options. We have Chet Spence, we have Terrell Kwanzaa, Ezri Konsa has played there. We don't have to overcome a full season. It's a short period of time. We will find solutions, and we have trust in the guys that we select.
Can I ask about Elliot Anderson as well? Is he all right?
He's all right. Declan is all right. Elliot is all right. Both had minor issues after the game. Both recovered well and were in training today.
And what about this challenge then? It's very clear, isn't it, to win the match, win the group.
Yeah.
But the specific challenge that Panama will pose, will it be something along the same lines as Ghana?
Bit different, same, but different. We see a different formation. It's a 5-4-1. Their wingers are happy to track back. If you bring fullbacks to attack, the wingers are happy to track back and create a back 6 and a back 7. We saw both formations in a deep block, which makes it per se narrow and difficult to break down. They conceded 2 goals in 2 matches. It's not the most famous name, I clearly understand that, but they have the same world ranking, I think, than Serbia and Wales, which makes them a respectful team. They have, I think, a well-coached team, 5-6 years, the same coach, clearly influenced and difficult to break down.
And are you minded to do, well, what have you been doing that's different? Are you minded to make many changes?
Not so sure. I'm actually not sure what we would have done if we would have 6 points. There are pros and cons for changing a lot of players. There are also pros and cons for letting the guys play who have our trust and got our trust in the first 2 matches, because we didn't do enough of things wrong. It's maybe then in between and in the mix, but yeah, the focus is on that match. We had enough time to recover, just to hold players back in order to be fit for the next match. Is also a strange approach. We have all options, and I will take the last decision, like always, today in the evening.
Thomas Tuchel talking to John Murray ahead of England's final group game at this World Cup this evening. 10 o'clock kickoff UK time, England against Panama. Phil's called 606. Let's get Phil's thoughts on England. Phil, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Evening, gents. How are you both?
Hi, Phil.
Good, thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, I think England have played steady so far. I think it's always the way that we get so over-excited when we win and then so low when we draw or don't perform as we think we should. I think there are a lot of good teams in this tournament. And, for me personally, I think semi-finals is as far as we can go unless we get really lucky with the other teams, unless somebody else knocks out Spain and France before we see them. Or Argentina even, I think, possibly. But, I think Tuchel's doing a good job. I think the team he's selected has been good. I think he's used his substitutes well. I don't buy into not playing Jude Bellingham. He has to be on the pitch. He's a starter. I mean, Rodgers can come after 70 minutes or whatever, but I wouldn't choose Rodgers over Jude. And I think, like he said at the beginning of the tournament, he's going to use all of the players, and I think he's been very good in doing that. But, don't forget, against Croatia, when we were 3-2 up, they had a chance to go 3-3. That goes in, it's a different game. So it's very fine margins. I wouldn't get overexcited about beating Croatia 4-2. But you know, they were close to getting something out of that game. You know, 4-2 flattered us, I think. Although we did have a lot of chances within a sort of 5 or 10 minute period, didn't we, in the second half, but didn't put them in. And I think Kane should start as well. Kane should start. I don't know what that guy was on at the Steve. I don't know what he was on. He was quite funny, actually. But, you know, Kane's one of the best penalty takers in the world. And when you look down that team on the strikers, you know, years ago we had world-class strikers, 2 or 3 to choose from. We haven't got that now. I mean, Kane is by far and away the best striker we've got. When you look at that team, I mean, Ollie Watkins is a good player, yes. Ivan Toney probably past his best. After that, you haven't really got an out-and-out striker in the team that I would pick above. I wouldn't pick anyone in front of Harry Kane, to be honest. So I think tonight's going to be another tough game. As Thomas just said, you know, they're going to be really disciplined. And I suppose what we're missing is that little bit of magic, you know. So maybe Bukayo Saka can provide that, or someone like that. But it's not easy, especially in the heat as well. And, of course, these players haven't spent so much time together. You know, the national team's always a bit of a tricky one, I think, in that respect, because they don't have a whole season together to get to know each other. So, you know, there's a lot of luck, I think, that comes into it as well. And also, I think somebody mentioned about maybe trying a different goalkeeper. I wouldn't change the goalie during a major tournament. I think that's a big no-no. I mean, unless he's injured, he plays.
Do you know what I don't like, Phil? I don't like people coming on to a national radio football phone-in and me agreeing with everything which they've said. That's really disappointing. How dare you come on and be balanced
and speak sense?
Yeah, please don't do. I do agree. I think people got really high after Croatia. And then really low after Ghana, the goalkeeping situation. I'd start Saka instead of Madueke. I mean, yeah, no, you know, and it won't be easy today. I think people will look back at the last result against Panama and just assume because they're bottom of the group that it will be a stroll. They have been. I know they've lost 2 games, but they have been competitive in those 2 games as well.
Yeah, and like a lot of the smaller nations have been. I mean. You know, some of them have really, really surprised and scored some great goals. And you never quite know when they extend the World Cup to so many more teams. I suppose the assumption is, the extra teams getting in won't be very good. But they've been really very. I mean, Cabo Verde they've been amazing. I mean, you know, and it's great to see the fans as well, the way they react, because it's so huge for them to sort of do well. It's really
did
nice.
he get the Cabo Verde pronunciation right?
So I think the official BBC line is we're going with Cape Verde, but I think if you're there,
Cape
is Cabo. I think Cabo is right, Cabo Verde or Cabo
so Phil
Verde.
has made a mistake.
No, I'm not sure Phil has. I'm you know, Phil's going authentic.
No, I think
Phil,
my Spanish is better than yours, Chris. I think.
I'd agree with that. If you've got 3 words, that'd be me.
Phil, on the expanded format, last one before we head to the news. Have you enjoyed the tournament so far?
Yeah, I mean, there haven't been too many dead rubbers, as we like to say. I mean, you know, I think I've been quite impressed by even like Iran, you know, teams that you wouldn't expect to play well, have really played well. So I think the extended format has been great. The hours of the games has been a bit of a struggle, though. I mean, I've not watched any of them after midnight, to be honest. But even the 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock kickoffs are a bit difficult.
So tonight, if you can stay awake tonight in the early hours, Chris and I are actually being let loose on television. We'll be on the BBC and we'll bring you DR Congo against Uzbekistan, which kicks off at midnight UK time. But, Phil, you were talking about the possible permutations. DR Congo, if they beat Uzbekistan, are a likely opponent for England if they beat Panama and go through as group winners. So there's a little the motivation to stay up and
that's one of the games of the tournament.
Yeah, could be. It could be. It could be.
It could well be. Well, Ronaldo was pleased that they're in the competition, wasn't he? Because it gave him a chance to score a few goals.
Yeah.
Phil, you know,
that's a great call. Thank you very much indeed.
Now, more 606 on 5 Live.
Continues. Cabo Verde came to experience the World Cup. They have changed the World Cup. This is not just qualification. It is confirmation of a miracle in motion. They have stared down Spain. They have stood firm against Uruguay. and now they have finished the job. The men from the tiny island in the Atlantic are through to the knockout phase of the FIFA World Cup on their World Cup debut.
We will play with Argentina. That was Bosina's wish. He asked that. So now we will face it. Come Argentina!
1% of chance, 99% of faith. This is Cabo Verde, small country, big dreams.
As a Cape Verdean, I can see the whole trajectory of a nation. It's not only this generation victory. It's a generation that comes before 1975, which is our independence. This is heaven on earth. Deep inside, we all have this hope, but we never really believe that we could experience this feeling.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live terms for our terms of use and privacy notice.
Yes, Chris Sutton and I are here live in Dallas until 8:30 UK time ahead of England, Panama. Commentary on the way on 5 Live and BBC Sound. So you've got about 50 minutes or so to get your calls in. You heard the number there. I'll repeat it once more. 08085 909 693. What an incredible story, Chris. Cabo Verde, Cape Verde, through to the last 32. Not just that, they're up against Messi and Argentina in their first ever knockout game at a World Cup. That's got to be the story of the tournament, I
think so far they have been the story of the tournament. And what if they could go one more? I mean, could they?
Could they?
Could they?
We will see. 08085 909 693 is the number to call. Text 85058. We've got a few more of those. Chris, shall I take the first one here?
Yeah, go on then.
Good evening from sunny Littlehampton. Hello, Chris and ABB. I think Harry Kane's next penalty, he's going to put it straight into the back of the net. My name is Stuart. I know you're busy, but please try and read this out. Stuart, it's done.
Yep, well, here's another one from Alex. Just listening in to the radio, think Kane will send it top left next penalty. Also, of course, Kane is a better playmaker than Ivan Toney. Don't know what football the caller has been watching. Crazy options there, or crazy opinions there. That's what he's been. Come on, England! My score prediction: 3-1.
But that is the point, Chris. I mean, some people would call them crazy. That this show, 606, is all about opinions about the football, and Steve felt strongly about them. We had Kevin calling us earlier, wanted to see James Trafford get a go in goal. Howard in Cheshire. Chris, Steve was right. I also know where Kane will put his next penalty. Back of the net.
That's
people are loving that one.
Of that. And we're getting an expected England 11 now. Sammy Mockbell.
Oh, right, different source this then.
Yeah, different
BBC Sports senior football correspondent,
Yeah, and he is. I mean, you talk about well-connected. Sammy, I mean, his sources up against mine. That's interesting.
Let's see.
Very even. But he's gone for Pickford.
Yeah.
Kwanzaa. At right back. Konsa, Gahey, O'Reilly, Anderson, Bellingham, Rodgers, Saka, Kane and Rashford. So that's a couple of big goals there. Declan Rice been left out, but Kwanzaa at right back.
Yeah, we hadn't even discussed that, obviously, as being another option. Trevor Chalobah in the squad
and
as well.
The earlier caller said about Rodgers and Bellingham playing in a same team.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to do my maths here. So kickoff is in 2.25 hours. As soon as John Murray has the team news, he will bring it. We're taking the calls for the next 45 minutes or so. The number to dial is 08085 909 693. Let's get to some of those calls. Next up is Calais, who's been waiting for quite a while. I think we're back onto Scotland here. Calais, what point would you like to make?
It sounds a bit daft now, but I just wondered if Chris could shed any light on this. I bumped into Brendan Rodgers last year. I think it was actually just not long after Steve Clarke was taking some heat after the Euros last time around. And I just sort of, as a joke, mentioned maybe he might want to take the Scotland job at some point soon. Seeing he's gone off to Saudi now, do you think there's any chance of that happening?
Well, I mean, do you know what? I wouldn't totally rule it out. Maybe further down the line, but right at this moment in time, Brendan is in Saudi. I suspect everything which I see on social media, Brendan looks pretty content out there. I think the big debate, Calais, is, and Ali Bruce said it earlier, is, who would be an upgrade on Steve Clarke? Because there's plenty of anger, isn't there, from Scotland fans about the performances at the World Cup. But simply, does he have the players? And who is out there, realistically, who is a better coach than Steve Clarke? And that's, and you've mentioned Brendan Rodgers, but, I don't know whether that happened now. But, yeah, go on, where are you on that?
Someone that has an affinity with the country, obviously, I guess, seeing as he's done 2 spells, was obviously the idea. I don't know if he would actually ever do it. I just wondered if you... maybe you could have a word with him at some point, Chris. I don't know. But I don't know who would be an upgrade, to be honest. And I won't press the issue, but I was 7 years old when we last got to a World Cup. I'm a lot... fatter, greyer, and I've got dodgy knees since then. So, just make the point that he's done incredibly well to get us there in the first place. It's almost like a once in a lifetime achievement in some regards, I'd say. So, I think they should stick with him, to be honest. If there isn't anyone that really seems to, be an upgrade and fit the bill and actually cares about it. So.
Calais, what were your expectations coming into the tournament, and what have you made of the performances? So. Obviously, the opposition, you have to bear that in mind, and it was a tough group for Scotland. But do you feel they've underperformed in terms of what they can deliver, Scotland, at this World Cup?
I think that's really unfair to say, like you said, with the competition in particular, and like the squad, as you said, it's not the youngest. They're not, some of them, at the absolute peak of their powers, and they're probably on the sort of tail end of their careers. So I think it's really unfair, to be honest. Yeah, it would have been a fantastic to have gotten that draw against Morocco in particular. I think that's the crucial point there. We should have gotten a result out of that. Brazil, it's just asking too much, I think. So I would have expected them to get out of the group stage with it being the best possible chance they could have had, of getting out of the expanded teams and all that sort of stuff, as I think most reasonable Scottish fans will sort of expected. But, it did change things up, especially after the Euros. That's what people were asking for. But I think, some of your previous callers have already nailed it. That it was probably, a little bit too much to ask. But Morocco was close. If we got one of those 2 penalty decisions, it could have been a completely different ball game. So, I think it's too much to ask, and I think they should stick with him, to be honest. If he's gotten this contract, he clearly cares about the national team, obviously, and the guys do play for him. Just see if they can get to the next major competition. Yeah. That's it.
Okay, Calais. Thank you very much for the call. Appreciate that. 08085 909 693 is the number to dial. You like Morocco, Chris, don't you, in terms of going deep into the tournament? And also, I know you and I are commentating on Brazil-Japan on Monday in the last 32. You've got a sneaky little feeling, haven't you, for
Well, it's not my sneaky little feeling. Your dark horses, I said this to Mark Chapman on the radio yesterday, morning over here, that they are your dark horses, aren't they,
they're my
Japan?
second team.
So you think they're going to beat Brazil?
They've got a chance, Chris. They've got a chance. Strong in midfield, aren't
they?
Right, let's get Jason on. Jason is an England fan. From what I read here, Jason, welcome to 606. You're not loving this World Cup so far.
No, because I actually have to sleep and go to work and have a life. And just mention Japan. But Japan are probably my second favourite team. I love watching Japan. And then when they're on at 4 o'clock in the morning, it's a no-starter. There's so many games that I would love to watch, and to put it to context, I'm really not a very good sleeper at all, but I do sleep a little bit, and there's all these games going on, and I just can't watch them, and the hydration breaks don't start me, and just the whole situation of it. And I know Cape Verde, that's wonderful and great, and the world stars are doing brilliantly, and England, they won't after watching France and Argentina, but England could win the World Cup, and that would be absolutely out of this world. But then the person who would come out and present the trophy, it just doesn't sit well with me at all. It's a bit like when Argentina won it in Qatar and they put that stupid robe on Messi. I mean, there's a line and things go too far, and that is too far. How do you think Messi thought about that when the pinnacle of world sport, with the famous Argentina shirt, one of the greatest players in history, has got something over it, and it's a similar. It's not the same thing, but it's similar. It's just being ruined by just nonsense outside of football, and in this case, stupid kickoff times.
But the games you can watch and can listen to, you will. You still love your football enough and the World Cup enough for that.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I support my nation. As I said, Japan are probably my second team. Spain as well. I love watching Spain. I've seen so many great games at World Cups over the years involving teams that have nothing to do with anything to do with me or anywhere I've ever been. But it's just the whole feel of it is just... And now the Americans have the brass neck of saying, after the Spain-Morocco one, after Saudi, we should have it again. I'm 55 years of age and the World Cup has never been in my country. How does that work? It just goes to show the money.
And what about the 48-team tournament? Do you think it's been diluted too much?
Yeah, I do, because, for example, if it was on the fans... Scotland are the champions of the world. They have been out the park, unbelievable, with the bagpipes and all the absolutely, they are the champions of the world of the fans. But as a team, and I'm Villa, so I've got skin in the game with both Scotland and England. As a team, they've been not great. Shall I be polite? Not great. I'm so glad they're there, and obviously John McGinn's there. Wonderful for Villa. But diluting it like this, if they're not going to get through, but if they did get through, what does that say about the quality of the tournament with one deflected goal? All right, they were a bit unlucky against Morocco. Brazil, who could deal with them? I mean, the three teams in it that absolutely are just going to be unstoppable until somebody stops them. France, Argentina, and probably Spain.
We're not going England.
You look at it and no, I would want nothing more than that. But looking at those three against what I saw, that half an hour against Croatia, that was probably the best I've seen England play since Euro '96. But there's just too much quality. And when you've got absolute superstars like Messi, for example, who's on a completely different level to everybody else in the world. You look at that and you look at England and you think, nothing would give me more joy than England to win the World Cup. But you look at the other teams and you're going,
Yeah. Okay. Jason, thanks for the call. Great call.
Thanks, Jason.
08085 909 693 to get your call in. Just over half an hour of the show to go. 10 o'clock UK time. Chris and I are here in Dallas, but 10 o'clock UK time. It is Panama, England. It is Croatia, Ghana kicking off at the same time. And Scotland need Croatia to lose to Ghana by at least 3 goals in that one. This is the bit of the show that I always look forward to. We are on to ABB. So this is Chris Sutton's Amused, Bugged, Baffled. Since we last spoke to you on 606 at this World Cup, Chris, why don't we start with Amused? Hey.
Yep, let's go for Amused. And what has amused me this week? Well, you have amused me greatly. During TV commentary, TV commentary the other night, myself and yourself, Japan v Sweden, and the giant screen camera goes onto the celebrities, doesn't it? The old celeb watch. And to my amazement, I mean, I know you pretty well, but this guy comes up, a guy called Trey Young pops up. And there you are. There you said, there's Trey Young. You didn't know him. You didn't have a clue. So I pulled you up on it, didn't I? I queried it, and you said, yeah, Trey Young, the NFL player. And then yeah. And then we got back to the hotel, didn't we? And somebody had contacted me on social media and said, Trey Young isn't NFL, he's NBA. there
I'll tell you, that's almost right. That is almost right, Chris. That is almost right. Unfortunately, his name disappeared before I could finish saying who he played for and what sport he was. And then I said to you, do you know what? I'm quite good on my NFL. That's how I put it. But listen, I'm going to come back at you because my amused in the middle of our commentary, Portugal against Uzbekistan. was when Uzbekistan were about to make a change. Striker was coming off, and you got the name wrong, and we're having one of the keepers coming to replace the striker to get two keepers on. So
1-1.
have it thee, sir. What about you baffled?
Well, I was baffled, and I know you were baffled. You brought this to my attention. Ian Dennis the other day, he's just making phrases up as he goes along.
But he's not a duck out of water, though, is he? Because he had a spell. Well, he's worked with Deschamps since even before the national team at Marseille.
Deno, do you mean a fish out of water? Because ducks do actually live in water.
Yeah, I do actually mean a fish
out
out
of water. Yeah, I did wonder that. Even me, I thought if you said that
do you know what it is?
They do waddle out of you. I don't know if you've ever seen a duck, but they sometimes make their way to the shores and have a little waddle on the side.
You know what?
Fish, on the other hand.
Yeah, I did mean a fish out of water. You're right.
Get your goat, Deno.
You've got him hook, line and sinker. Right there. We love that. That was very good.
Lovely.
Very good. Deno doing a cracking job at this World Cup. Commentaries have been sensational. Right, last one. Bug, what's annoyed you?
Well, I tell you what's annoyed me, and our producer John Southall pointed this out to us both, but the lack of fruit in Texas. We've been based in Texas, haven't we? But the lack of fruit in Texas, where is the fruit? I mean, we can't see it, we can't find it. Other than the only time that you have seen fruit was in the hotel we're in at Fort Worth, isn't it? And that was in the gym. Yeah. Now the gym in our hotel, it's for people who actually use the apparatus, the equipment, isn't it? And there's a nice complimentary fruit bowl, apples, oranges, pears, bananas, for people who use the facilities. Yeah. And the only time you've been in the gym is to nick an orange. Nick an orange. How do you feel about that? the genuine users of the gym in Fort Worth, and then you go in and you
desperate
take
to get
their
fruit, Chris. You're quite right.
On.
It's quite hard to find
that's
fresh
not right.
fruit, isn't it?
That's not right.
Very, very quickly, the other one you might have gone for Bugged, and I think this is harsh, is the Norway celebrations after they got out of the group. You thought that was a bit over the top, didn't you?
I mean, well over the top. The manager, he climbed up a tier of the stand, didn't he? I mean, it was like the old Pat Cash at Wimbledon celebrating. They'd only won 2 games.
Come on.
And they got thumped by France, and then all the rowing and what have you. Come on. Let's see how you get on in the round of 32.
We will be
doing that again.
Yeah, we will. Yeah. You and I doing Ivory Coast against Norway on Tuesday. Right, that's ABB. That is Amused, Bugged and Baffled, which was basically 5 minutes for Chris to have a go at me. 606 08085 909 693 is the number to dial. We're with you until 8:30 UK time. Kenny's been waiting a while. Kenny wants to chat Scotland. Hi, Kenny.
Hi, Bruce. Hi, how you doing?
Good. Good, thank you.
I'm afraid it's the old Scotland issue again. The previous caller, a couple of callers ago, sort of stole my thunder a wee bit. The points you made, I sort of agree with him. But I've got a few points as well to make.
Go on.
I think that team's run its course. They've had their day. They did well qualifying for the Euros a couple of years ago, and then got hammered by Germany in the first game. Then were pretty awful in the rest of the tournament. So we did well again to qualify. Big kudos to Steve Clark. But there's a lot of moments in these games, like the Denmark game, McTominay's brilliant goal and Kenny McLean's long shot from the halfway line. Denmark were absolutely the better team that night, as were Greece a couple of months before. They outplayed us, and we came in with a late show and won the game. So my point really is, whoever the manager is, and I think Steve Clark was kind of lucky to get a contract before the World Cup. I would have given him a contract if he'd done well during the World Cup. But the point I want to make is a new team is required, and I think 75 to 80% of that team will not be playing in the next season.
I think it's really interesting, what you've said, Kenny. But so you said the team has run its course. Okay, so who was sitting back home who should have been in that squad?
Could I name a few names?
Yeah, go on then.
Well, we need a new goalkeeper for a start.
Yeah, but who?
Gordon. Sorry?
Who?
That's a very good question. There's not one outstanding keeper I can think of. There's Kelly, Gunn, all taken to America, but I wouldn't say they were outstanding keepers. I think we need a new keeper, Chris.
But you're saying the team has run its course. But where are the replacements? You can go through every area of the team, and I work in Scottish football, and the odd name pops up Lennon Miller, but he hasn't played regularly in Italy. You've got Ollie McBurney. There was a debate about whether he should have gone or not, but there aren't. My worry for Scotland. You say the team has run its course, and I get a lot of Scottish fans think like that. But where are the young players coming through? Where are these young players emerging? So then they can, move into the shoes of, some of the players are getting a little bit older.
I know what you mean. I do. I thought Patterson had not a bad game against Brazil, despite being out of position for the goal. But I think he was playing to Clark's instructions. He's more of a overlapping fullback, but you don't do that against Brazil, so you'll never get the chance because you're always defending. So I think he's worth a shot. I mean, you think of Tierney and Robertson. I think they've had their day. Maybe Grant Hanley as well. McKenna, maybe take him. And Henry did well in the first two games, I thought. Jack Henry. Midfield, we're struggling. Ferguson, obviously, is a player to build a team around. Frio. McTominay, yes, but he only plays in the odd moment. Brilliant overhead kick against Denmark. Pinches a goal, but I've been really disappointed with him in the last 5 or 6 Scotland games. He doesn't do an awful lot in the game, but comes up with a big moment. Fair enough, he got us to the World Cup. And the midfield were struggling. Ferguson is the one, I think. There's too many foreign players playing for Rangers and Celtic, Hearts, Hibs, and that. There's far too many. The Scottish talent's thinner on the ground, but going up front, I'd stick with Curtis of Rangers. The young Rangers guy.
Made an impression. Yeah. Kenny, it's a good call.
Thank you, Kenny.
The UK's biggest World Cup debate. This is 606 with Alistair Bruce Ball and Chris Sutton on 5 Live.
Welcome back to 606. Chris Sutton and I are here taking your calls for the next 25 minutes or so. Number to dial is 08085 909 693. Panama, England on the way. 10 o'clock kickoff UK time. The BBC's senior football correspondent Sammy Mockbell says Jarell Quansah is going to start at right back tonight. Nico O'Reilly back in at left back. Declan Rice getting a rest. Jude Bellingham and Morgan Rogers both starting. Bukayo Saka and Marcus Rashford in the wide positions, and Steve, who called us earlier, who wanted a change up top, doesn't look like he's going to get his way. I think Harry Kane will be captain in the team and starting as the centre forward. Chris, what you got?
And he will be taking penalties,
I would have thought so, yeah.
Here's one. Hi, of Scottish heritage living in England. I follow both England and Scotland. Scotland are in the group of death. What did we expect to happen? I thought we stood a chance if we were in a different group, but not a chance with Morocco and Brazil. Steve Clark is a legend and should be celebrated, not derided. I for one, am glad he has the contract. He is doing the best of what he can with the resources at his disposal. That's from Ian in the West Midlands.
Yeah, we've had some good calls on Scotland tonight. Another one, Steve, who's an Everton season ticket holder. You know which way this one is going. Chris, Scotland manager, come on, it's obvious. Only one candidate, ticks all the boxes. David Moyes. Come and get him, SFA, says Steve. Right, so we've got just over 25 minutes to go. Loads of calls coming in tonight, but keep dialing. We can get you on the show. 08085 909 693. Let's rattle through a few now. I read the predicted England team lineup from Sammy Mockbell a moment ago. Andy's called us from North London. Andy, what do you want to say about England?
Well, thank God he's left Madueke out of the team and Anthony Gordon. If it wasn't obvious to everybody in England after the first half against Croatia that both of them are out of their league playing for England, it's not a place where you want to experiment, then who knows what game they were watching. I mean, as soon as we brought on Saka and Rashford, the whole game changed. Why he didn't do that when we played against Ghana, make those two changes earlier and just those two changes. Instead, he went to piecemeal, bringing on player after player after player, and eventually we had a team that's never played together, not even once, in an England jersey. It was completely bizarre. I think the whole of England was crying out for Rashford and Saka to come on. So at least he's done that for this game. But already the folly of leaving behind Foden and Palmer when we need to break down teams. I think about World Cups and Euros past, and I think we always leave our greatest creative talent at home and we don't utilise them in the way that we should do. He's gone for the athleticism in the middle of the park. Fair enough against some sides, but against the better sides, you need that creative genius to break down sides. And that's where I worry about for England going forward.
So just going back to Phil Foden, did he have a good enough season? I'm a big fan of Phil Foden, but he was miles off it for Manchester City this season. Cole Palmer didn't have his greatest season. I said I get one of those. I don't necessarily get both of them. And well, I mean, you're critical of Thomas Tuchel's team selection there. Madueke, clearly you don't. I think. Well, I think you think he's out of his depth, and the same with Anthony Gordon. Are they not close calls, the wide areas with Saka and Rashford? You obviously think not.
Well, I'm an Arsenal fan, and if you've watched Madueke all season, which I have, and I know you have in part at least, then you would know. I mean, we saw he had acres of space in the first game, didn't he, against Croatia? 3, 4, 5 times. He didn't know how to exploit that space. He didn't put the ball in early. And that is Madueke playing out of his depth. So Anthony Gordon was marked out of the game. We went down the right far more than we went down the left. So to a certain extent, I feel a bit sorry for Anthony Gordon because he didn't have the space Madueke had. But it was pretty obvious. Tuchel saw it. He made that change against Croatia. He saw it. And as far as Palmer and Foden are concerned, Chris, you know this better than anybody, or you should do, I think, that when you've got that spark of genius in you, whether you've played all season and you've been brilliant or not, you lift your level. You can't take that out of those players.
What about
any
Eze,
given
then?
game, at any given time, they're capable.
What about Eze?
Yeah, I think so. I think Eze is an interesting one. When he plays as a further forward for Arsenal, and he's not left in the middle of the park where he finds himself neither attacking nor taking the ball off the back four, he's ineffective. When he plays up front, when he plays just behind Harry Kane, let's hope he gets that opportunity, he can be devastating. And I think Eze may well have a role to play in this World Cup going forward.
But is he not? Is that not where you'd want to see Palmer and Foden?
Yeah, any one of those three playing just behind Harry Kane, receiving the ball further up the pitch. Yes, I would. Yeah, absolutely. But we don't have any of them apart from Eze, do we? So it's got to be Eze. There isn't another creative spark that we have. I mean, Bellingham's very athletic. Declan Rice too. They can drive forward with the ball. They're very powerful in a sense, but they don't have the David Silva or the Roberto Baggio or the ability to pick out that pass. They just don't have it, in my view. And that's why we're forced to go right and to rely on Saka and Rashford. And I think they're good enough. I do think they're good enough. I just think that we need to have a more established rhythm and team going forward now.
What's your expectation, Andy, finally, for the tournament then for England?
I think it really depends who we're drawn against. If we're drawn against African sides, particularly South American sides, I think we're going to have a difficulty. If we're drawn against European sides that are more open and expansive, and
France and Spain.
France and Spain, yeah, I think it'll be 50-50, won't it? Because they go for it. They play open football. They're attacking, and I think that's where England may find more space than playing against the more dour setups that, like we experienced against Ghana, athletic sides that don't necessarily go for it in the way that France and Spain may do. Ironically, I think we've got a better chance against those European top sides.
Okay, Andy. Thank you for the call. Another good call on the show tonight.
Interesting, isn't it? That most people would say, blimey,
yeah,
France and Spain, they're going to be the toughest test, but Andy thinks not.
So if England win the group, let's say they beat Panama tonight and win the group, they would play DR Congo in the last 32 if DR Congo beat Uzbekistan overnight.
And that's game of the evening.
If not, it's more likely to be Senegal, then possibly Mexico in Mexico City, and then possibly
want to play at altitude, would you?
Possibly one of Brazil, Japan, Norway or Ivory Coast, and then possibly Argentina, but France and Spain
That
on the
is
other
great
side.
knowledge.
Well, thanks, Chris. Thanks. I've been having a little look at that, but getting way ahead of ourselves there. 10 o'clock tonight, Panama, England. Ajwad next up on 6:06. Ajwad, what do you want to see in the England game
Good evening,
tonight?
guys.
Good evening.
I just wanted to say, so it seems kind of like for no reason I said it, because loads of the other callers have said it by the time I called in. But your previous caller, I think his name was Steve, he was very emotive. And then your caller that you just had, I'm on like their side in the sense that, I'm a Chelsea fan, and I'd back Tuchel all day because I don't know why they fired him. But the squad that he picked, it makes no sense. Like Trent and Chalobah, like I watch them for Chelsea day in and day out, and Chelsea throw away leads all the time, and it stinks to Chalobah. And he's also in defence, and Trent, he isn't like, of course, people always say on his day Trent's the fittest and is the best ever. But he really isn't. Like, you have to accept it as a Chelsea fan, as an England fan, that you need to bring backup. And I think leaving Trent out and leaving Foden out, it doesn't make any sense, because all we've got in midfield and on Gordon as well is just a bunch of players that can run. And when we come against like France and Spain, the technical players that can play you off the pitch, you don't really have that. Like, once they played Rashford and Saka, Madueke, I don't know how Madueke starts. He doesn't even start for Arsenal. But Madueke and Gordon start over Saka and Rashford. Thank God he's changed it today. But I just don't understand, like, from what I got when I joined your call with Steve, is that you were like backing Tuchel squads and like you thought that he picked the best squad possible.
But you can't turn round and say, Ajwad, that all the England midfielders can do is run. I mean, so you're saying that about Jude Bellingham, are you? You're saying that about Declan Rice? Elliot Anderson, that's all they could do. Are you including Saka in there as well?
Oh no.
No. So just that central midfield area, Kobe Mainoo. I mean, I'm not mad on the Jordan. I'm not mad on the Jordan Henderson pick. I really don't understand that pick, but I'm not.
No, I think Kobe Mainoo is great. I'm glad that they picked Kobe Mainoo, but like, you need some creativity. You need technical players, and of course,
but you're glad he picked Mainoo. Sorry for interrupting.
Yes.
Are you glad he picked Bellingham?
No.
No, so you don't think
I would
Bellingham should have been
Bellingham all day.
So Anderson, you don't think that he's got the necessary quality?
No, I think Anderson does.
So, but you just said all the midfielders can do is run. So that's 2 out of the 3 I've given you, and you've rated them.
But
and Declan Rice isn't just a runner, is he?
No, but if I'd have to pick, so if you gave me Foden, Palmer, Mainoo, like I would pick them along with one engine. And of course, I'm just like, what do you call it? I'm not experienced in football. I'm not a manager. Of course, people have other reasons. But when it comes to the Bellingham and Declan in the middle, why wouldn't you pick like another creative midfielder? You already have You already have Gordon, Bellingham, and Rice. Like, they run around plenty enough. Like, losing one for a technical player.
But you're going into why you're going into other areas there. I mean, you've got Morgan Rogers, who had an excellent season at Aston Villa.
When Morgan Rogers came on, he made a difference when he came on. Like, why doesn't he start over Bellingham? And why doesn't Eze start as well? Like, these lot, when they came on, they made it. And Rashford, when they came on, they made an immediate difference.
The potential lineup tonight, Ajwad, we've been hearing from Sammy Mockbell, who's the BBC senior football correspondent.
Are you just dismissing my source?
Well, it's slightly different from your team, but it's pertinent to what Ajwad is saying. So it has Bellingham and Rodgers both starting because Declan Rice is getting a rest. Rashford and Saka either side of Kane.
Yeah. So when I started the call, I said it seems a bit like for no reason that I call now because the team has came out and has made the changes.
Yeah. The other point Steve made, because you referred to Steve, was he didn't want Harry Kane in the team anymore and didn't want him taking penalties. Okay, good. Right, okay.
Yeah, I'll give it that.
Do you know where Harry Kane is putting his next penalty?
I'll just guess like bottom left or something.
Ajwad, thank you. Great call. Thanks for calling 606. Just over 10 minutes to go. Number to dial is 08085 909 693. Have you loved your time in Texas, Chris?
Yeah. Yeah,
I think you bought in, haven't you? You've got the Stetson.
I think the people you're with as well is important, and you and John Southall have been great company.
Oh, that's lovely. Keith is called 606, and I think, Keith, you've experienced a bit of Dallas, haven't you?
Yes, I flew back on Thursday, and I was there for the England game in Dallas, and I thoroughly enjoyed the experience. It was fantastic. one of the best football matches I've ever seen. The crowd were fantastic. The only thing I didn't like was the cost of everything.
What away from the football, Keith? What else did you do in Dallas? What did you experience?
Well, thankfully I've been there before, so I did go to the stockyards, which are fantastic. I went to see the John F. Kennedy spot where he was assassinated, unfortunately.
Dealey Plaza,
and just did a bit of touristy shopping. But Dallas it's huge. I mean, people say it's Dallas, but it's like the size of Hampshire. It's bloody enormous. Sorry, it's really huge.
Keith.
A massive place. Yeah.
So Keith, can I ask you how much it cost you for the whole trip? Because there's been a lot of chat around, the expense of the tickets and the inflated prices all over.
My son bought me the ticket for a Father's Day present, so I don't know how much that was. But when you think about your airfare, your hotel costs. I mean, I was fortunate as well. We went to Kansas to see Curacao play Ecuador, and the way we did it, we left the hotel, we went to a park and ride at a big shopping mall. They put us on a bus. Well, it wasn't just a bus; it was a really flash coach, and it went to the ground. And every time it went to traffic lights, the state troopers stopped the traffic the other way, so the coach had priority. We got to the stadium. I don't know if you can remember the Kansas City Chiefs Stadium, but it's like a big dish. And we got off the bus and we walked through the crowds. And obviously it was a really balmy, warm evening. So my colleague said, well, I'll get the beers. So 3 beers and $89 later, they really have made a killing, FIFA. And you see Infantino sitting there in his flash suit. It's mad. But I couldn't give you an overall figure. It was a lot. But you're only going to do it once, aren't you?
That is an amazing Father's Day present.
There's something else, yeah.
Yeah, amazing. What have you made of the 48-team tournament? Okay, so obviously you watched England-Croatia, which was brilliant.
Well, like I just said, it's all about the money. So 48 teams, that's another extra a lot of extra games. And I mean, the American television that we watched, it was all on Fox. And it started in the afternoon. I think we saw 3 or perhaps 4 games a day. But you had the presenters were Thierry Henry, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, and Alexei Lalas is his name?
That's right.
From America.
Yes, yeah.
And it was very staged, very polished, but they didn't really say a lot. They gave you their opinion.
That's why you've got to listen to Five
Live. We used to at home. Well, that's true. No, in all seriousness, I mean, the hydration break, as soon as that started, it went to adverts. So, but the American adverts are like 15 seconds, 10 seconds long. So there's loads of them. It was ridiculous. So it's all about the money. And FIFA have stitched all genuine football fans up. Make no mistake.
I'm really glad, Keith, you had an enjoyable experience. But I do know from plenty of 606s that lots of fans will have felt disengaged, priced out of the tournament, not able to travel, haven't been as lucky as you. But thank you very much for letting us know how it went for you on 606 tonight. 08085 909 693. Just under 10 minutes of the show to go. Mark Chapman is picking up after us live from New York, New Jersey Stadium ahead of Panama against England. Next on the line for us is Ash in Wolverhampton. Ash, welcome to the show. What's your point?
Hello, gentlemen. My point is, I'd like to know opinion from Chris. Why Jordan Henderson in this squad? I don't
know. I don't think he should have been picked. I look at people like James Garner, who had a brilliant season at Everton.
This is for my point. As I say, James Garner, actually I'm an Everton fan as well. So James Garner had a brilliant season. He could have took Harry Maguire, he could have took Ben White, he could have took Phil Foden, Cole Palmer. But Jordan Henderson, I don't understand, he's not going to play him at all. He might get a game today, 5 minutes, 10 minutes appearance, because it's basically today's game, we should beat Panama. He might get a few minutes, but he's not going to play next game. We know that. So why has he took him?
I don't know. It's one of those you hear. I mean, you can try and make a case for it, Bruce, if you like. You hear he's good around the squad,
the group,
good around the dressing room. That's not good enough.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So he took him for entertaining.
I don't know. I don't get it because I honestly don't think he should be there on merit.
But in that instance, Chris, and that is the argument that is made, and Ash, that is what Thomas Tuchel talks about, the blend of the squad and the makeup of the squad and the atmosphere within it. But you could have taken Jordan Henderson potentially not as a player and brought him along as part of the group, in inverted commas. And
well, could have done like a coach or not coach, like additional staff. But he should not took him because if you're not going to play him at all, should not take a player who you're not going to play him at all. Because Kobe Mainoo ahead of him, well ahead of him. If he's, whoever comes on today in midfield, it'll be Kobe Mainoo more likely. So that mind-boggling to me.
I just wonder what Bruce has just said there, Rash, about he could have taken him as maybe not a player. How would that have worked, Bruce? Then would he have joined in training or just was an assistant coach when he's still playing? Yeah,
I don't know, Chris. You can work out the details. You know what I mean, though.
I don't know. I think you make a very good point, Ash.
Ash is gone. Thanks for the call, Ash. 2 more callers coming your way before we hand over to Mark Chapman. All the build-up to Panama, England at 10 o'clock. It kicks off UK time this evening. Tony has given us a call. Tony, how do you fancy England's chances in the tournament then?
No chance whatsoever, I'm afraid. We're all kidding ourselves as usual. By the way, before I start, enjoy Dealey Plaza, enjoy Arlington Stadium, the greatest stadium in the world, the Cowboys Stadium, but don't forget the baseball. It's fantastic out there. Anyway, England, no chance whatsoever. Why? Because if you look at their defence, as always, it's just not good enough. Pickford, not good enough. Gay, Konsa, they've all got 20 caps or so between them. Spence, a young man, good potential, no caps. When you get up against Argentina, Brazil...
John Stones has got plenty of caps.
Yeah, but he's not in the team, Mr. Sutton.
Well, he played the first game, didn't he?
And then he's disappeared, hasn't he? So...
Anyway, but I was just trying to give you an example of an experienced England defender. I don't think he should be in the team. But I was just trying to give you an example. But, I mean, are you being a little bit strong there? Because... once you get to the knockout stages, anything could happen, couldn't it?
Well, we've been saying anything can happen for 60 years. And it's been the same thing every time. It's our defence that lets us down. Midfield, terrific. Up front, whoever that guy was, Steve, before on Harry Kane is crazy. Fabulous forwards as well. But we're just not up to it. And when we get, people are going to park the bus in this league. But, tonight, hopefully, we'll win. But then we go and play Ecuador or someone like that. Okay, we should get through there. But when you're going to come against class acts, we're going to fall again. And I adore England. I've been following them for 60 years.
Who are your class acts? Who are your class acts? Are you France? Are you Spain? Are you Brazil, Argentina? Who?
I had a little bet on France from the start, a bit like you, and I can't see past them. Look at the depth of squad they've got. Absolutely fabulous. Saliba doesn't play. Didier Deschamps, okay, he's had to go home for his mother, but he doesn't even have to play Saliba. Saliba's one of the greatest defenders around. Spain, wonderful tiki-taki play. Argentina, Messi, Portugal, Ronaldo. We've seen it all before.
Not sure about Ronaldo.
Oh, come on. He's already scored 4 goals at least and a few cameo.
But we could have, myself and Bruce could have lined up and popped a couple in against Uzbekistan.
Oh, no, let's get carried away, Chris. Alan Shearer, Mike, but not you anymore.
Oh, good one, Tony.
You were doing so well, Tony.
That's a good one, Tony. Good way to finish. Thank you for the call, Tony. Alan Shearer is part of the commentary team tonight for Panama, England on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Last word on 606 goes to Will. Good evening, Will. The floor is yours.
Evening, boys. Evening, guys. All right?
Yeah,
good.
So I just wanted to call because I finished a game of cricket, jumped in the car and turned the radio on, and the first thing I heard was that fella Steve chatting.
Just quickly, how did the cricket go? How did you go to the
we won. Just a village team called Borough Green, Cambridgeshire.
Wickets, runs today?
I unfortunately no wickets. I don't bowl and batsman, but I only got 9. Not a good day out. But we won the game.
How are you out?
Played on, Chris.
Oh,
yeah.
That's unlucky.
Yeah, I was feeling good as well, actually.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, yeah.
Come on then, Will.
But anyway,
Let's chat football.
So I called. So I heard Steve, and I just thought I've never heard such dross and a worse football take than him ranting about Harry Kane, possibly the greatest striker in the world at the moment. Definitely England's greatest ever striker, and I just thought I have to call. I thought what he was saying, and he mentioned some other things, saying how Kane is the only person that starts every game. I thought, man, what was he on about? Declan Rice plays every game. Pickford plays every game. So yeah, that was basically the call, chap. I haven't listened to the show after that, since I got home. I didn't.
Well, you can listen to the podcast, Will. But I mean, the stuff about he'd start Ivan Toney, should be starting against Harry Kane, Ollie Watkins.
I don't know what he's talking about. Saying Kane is a bad penalty taker because he missed one at the last World Cup. Kane is one of the best penalty takers in the world. Yeah, and I think England fans need to just relax a little bit. Like you said, we win a game against Croatia, everyone gets excited, and then a draw against Ghana. But just calm down. We're playing against a low block. I think come the knockouts, when we play more against teams that will come at us, I think we'll do a lot better, and have a little bit of faith in Thomas Tuchel. He's a world-class manager. Let him just do what he does. Let him work. I feel like England fans, all of them have sort of some divine right that we should win the tournament, and get so upset as soon as we don't, or as soon as we play one game that people think we should do better in. They get their backs up and just spout a load of negativity. Just get behind the boys, and see where we go.
Yeah, well, that's sensible talk. Well, Tony, our last caller, said England have no chance of winning this World Cup. So last one to you. Do England have a chance of winning this tournament?
Of course we have a chance. Of course we have a chance. We're one of the, I would say, top 5 nations in the world. So, yeah, of course we've got a chance. I don't think we'll win, because I think the heat will play a massive part. And I don't think we keep the ball as well as other teams like France and Spain. But no, I think we've absolutely got every chance of winning.
Top call, Will.
And when you got Harry Kane up front, you do have every chance of winning.
Yeah. Will, replying to Steve, who was one of our early callers on 606 tonight. We've been taking the calls for a couple of hours. Been a fantastic show, really good fun ahead of Panama against England. And Will, despite the disappointment, he's played on for 9 today, but his team's won. But he's still found time to give us a call. Thank you very much for listening, everyone. Thanks for all your calls this evening. Chris and I are back with more 606 tomorrow between 7:30pm and 9pm your time in the UK. So that'll be getting reaction to England-Panama, which is on the way. Next up, 5 Live Sport live from the New York, New Jersey Stadium. Build-up and commentary of England against Panama. 606, a shooting sharp production for BBC Radio 5 Live. We are going to hand you to Mark Chapman, who is live in the stadium. Have you got a question for Mark, Chris?
Caller Mark, are England going to go all the way, Mark?
I haven't called you. You've called me.
I'll tell you the discussion we did have, Mark. So Steve, who called us early in the show, said that he wanted Harry Kane dropped. Not many fans have agreed with that, but said he could predict where Harry Kane was going to stick his next penalty. Would you be prepared to have a guess at that?
Where he's going to stick his next penalty?
Where's he going to take it? So Steve reckoned he could save
it. He knew. Steve knew where Harry Kane was going to put his next penalty.
Steve phoned you up, said he knows where he's going to score his next penalty, but he should be dropped.
Everyone does.
He should be dropped.
No, because he knows where it's going, so he would be saved.
Steve said everyone knows. Everyone knows. Where
and 2 minutes ago you said it was a brilliant show, did you?
We've had fun, Mark. We've had fun, and I think you're going to have fun this evening. Yeah.
Thanks very much.
See you soon.
See you soon. Chris and Ali, we're live in the MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. It is grey, it is cloudy, and the rain has been falling. It has just eased off at the moment. Let's just nip to the cricket. Women's T20 World Cup, England against New Zealand. Jeff Lemon.
No rain at the Oval, although there's a little bit on the radar. England need 164 to beat New Zealand, although England's semi-final spot is already assured. New Zealand need to win this in order to go through to the semis. England at the moment 38 for 1, so they need a further 126 runs in 94 balls.
Sports Extra to listen to that. We'll start our build-up to England-Panama after Dan Maudsley in the news.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The voice of the UK and the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Officials in Venezuela say the number of people known to have died following Wednesday's devastating earthquakes has reached more than 1,400. Mobile hospitals are expected to start arriving later today after the main airport reopened to cargo flights. A man has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder after 5 people were injured when a car drove into them in Ealing in West London this afternoon. The Met Police said a 34-year-old Somalia-born British man was arrested nearby and the incident was not currently being treated as terrorism. Air traffic controllers say disruption to flights arriving in and departing Heathrow and Gatwick is likely to continue overnight. Many of the hundreds of delays reported so far have been due to thunderstorms in southeast England and parts of Europe, with some passengers waiting on the tarmac for up to 10 hours. And it may be grey and rainy in New Jersey, but this side of the pond, record high temperatures have been set in Denmark, the Czech Republic and Germany today, where 41.5 degrees C was recorded. Here, an amber warning for heat in East and Southeast England has been extended to 9 a.m.
5 Live Sports.
After the final whistle has sounded,
I think it's safe to say there's only one place to start.
Dive deeper into the World Cup on BBC Sounds.
I think it's the right decision. It restores your faith in sport. Discover a range of podcasts featuring analysis, in-depth interviews and stories you may never have heard before.
We have a slight problem with our commentary position. And I said, we can't see half of the pitch.
From the Football Daily to the Wayne Rooney Show and Gamescom,
The Steve Bratnell Podcast.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is 5 Live Sports.
At the FIFA World Cup 2026.
With Mark Chapman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Starts the run up, right-footed, sends it in, and Harry Kane and his team are off and running.
A lot of pressure on the first match. You want to have a good start.
Towards the penalty spot where it's powerfully headed in. Harry Kane with the header now, and Kane makes it 2 goals in the first half.
And guess who? Yes, number of times we'll be saying his name again this tournament.
Shoots across goal and in. Oh, what play! What a goal from Jude Bellingham.
For me personally, it was nice to kind of put some of the noise aside and show my country, show my teammates how committed I am.
Rashford right foot, it's there! 4-2 England.
It was quite emotional and was a bit of an up and down.
His header against the crossbar by Kane. Oh, and then over the top. What a chance that was.
You put your house on Harry Kane scoring from that position.
It looks as though it's going to be a disappointing 0-0 draw for England in their second match.
Credit to them. We were there. We were pushing. It is what it is. Go from here.
So welcome to the MetLife Stadium in New Jersey on what you could only describe as a very English autumnal afternoon. It is grey, it has been raining, it is a decent temperature though. A lot of the England players down below us have just come out for a little walk around, and the majority of them in shorts, grey tracksuit top, as well as they come out just to look at the pitch here at the MetLife Stadium. Their warm-up cones already set out for them. England must equal or better Ghana's result this afternoon, and they will finish top with and play a third-place team in the last 32. In the stadium with me, John Murray, Alan Shearer and Paul Robinson. Matt Upson is with us as well. Alan, let me start with you. What do you want to see this afternoon?
I want to see more energy, I want to see more belief, I want to see more players being prepared to take the opposition on rather than take the easy way out and pass it sideways or backwards. And if we can do all that, then we should come away with a really, really positive result and performance.
Bearing in mind, Matt, you would expect Panama to be more akin to Ghana's approach than Croatia's approach. What do you want to see?
Agreed with that, Chappers. I think they will. They'll adopt that kind of approach. But, you know, England play a lot of these fixtures, don't they? We've seen them so many times over the last 18 months, certainly at Wembley. against teams that are going to sit in. And it's not the greatest game to watch for a spectator, but they're important in order to, establish yourself and to assert your authority. So I think that they've got to move the ball quicker. For me, it's too many passes, too many just relax, stepping out. They have to drive the tempo. The game won't drive it organically. It won't be a competition. It will be England with the ball. Right, let's sit back and what can you do? So it's all about the team driving that tempo every minute of the game.
I mean, there are lots of different areas to look at, aren't there, Paul Robson? You could look at width and what he does there, both with fullback and with wide players. You could look at how he sets up the midfield as well. We'll get the team news in a little while from John Murray, but there are all sorts of different permutations available to him.
Yeah, for me, it's got to change shape. I mean, the 4-2-3-1, it's become accustomed to Thomas Tuchel. But actually, when you see in the last 20-25 minutes of the game against Ghana, when they're trying to unlock the door and they're trying to create, Morgan Rogers came on and they played that 4-1-4-1 formation. And I would love to see him be brave enough to play that today, because I think Panama are obviously going to sit in. They saw the way that Ghana played. They got a result against England, and they know that they can do that and try and frustrate England. But those last 20-25 minutes, when they went to that 4-1-4-1, Elliot Anderson, Declan Rice, almost undroppable, but he's got an opportunity today to maybe change things, because Declan Rice has got a yellow card, so he may be able to change personnel in this game. And I would certainly like to see a formation shift, because you do not need two holding defensive midfielders against the Panama team who are just going to sit in and defend.
Let's find out what he's done then, John Murray.
Yeah, it's just been confirmed that this is the England team. So Pickford in goal, Kwanzaa at right back, Jarell Kwanzaa, then Konza and Gay, the central defenders, O'Reilly back in at left back. Then in midfield, Elliot Anderson, he is fit, and he plays in midfield with Rodgers and Bellingham, and then Saka and Rashford either side of Kane. So that is a quite significantly changed England team. 5 changes from the Ghana match. So you'll take from that there is no Declan Rice. He has, as we know, had injury issues. I am told that he is okay, but that the yellow card that he's on is a factor. So no Declan Rice, no Reece James, as we know, and also out Gordon, Madueke and Spence. I'll just check and see if they're all named among the substitutes. So that means that Rashford and Saka and Rodgers all in for their first starts at this World Cup, and Jarell Kwanzaa will win what is his 4th cap, but obviously his debut appearance at a World Cup. Alan, thoughts?
Yeah, I'm happy with that team. Positive. I think it was inevitable that the 2 wide men were going to be changed. Inevitable that O'Reilly came in at left back. I'm happy that he's prepared to play 2 10s and maybe in 1 sitting midfielder. The only decision then who else was going to play right back, whether it was going to be Spence or whether it was going to be Konza, and he's gone for Kwanzaa. So I'm quite happy with that team. Yeah.
So you have written that down in front of you as a 4-1-4-1, basically.
Yep.
Paul Robinson to my left has written it as a 4-2-3-1, but with a big arrow, 2 big arrows. Well, you've done a curved arrow and a straight arrow next to Bellingham.
Yeah, because he won't play there. It is a 4-1-4-1. Exactly what I said there before John announced the team lineup. That's exactly what he's going to do. Elliot Anderson will be the one that sits deep. And the interesting thing today, and the talking point, is going to be, how did Jude Bellingham and Morgan Rogers operate on the same football pitch together? That's something that we're going to have to watch.
You would assume as well, wouldn't you, Matt, that we say 4-1-4-1, but in many ways in possession you'd probably expect it to be 3-2-4-1, wouldn't you, with O'Reilly coming into the midfield, and then Kwanzaa becomes like a third centre-back.
Yeah, I mean, I think while we all want to see us attack more and put players forward, you also got to be aware that you don't just crowd that space. So, keeping that available for the likes of Bellingham and Rodgers to operate and do their best. And I agree with Paul, like seeing those 2 work together and how that works and whether or not they get in each other's way or whether they complement each other. I think it's going to be really interesting. But it will be whatever formation. When you have that much of the ball, 80% of the ball England had against Ghana, the formation tends to just be what it is, what the pitch presents itself at the time. So I think the key point for me is not to overcrowd it and not get 2 in each other's way.
So how do they manage that then?
Well, I think that why players have to stay.
Because there's lots of them who will battle for that same space there, isn't there?
Absolutely. And you look at Harry Kane and whether or not the discussion with Harry Kane is, you can't drop in here now. I know you'll have to come deep and have the ball and link it up. He'll have to keep his distance, stretch the pitch, give as much space as he can to the likes of Bellingham in and around that area, and Rodgers and Anderson will be really disciplined, like we know he will. He'll be playing the passes and straight balls and really trying to get the tempo ticking for England. But the fullbacks will have to be really clever with the positions and whether or not they go in or just keep their width and keep the space.
You would expect, therefore, Alan, wouldn't you, Harry Kane not to drop deep as he did against Croatia, because that wasn't something they really employed against Ghana because they sat so deep.
Well, I don't mind him dropping deep because I think he's brilliant at that, and that's part of his game, and that's what he's very, very good at and comfortable doing. But when he does that, then we have to have someone in the centre-forward position, some players that are prepared to run into his position, the place that he's vacated. So I don't mind him doing that, so long as he's not doing it so many times, because obviously his main threat is in and around the 18-yard box. So if he does do that, Bellingham has to go up there, because I think Tuchel thinks that Bellingham is more of a 9 than he is as a midfielder as well, so he'll have to get into those positions when Harry is coming short.
OK, let's hear from the man who comes in at right back this evening, Gerald Kwanzaa, on his relationship with Thomas Tuchel.
For me, it's good, obviously, knowing the manager trusts my abilities, and it's one of them. Sometimes you can sort of pigeonhole yourself as a centre-back and you just end up staying there, but yeah, I'm glad I sort of have that versatility and have different parts of my game which I can show going forward, which obviously if my preferred position was a centre-back and I can go forward, it's always a plus as well. But yeah, I played majority of the season for Leverkusen as a right centre-back, and often I'll be a right-back, so yeah, adjusted to the role really well, and I like getting up and down as well, so it suits me a little bit.
The attacking fullback role.
Exactly.
Maybe not something that people would know, but 3 years ago you were playing in League One.
It's only 3 years.
Yeah, 22-23 at Bristol, and now at World Cup, and potentially one position away from starting for your country in a major tournament. It's a fast journey, right?
Yeah, I think when you put it in that perspective, it's mad, isn't it? Yeah. I only did half a season at Bristol, so I wasn't even. That was my first time in professional football and in the men's game. And then yeah, it's just been a whirlwind since then, and so much has happened. But yeah, it seems to be that I'm going on a good path.
And you said there you're playing right centre back at Bayer Leverkusen. That in itself is quite mad. Made a move from Liverpool, which is not an easy thing to do for any player, let alone someone so young, and then going to Germany. So how has that settling period been? And maybe if you hadn't made that move, you wouldn't be in this position now.
Yeah, I don't like to think about if, buts and maybes. I think it's just what the decisions I make, I'm not going to regret them. I'm not going to dwell on them. I'm going to always back myself, and that's exactly what I did. I knew I needed almost guaranteed play time, and I'm not naive to think that I was just going to automatically get that at Liverpool, so I could go to a top club playing Champions League football and playing week in, week out. I think I played 44 games or so, so that's just so valuable for my career. And it's not just, for me, it's not just about the now, it's about the future as well. It's about what I want to become. And yeah, like I say, I'm definitely progressing and getting better and better.
Gerald Kwanzaa there. You did the under-21 tournament, didn't you, John? And there he played every game for England under-21s, and he was switching between both right back and centre half.
Yes, he was. That was the one before last, wasn't it? Yeah, and he was playing. That's when, was that last summer with Cresswell?
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're testing my memory there.
Well, you did that one, didn't you?
I did, yeah. The latter stages of it.
I didn't do that one.
No,
right.
Yeah.
Hang on, who did this one?
I know. You're listening to Saga Radio, live from New Jersey.
Yeah. But listen, the point
next
being,
we'll play Elvis. Go on, anyhow.
The point being that there were some very important relationships built up in that tournament, and Livramento in particular, who played very well. So Kwanzaa and Cresswell as the central defenders, that really catapulted Livramento forward. And of course, Elliot Anderson was very impressive during that tournament as well. Tuchel was there for the final. I can't remember if he was there for the semi-final. Another thing I can't remember. But he was close to the squad, close to Lee Carsley, and so I think that's been a big part in his development. And of course as well, he was involved during those autumn matches that I keep talking about, that Tuchel has laid a lot of importance on when he picked this squad.
And you're okay with Kwanzaa and Konsa next to each other, are you? For the I mean, I'm starting to have my doubts at the moment, but anyhow.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a worry, that one.
I mean, Matt, John mentions the autumn stuff that was really, really important to Thomas Tuchel. I mean, the other thing is that this moving from under-21s to seniors has been, it's not now new for the FA. This has been the plan for some time, not necessarily dependent on how many club appearances you have, etc., etc. But if you've shown you could do it at international level at the under-21s, in some ways they think you're more comfortable then coming through into the seniors.
Definitely. I think it's been like that for a long time, chaps. I mean, my generation of player, I remember kind of being in the 21s and so many integrated all the way through to the seniors, got plenty of caps. I mean, there was tons of players that went through that process, and not only the football, so obviously they'll look at how you play and your performances and all the rest of it, but I think just being around a camp, spending the time away, they get to understand. They'll probably have a little dossier on like what type of person you are, how are you, what do you give to the group, do you take away too much, all those important things about the dynamic of being away and being part of a squad and supporting your teammates in a massive tournament with all the pressure. I think that those tournaments really do help, because there's big spotlight on those as well. The under-21s, if they don't do well, they get quite heavily criticised, and there's a lot of speculation, big spotlight. So I think all of that builds into being able to step up to this level, and it's a brilliant tool to make yourself through to the senior level.
A helicopter flies away in the distance. There's a drone to our left, and perhaps most worryingly, there is a very big, thick grey cloud coming over MetLife Stadium. The other thing with Kwanzaa, Paul, is he's had a good season for Leverkusen. He's got 5 goals for them this season, and they've had a bit of turmoil. He joined there. Their manager changed very quickly when Ten Hag left, but it's all part of the player's education.
Yeah, I think he needed that move, didn't he? I think from Liverpool's point of view, he wasn't playing, he wasn't a regular starter. He missed the whole of March with an injury, but he's come back and he's played the end of the season. And when you say he's 5 goals as well, he's actually played 44 games this season and 11 Champions League games. So his experience and what he will bring to the side, I have no worries with him bringing Kwanzaa into the side today. I think you look at his squad and you look at the balance of his squad, this is exactly the reason that he's picked this type of squad for games like this when he needs to rotate.
Are you happy with his full-back options?
I'm really happy that O'Reilly's back in, because I think we did more in the last 10 minutes of the Ghana game than we did in the previous 80 minutes with him coming on. So I thought that was a no-brainer, him coming back in. I mean, he's really, really gambled with his full-backs, hasn't he? I don't think we'll find out whether it's going to work in this game, but we'll certainly find out whether it's a gamble that he has taken and many others probably wouldn't have in terms of the personnel that he's picked. Even so, Livramento getting injured, bringing in another centre-half instead of a full-back. So there will be better tests await us. But I'm OK with putting Kwanzaa in today, because it shouldn't really matter who we have in today. We should have enough to beat this team.
But as we've discussed a fair few times on 5 Live, the Jed Spence selection is very much, when he is picked, it is to do a job on an opposition's individual.
Yeah, I sort of understood that to a little extent the other night, but what that also took away from us was a was an attacking option. And there's no doubt that the understanding with Jed Spence and Anthony Gordon didn't work. It was much better when O'Reilly came on, particularly down that left-hand side. There was a better understanding. We created more chances. He gave the ball away once in the midfield, I get that, but he also was our biggest threat, actually, when he had the header that hit the bar. So there's from the left side point of view, then he had to start today.
When we were talking about Gerald Kwanzaa and the under-21s, I turned to Alan and said, did you play a lot of under-21s? To which your reply was?
I think I'm record goal scorer, chap, as if you had done your homework.
Well, I'm too busy trying to fill the gaps in for John, to be honest. That's the issue at the moment. Do you have any concern, Matt, that we're now into a third different back four combination in 3 matches?
Is it preferred to be doing this? In my opinion, no. I think you look at the teams that are going to, or generally have had success in this kind of tournament format, you don't tinker around with the back 5, goalkeeper and back 4 too often. And we are making change after change. And it's an interesting way to go about it. I mean, some of these are forced, obviously. The right back position, I mean James and Livramento, both injury-wise, are a little bit of an issue, a risk going into the tournament with their history. I know James had got fit and was playing, but there's always that little bit of element of doubt. Same with Livramento, and we now see Kwanzaa, who for me has a great opportunity to stamp his authority on this position, because if he does well and he uses the ball well enough, I think he's got the possibility of playing quite a few matches. You know, we don't know when Reece James is going to be back fit. So it is concerning to me, Chappers, is the question. It's not an area of the field that ideally you'd mess about with. I mean, you look at a team like France, so settled, the partnerships there, the fullbacks are in, it's just looking great. With us, it's a little bit up in the air, and that does put me on edge a little bit.
Alan's just decided he's producing me, because he just said to me, you should ask the goalkeeper what he thinks. So that was what I was going to do that next. But Paul, Alan would like me to ask you what you think of this.
Go on, what's your question?
See, he's not even listening to you now. I'll ask it in a better way.
Yeah, go on then.
In terms of from a goalkeeper, how upsetting is it that the back 4 constantly changes in front of you?
I think you get a relationship, obviously, with your central defenders and an understanding with your central defenders. And the reading of the through ball is always important, because you know where you're going to hold your line as a back 4 or back 3, whatever you play. But as a squad now, I don't think that we're seeing a set 11. You know, we always talk about what's your strongest 11, what team are you going to play, what's your best 11. I think he's got an idea of his best 11, but what Thomas Tuchel is very good at, he's very flexible in playing against his opponent, and we've seen that today with a change of personnel, and we saw it in the Croatia game. He trusts his squad. Yes, but going back to your original question about the understanding with your back 4, absolutely there is an understanding there, but there has to be a flexibility and an understanding with the whole squad now, because the understanding that the team is going to change.
What's his best centre-back partnership then? You know, that for me is the question. I mean, what are we thinking in terms of if you had to play a knockout game tomorrow? Who's the centre-back partnership? I don't know which ones he would go with.
Well, as the centre half, what would you do?
You've asked yourself a question there, Matthew.
No, but I'm talking from his perspective. Like I don't know what he would go with, to be honest. I mean, Stone starts the first game, then he sits out the next 2. Gehi comes in. I think we're all thinking Gehi was going to be the number 1 pick. It's an interesting way that he's kind of gone about it. It's just left that question
Matt,
dangling.
it always felt that because he wanted Stones so much, that Stones would be a starter.
Well, not necessarily in terms of what he'd done building into it and the minutes he'd played and his club football. If he was a starter, you would say that the starter would be with Gehi, in my view. But he plays Stones and leaves Gehi out the first game. Konsa's been the constant in there, which is really interesting. And I just think that I'm not sure what he feels his best 2 is.
I don't know, I'm just chucking this out there, do you think because of the injury situation there may be also an issue with John Stones? I know he's only played 2 back-to-back 19 minutes, I think, since beginning of March, something like that. Do you think there may be an injury that he and they don't want us to know about? Maybe.
I think you could be right, because it just seems strange to me that tinkering about with that partnership, if you've got players that haven't played together that much, which they haven't played huge amounts of football with each other, it's not like a real settled partnership. Like Robbo just said, if you're a goalkeeper, you want to play behind two centre-backs that know each other's strengths and weaknesses, adjust off each other. You've got that little understanding going on. Like that's a big part of the team, and I think that's a valid point, whether or not there is something there, because it just seems strange to me that it's changing, and I'm now left questioning, whether or not what the partnership would be if Thomas Tuchel had to pick his strongest team tomorrow.
Yeah, I think with Alan's point there, talking about the potential of John Stones with his injury and nursing him through the tournament, etc. I think it was always going to be in Thomas Tuchel's mind John Stones +1. If we're at the World Cup final tomorrow, I think it would be John Stones plus another. When coming into this tournament 6 months ago, it was Mark Gay plus another. And I think we can add a question mark over John Stones' fitness when you look at what he did before the tournament, losing Tino Livramento. He brings in Trevor Chalobah, who can play both right back and central defence. So there's maybe a little air of caution there, a little bit of cover in that central defensive place maybe.
I think there's no doubt he's gambled in those situations in the hope that they can get through the tournament, and that was a big gamble in terms of, because of the history of Livramento, because of the history of Reece James, and I don't think we'll understand or know whether that gamble has worked or not until we find out how far England could go, because there's no doubt that bigger tests will await them.
They have come in, haven't they? Or it has played out this way, John Murray, where there are just a few players who you think are maybe having to be managed through little niggles. I know Reece James's hamstring may be a bit more than a niggle, but we've had Declan Rice in his back, and we've had Marcus Rashford and a hamstring, haven't we? We've had Bukayo Saka, obviously, and his Achilles. There may be a couple more in there as well.
Yeah, Elliot Anderson as well. There was a little issue with him, although I know he did train fully yesterday. And also, of course, this transfer that's going on at the moment that, Thomas Tuchel was saying that, that we're going to deal with that after this match. But, that has to play a part in Elliot Anderson's thinking this week. But you're right, with Reece James, I said to him last night, is he going to play again this tournament, Reece James, potentially? And he kind of just hesitated before he said it's a minor hamstring injury. We hope that he'll play later in the tournament. I think probably everyone's got their doubts, Alan.
Well, we all know a minor hamstring injury. I guess the minimum for a hamstring is 10 days minimum. If that would be my experience. And with his answer to say no one saw that coming, well, I think most people did see that coming, because everyone should be aware of the injury history that Reece James has had, unfortunately.
Yeah. John's an expert on hamstrings, though. You're not bad on the rehab.
I've been okay at this World Cup, Matt. So far, I've not needed Dr. Upson.
Good.
I mean, the other thing, as Conor Cody said to us this morning when we did the show, not necessarily with Reece James's hamstring, Paul Robinson, but these issues, these niggles, are commonplace at this stage at the end of a season at a tournament. It's not unusual for players to have to be managed through.
No, well, how many times do we come into a major tournament as England talking about one of our main stars carrying a knock and missing the first game or missing the second game and nursing players through? And with Reece James, he absolutely took a risk. I mean, he knew his injury record, but I think the flexibility of Reece James being able to play at right back and as that number 6, as we saw him moved into that position. But you look at him this season, I'm presuming Thomas Tuchel looked at his record this season. I mean, he's played 29 Premier League games this season, whether it be a starter or off the bench or whatever it is. He's played a total of 39 games, so it's not really a risk. But then when you look at it and you think, okay, we've had 1 game, 2 games now, and we're potentially losing him for the rest of the tournament, it's, it obviously was a risk, but it was a risk that he was willing to take because of his flexibility.
But he doesn't start in terms of game after game, does he? The last 2 he started and finished together were back in early March.
Yeah,
I think it's a bigger
start. I was going to say, Matt, he had 1 start, Reece James, in the last 2 months of the season, which was the FA Cup final.
I think it's a bigger risk when your next player is Livramento. I think then it looks a different decision for me, because again, you're going to talk about the similar kind of risk, or even a higher risk. And I think that both together do carry the possibility of what we're seeing right at the moment.
Matt Upson, Paul Robinson are staying with us. Alan's done half an hour of both pundit and producer, so you're going to have a rest for a little while. By the way, Elliot, who is producing us here in the stadium, has done some proper production here. Look at that. Found an article. Eddie Nketiah has become record scorer for England under 21s.
Well, you said it was like talking to Saga, didn't you, me and John? So obviously there's something wrong with me as well then. I once was anyway.
Yeah, you once were. I mean, as we constantly bang on about, you still have other records, don't you? Alan is with us alongside John Murray. We are an hour away from full commentary of England against Panama here in New Jersey under leaden skies. There could be rain coming. Again, it certainly feels like there may be some in the air, but we will continue our build-up as we head to the BBC News at 9:01. Oh, there's no news. Why isn't there no news at 9? No news. Instead, I'm told it's Micah.
I am the news. I am the news, chappers.
Do you want me to get you a news script and you can read it?
Did you forget there was no news?
Give me what you think about the team news.
When we're analysing England, there's always going to be debates around who should start and who shouldn't. I think Thomas Tuchel, in selecting the players, has been very brave. But I do feel he's made a mistake in not taking the likes of Trent Alexander-Arnold. And even if he doesn't want to start him, but just having around the squad. And a lot of people are talking about egos or frustrated of not potentially starting. But people are just guessing that. I know Trent very well, and he's such a good lad. He's never a problem. Yes, the calibre of player, he would potentially get frustrated of not playing, but this could be his moment now. I heard Robbo say a little bit earlier he doesn't mind it. I also agree with his point of view, because if you look at the way England build up, sometimes they go to a three at the back. When they've got O'Reilly who's bombing on down the left side or going into the number 10 positions, I feel as though Quansah can do a role and potentially be that third centre-back. So I don't think it's all doom and gloom. Yes, would I have had Trent? 100%. But can Quansah make a difference? I think he's a good enough player. Yes.
Here's the thing with Alexander-Arnold, which I'm guessing is partly behind the Chalobah selection as well. And Alan made the point about more centre-half cover. As soon as Reece James's hamstring injury became common knowledge, and that he wasn't going to play, if he brought Alexander-Arnold into the squad, all the noise would have been about, are you going to start him? Are you going to pick him? And he's tried to minimise the noise, hasn't he? That's the main thing. And I know that's as much the media's fault as anything else, but you sense he's tried to take the drama out of it.
Yeah, but how can you take the drama out of it, chappers, when you've got a fullback who plays for Real Madrid? The drama is always going to be there. It makes no sense, does it really? It's not as though, yes, he's not been in glistening form this season. We all know that. But what he did at Liverpool, getting his move to Real Madrid, playing for the most successful European club in history, and he's fit, you would expect him to go. And I understand your point about minimising it, but really it was always going to be the talk of the town. It was always going to talk about Luke Shaw. It was always going to be the talk about Phil Foden. It was all going to be the talk about Cole Palmer as well. So Tuchel, in terms of what he's doing, I trust his decisions. But when someone gets injured, we have the right to question why that player wasn't in the squad.
There has though, hasn't there, Matt, been a lot less noise around this squad. And maybe it's just the length of this tournament, and you can't sustain that noise for 7 days in between games or whatever the first ones were. But
it's too long. No, I think with Trent, he's a trade-off, isn't he? So if you're willing to make the trade-off with what you get with Trent Alexander-Arnold, then you pick him. And Thomas Tuchel wasn't prepared to make that, in my view. And there are players in the squad that you look at and say, well, OK, Quansah is a centre-back, can play like that. Quansah can do that. Dan Burn can do that at left-back. Trevor Chalobah comes as a centre-back, but can fill in at full-back. So we've got those kind of players. Trent brings something that no one else can bring. Delivery, crossing, vision, to see all of that stuff. Could just be a moment that does something. I understand that the kind of conundrum around him, but what you've just said there about the noise, about everything else that he brings in terms of on the pitch and what he maybe doesn't do that Thomas Tuchel really wants in his right back, just outweighs the decision. And it was never a thing, really, was it? It wasn't even one of those that was murmuring along that you thought, it just wasn't ever going to get there. So from that perspective, I like the way that Tuchel wants it to be played down and keep that noise quiet, because I think it's important, certainly as England go through the different stages of this tournament.
Hey, let's hear from another member of the England team, shall we? Mark Gay starts this evening. He's been speaking to John about what they're expecting from Panama.
I think there'll be a team, well drilled and very organised, and want to do as well as possible. We know how good defensively they are. Their record shows in the competition itself. So, hopefully this will be an opportunity where we get to show that we've learned from the last game.
And what have you been doing in that regard?
Well, hopefully you get to see it out. But yeah, I think just an intensity with the ball and trying to create as many chances as possible, and just try and make this team defend as much as possible throughout the night.
Tell us about the news that we've had this week about Elliot Anderson, who will now be a clubmate of yours as well.
I have no idea. I had no idea what's going on. Yeah. So,
well, it looks like it's happening.
I mean, I can't speak about it because I haven't seen anything, so I'm not too sure what's going on. All I know is Elliot's a fantastic player, and any team that acquires a very good person, a very good player.
You must have been impressed with the way that he's adapted this season with England, having only made his debut at the start of this season. I mean, he has settled into international football incredibly smoothly, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. I think we need to make sure that we don't put too much pressure on him and give him the grace, because like you say, he's adapted so well, and it's almost been seamless, and with that comes a lot of pressure. But I think it's important that we understand that he's still early days in his England career, but he's doing extremely well.
Mark Gay there talking to John. That was a bit out of order, that, John, just going into the Mark Gay interview and just making up a transfer rumour.
I know. I don't know. I mean, I do hear footballers say that they exist in the bubble and that they don't know what's going on. I'd say it must be true.
I think Mark Boycott played that one extremely well, didn't he?
Obviously never. I mean, he mustn't sit next to him at breakfast. I don't know.
Did he do it with a straight face?
He actually looked startled when I asked him the question, as though it was the first time anyone had ever raised the possibility that Elliot Anderson might become a Manchester City player. You what?
Have you ever been in that situation, Mike or Matt, where you've had to pretend that you don't know a transfer's happening?
Many times, especially when you're asking me for information.
And was it yours, Micah?
It certainly wasn't mine. I mean, my transfers weren't anything notable.
Maybe he was just surprised that John was trying to extract that kind of information. Yeah. I think he thought he was better than that, Chappers.
Well, I would imagine, Micah, you'd be excellent at faking it like that.
What, are you trying to call me actor, John?
Yeah. You've got a touch of the showman, I would say.
It must be in the pipeline. There must be an acting offer coming, is there not?
Not as yet, but I'm keeping my options open.
What would you do, Emmerdale?
Is Waterloo Road still going? I think that's more my thing.
What? Okay, leave that with me. Let's see if we can put a few calls in. What will Elliot Anderson mean to Manchester City's midfield going forward, Micah?
Oh, good question, Chappers. I think he can play anywhere. I actually think he's an exceptional talent. I remember he was at Newcastle. I remember telling Alan about him, and obviously being a Geordie, he really... I didn't say he didn't rate him, but he just thought it was the right time for him to go play some football. Then he goes to Forest, and the ground that he makes up, I don't think he's actually a 6, I actually think he's a number 8. I think he's wasted in a 6 position. I think he's got more to offer. Obviously with Man City, with Rodri there, I think he can play alongside him. technically he's so good. There's been times especially in the European competitions where he's putting it through people's legs and winking. His delivery is top notch, but he's got heart and desire. He never ever stops running, and I think for Man City it's one of the best signings of the last couple of seasons. And I don't want to put too much pressure on him because he's still a young boy, but in terms of being dynamic in midfield, I think it's perfect for what Man City need.
Mike, I was going to ask you, is it Rodri +1? Can he play alongside him, or does this mean that Rodri's moving on? What do you think?
Yeah, I think because Rodri likes to dictate the play, doesn't it? And the numbers that Man City get forward at times, I think Anderson's going to have the license to go forward. And I think, like I said before, I think technically on the half turn he's better than people give him credit for. And you know, with Man City of late, they've sort of missed that runner into the box. They brought in Reinders. He started so well. Remember his goal against Wolves? And then he sort of couldn't, I don't know, get that form going towards the end of the season. I think Anderson, whether he's starting attack or finishing it, I just think he's perfect because he's such an intelligent footballer. So, yeah, I think they can definitely play together.
Let's hear from Thomas Tuchel on this transfer. So presumably he may have got wind of it. Here he is.
No, we didn't. Full focus was very egoistically on us and on the preparation for this match. I understand and I know that things are going on in the background, but it didn't and couldn't affect this match because there was our priority. I guess after match is a different discussion.
Because you did say that you would be quite open-minded, didn't you, about whoever it would.
That's just the reality. It's just a reality that transfers can happen, and in order to make it happen, you need a medical check. But it needs to fit into our schedule. It was always clear that we will not engage in this matter before the third match in our group.
I mean, it is a positive thing, isn't it, Matt? I mean, not for Nottingham Forest, but for Elliot Anderson, and I mean, it's just a boost for him. There isn't really a negative, is there?
No, to be honest, in terms of the noise, it's almost better that it happens while you're so focused on something like this. I think those transfers can be quite stressful and just knock you out of line a little bit, your head's spinning a little bit, and then you've got to turn up at that club and then maybe play the first game and you've got all that around you, the pressure. Whereas this is outside of that closed season, he's away with England, he's totally focused on the job at hand, which is playing for England. And the type of person and player that he is, it just, you know, the way he came into the squad through Adam Morton dropping out and just grabbing that opportunity, I just think that he'll take it all in his stride, and it's hugely positive for him. That's what he's been working towards, a move of that calibre to play at a club like Manchester City. So good luck to him. I think he deserves it.
OK, let's turn our attentions to England's opponents here. We're going to hear from the Panamanian sports journalist David Sakata, who joined us earlier on our show in the diner with myself and Rory Smith.
It will be hard for me to believe that we're not going to be, as we've shown ourselves against Ghana and Croatia. Having the ball has been something very important for this team. The possession style play is very important. I have barely seen this team just step back, turn the ball over to the opposition and just wait. That's not something that has been part of the idea or the DNA of this team before, with Thomas Christensen at the helm. So it's hard for me to think that that's going to be the idea, but I understand that England has to come up and put on a show for them in order to secure the first place on this team, on this group, I'm sorry.
Tell us about Thomas Christensen and the effect that he has had over the course of his tenure in charge of Panama, and how they have improved and gone up the rankings during his time.
He has been probably the most influential coach, manager that the team has ever had, that Panama has ever had. In many regards, the idea to be able to try and compete at a World Cup is something that nobody here had ever thought that would happen. We understand that we landed in a very difficult group with odds very against us, and we were able to show that we could hold up a game. Through his 6 years here in Panama, he evolved the idea of just showing up and competing. he put away all these concepts of not being able to show up to tournaments and being able to achieve great things. However, one of the things that has felt like criticism for him towards the end or during this World Cup is that he was very loyal to his idea and to his players. And he came to this World Cup with a couple of players in this roster that were not up to the task, that weren't in their best, who did not have their best semester. He did not bring on the new talents, the future, the new generations. He stayed with those who made the process with him, regardless of how they were in fitness or in form before the World Cup. But in all, in general, I cannot say anything, critical of Thomas Christensen in terms of what he brought to this country.
David, what's the reaction been in Panama to this tournament then, in terms of, obviously, as you mentioned, Panama are out, but then it would feel fair to say this is a difficult group to expect to get out of. Is Christensen, has the reaction been kind of understanding? Is there pride in the way that Panama have played, or is there a feeling that they could have done more?
Pride is definitely there because, as I said, we were able to hold possession against Ghana. We were so close to getting that point, and a tie there would have been something to look forward to and something very exciting. It would have shown the evolution in terms of what happened in Russia 2018 versus, our second World Cup, because we held on a very good game that day. There's a huge sense of pride, because many people here, whether it's fans, it's media, it's people from outside the football world, they have seen a competitive team, and that is something that we asked for. That was like the basic ask for the team. We want to go and compete, understanding that we had a very difficult group. There is no comparison between the three teams that we faced. There's no comparison at all, from infrastructure, from structure, from player value, from places where the players play, the clubs, the teams. There is no comparison. In general, and we understood that it was going to be a tough task. And the fact that we were able to show ourselves and to hold the games in the way they did, it is an improvement. It's hard not to evaluate or think, how would we fare in a different group? Things that we've seen, like the Uruguay group, which is a tough group, and seeing them be left out, or any other group that maybe allowed us to compete a bit better. Maybe we would have been in the 32 until the next round. But there is a huge sense of pride.
So that was the view on Panama from the journalist David Sakata earlier. Have England done this, Paul Robinson, in every game so far? Only half of the outfield players are out there at the moment warming up.
No, they haven't. This is something that we've seen today. What was it? The starting 11 plus 2, I think, out there.
Jordan Henderson. Jordan Henderson's down there, isn't he?
Well, he's one of the coaches, isn't he? But actually, all the England substitutes are still in the dressing room. They'll be obviously coming out later to warm up.
Interesting. What do you see as the challenge from Panama, Micah, or what will England's greatest challenge be against Panama?
Well, actually, I was reading a really interesting article on BBC Sport website, Umir, who did a really nice tactical piece, and a lot of people think Panama are just going to be similar to Ghana in terms of the way they play, but actually he was showing on the clips that they press really high. If they can win the ball back as soon as possible, they will, and then they'll go into a 5-3-2 situation, and then if they've still not got the ball, then they'll go into a 5-4-1. I think where England struggled against Ghana, they moved the ball a little bit too slowly, but there will be gaps. I don't know if you've seen, well, obviously you've seen the Ghana goal where they thought they could win the game. There was loads of players committed forward, so they will have a goal, so there should be more spaces for England to break them down. But I think when they do essentially go to that 5 and 3, I'm looking down the wings to see if you can move the ball quickly, then you can get the ball in the box quicker than they did against Ghana. The only thing is, now that you've got Kwanzaa playing on that side, you're only really looking at it in terms of the other side with O'Reilly going high and wide, and in terms of Rashford as well. They've just got to get the ball to Rashford as soon as possible and crosses into the box. But I feel as though it'll be a similar game in certain aspects, but I think they will have more joy if they move the ball quicker.
Just to expand a little bit, Micah, on Matt, on what Micah said there, Thomas Tuchel said this is actually going to be quite complex, and this backs up what Michael was saying tactically, that they do expect them to defend in this deep block, but he says it's also a complex one because we'll see a high press against our goalkeeper. So we are in the role of favourites. We have to do some things better, details better than against Ghana, but it is another challenge, and they can play in the role of an underdog and without any pressure.
Yeah, they can, and you know, my view is that I think that's better for England. How Panama are going to come and play, if that is the case, if they do that today, I just think that's a better situation for England with the quality we have with the ball, the understanding of the passing lines and how quickly we can move it, and the players that we got in the team that can take the ball. You know, it was crying out. I was watching the game against Ghana, and I was just hoping they would come out and press a little bit. I mean, to sit back and have 19-20% of the ball. I mean, and the difference with Ghana also is that physically, that for me, they're far quicker, more powerful. The 1v1 defending was excellent the other night from Ghana. I don't think you're going to quite see that same level, but you're going to see a team, like Micah said, who's going to come out a little bit and have a go. They've got nothing to lose. But personally, I think that's just a better thing for England, and hopefully we've got the quality to really exploit that.
I think they absolutely have England. I think that's the way that they've got to play, the way that they approach the last 20-25 minutes of the Ghana game, playing in that same formation under Thomas Christiansen. I mean, he's been there 6 years at Panama, and obviously we remember him at his time at Leeds. He had 8 months at Leeds back in 2017-18, I think, and they were a very defensive outfit. But I think with this side, as you say, they've got nothing to lose. They've got a lack of attacking quality. And I think the thing for me that will play into England's hands is half the players in the squad are in their 30s, and it's one of the oldest squads that are here, and none of them play in Europe's top 5 leagues. So I think for England, the high intensity, the high press, I think it will work. An early goal for me today is very key for England.
Interesting, you mentioned where they played. This is the first time England have fielded a starting 11 at a World Cup with 4 players from non-English clubs. So that's obviously Quansah at Bayer Leverkusen, Rashford, who I'm assuming still counts as Barcelona until the end of June, does he, John?
I don't know, I would have thought he would now count as Manchester United, wouldn't he?
Well, for the purposes of the stat being sent, he doesn't. Harry Kane at Bayern and Jude Bellingham at Real Madrid. Micah, Thomas Tuchel has said pre-match as well, I'm taking care of Declan's situation. He got a knock, so I like to manage his minutes. It's an intense match out there. How's the referee going to be with the yellow cards today? And Rice is on a yellow as well. I need to get a feel for that. Declan knows that. So that is why Jude goes in the 8 and Morgan is the 10.
Yeah, I think it's good management. I think I know there's, after the first game against Croatia, everyone was up, they're going to win the World Cup. And then sort of underwhelming performance, I say, against Ghana. But in terms of the decisions that he's made, Tuchel, I think he's getting everything spot on. He's getting to rotate his team. He's getting to know who's up for the fight, and I feel as though it's a good decision. I would have rested a few more, in all honesty, because there's been rumours in other camps, players carrying knocks and all that sort of thing, and I just feel as though they're already through. Why not take risk on other players and see who's in good form? So I don't mind it at all, chappers.
The game you're doing later should be a cracker, shouldn't it? Portugal-Colombia?
Yes, Ronaldo. All the Ronaldo haters. You know what? Is he 41 at the World Cup, still scoring goals? It's unbelievable to see. And everyone's got this debate about Ronaldo and Messi. Can't we just enjoy them both? 2 absolute generational talents we get to see at the World Cup. I know Messi, you know, after he's scoring the goals and some of the goals, which is sensational. But yeah, I'm very looking forward to seeing Ronaldo tonight.
Who do you think will win that then? Because at the moment, Colombia are top, 2 wins from 2, Portugal are second.
I think if you go player for player, you would say Portugal. I think that the confidence is up from the last game. Ronaldo, they've found a way. There's no longer that question, can Ronaldo score? He scored his goals now. I think when I look at Portugal and you've got João Neves and Vitinha in midfield, arguably the 2 best midfielders in Europe, probably along with Pedri. And then you've got Nuno Mendes at left back. The team is just ridiculous. Bruno Fernando's in the number 10. Bernardo Silva not even playing. Neto playing well. João Felix. So I'd always go with Portugal.
Did you call him Nuno Mendes?
Nuno Mendes.
Did you? Are you trying to? Are you trying to get?
It's
are you trying to get the
choppers? Nuno Mendes.
You're trying to get the Cocon gig on FIFA. That's what you're doing, aren't you? Hey? Thank you, Micah. See you later. Paul Robinson.
Oh, is that it? That just 25 minutes? I thought it was on till half past. You done with me already?
I was told 25 minutes, yeah. So
make
thank
him
you
do
very
some
much.
more Portuguese pronunciation.
20 too long.
You're done as well, so you can
thank
you. Matt, you're staying with us. Alan will rejoin us in a little while. Micah part of the team on BBC One a bit later on for Portugal against Colombia. Let's go to the other match in this group as the rain starts to fall quite heavily at MetLife. Ghana against Croatia. England need to equal or better Ghana's result to secure top spot in this group, and Chris Coles will be watching it.
And there are a couple of things to keep across in Philadelphia, Mark. One of them, obviously, group order, and you've outlined the scenario there for Ghana to finish top. Essentially, if England don't beat Panama, the winner of Croatia-Ghana will top the group, and Ghana begin the night on 4 points, so all but through already. A bit more jeopardy for Croatia. Defeat would keep them on 3 points with a negative goal difference, potentially problematic, which brings us on to Scotland, who need an extremely unlikely sequence of results to keep them at the World Cup, starting with Croatia losing by at least 3 goals. So their painfully slow exit from this tournament, given the format, could finally be confirmed in the next couple of hours. Very similar conditions to you in Philadelphia, where it looks grey and wet and drizzly, but a healthy crowd building for a first ever meeting between these two.
Yeah, it is. It is starting to rain, John Murray, quite heavily here now, isn't it?
There's no getting away from that. I feel that we when we came to this World Cup, we were told this is going to be the hottest World Cup that we've ever experienced. And in all honesty, I think I've got wet on more days than I haven't, and it's not actually where I've been too hot. So I'm hoping that the next 3 weeks is a little bit warmer.
Well, it better be, because I've spent an absolute fortune on sunscreen factor 50 and I've not had to put any on yet. I've been here 3 weeks, I haven't put it on yet.
We are definitely on Saga Radio right now. That's all I'm going to say.
Very quickly, how do you see Croatia, Ghana, Matt? I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what to make of either of them, really.
No, agreed. And or how the game's going to go. I've seen Ghana in a couple of different situations, and they've behaved differently in how they've set up, how they've gone about the game. I think this one tonight, they'll probably feel a bit freer. They'll look at Croatia and think, do you know what, we could assert ourselves in this game, try and dominate it, be physical. I think that's one area that they really could triumph. When I look at the Croatia team, I'm not sure they've got enough to cope with that. So I think it's going to be interesting, and it could actually be a really entertaining game to watch.
Matt Upson with us, Alan Shearer and John Murray, your commentary team for England against Panama, which is half an hour away from getting underway. Full commentary here on 5 Live. Let's go around the day's other sport. England against New Zealand at the Oval in the Women's T20 World Cup. Jeff Lemon.
Yes, England nearly have wrapped this up on a hot and sweaty London night. They're 127 for 1, chasing 163, so just 37 more runs needed in 6 overs. Danny Wyatt-Hodge and Sophia Dunkley on the cusp of bringing up a century partnership. They're both striking it beautifully. Nice final tune-up for England ahead of the semi-finals.
Let's switch to England's men, also playing New Zealand, of course, in the third test, and the tourists are in a very good position. 120 for 3 in their second innings, and they lead by 204 runs. Here's Shoaib Bashir.
Yesterday we fought ourselves back into quite a good position, and for us this morning to lose a few wickets early was quite disappointing. We would have liked to have got close to their score or a lead if possible, but that didn't turn out to be. But I thought the boys, when we went out here today, bowled well. We restricted them, but tomorrow we've got a job to do and we've got to bowl them out tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, how do you assess the overall state of the game?
Yeah, it's obviously they're probably ahead of the game at the moment, I'd say. But the game's changing massively. The wicket's spinning now, which is good signs for me. And yeah, it looked like the ball was doing a lot more today than it has done in these last few days. So yeah, we know we'll come tomorrow quite positive and see where we can get to.
What about your experience? You bowled a lot early in the season, didn't you, in the Championship, 200 overs before the Lord's Test. Not much bowling in the last month or so. What was it like coming into this game without that, a lot of recent bowling behind you?
Yeah, to be honest, I've been training a huge amount. I made the move to Derbyshire, where Mickey Arthur took me under his wing. And yeah, I've bowled a lot more overs than I have done in the previous years, so I feel like my bowling is in a good place at the moment.
And what about your role tomorrow?
Yeah, as you saw, the wicket's deteriorating a bit, so obviously my role is going to be a more important role. I've bowled here before in second innings, and yeah, it's been special, so I'll see what I can pull out my sleeve tomorrow.
Shoaib Bashir there with Simon Mann. More on the latest TMS pod on BBC Sounds. Emma Raducanu's chances of being fit for Monday's first round match at Wimbledon appear to be in doubt. She cut short today's practice session with what's believed to be a shin problem. Earlier, Madison Keys won her third Eastbourne title. And George Russell in his Mercedes is on pole for the Austrian Grand Prix. He snatched it from Ferrari's Charles Leclerc on the last lap of qualifying. Lewis Hamilton was third. Max Verstappen crashed on the penultimate corner. Let's head to the Scotland camp. Ailey Barber joins us on 5 Live. The odds are getting smaller and smaller. Ghana-Croatia, the latest match that Scotland need to keep an eye on. But they need a miracle, Ailey.
They do need a miracle. 0.07% chance of progression for Scotland it currently sits at. So we've all been sitting in Charlotte where the training camp is, just watching game after game, not helping Scotland's chances. But that was the frustration the other night. They didn't want to be in a position where they had to rely on other teams. That is where they are, and so we sit and we wait, and we could well know by the end of the evening that Scotland are going home.
So over the last 48 hours, how has it been there?
It's been strange. We haven't seen anybody. I haven't seen anybody from the Scotland camp since the Brazil game, since leaving the stadium in Miami. So they haven't had any open training sessions. There haven't been any press conferences. The shutters have come down in terms of any sort of access to the training facility in Charlotte. I'm not even 100% sure if they have been training. I assume they have been training because they are still technically in the World Cup. So it's been quite strange. It's been a little bit of a limbo, just sort of hanging around and waiting to see what the next move is, where we all may go next if Scotland do somehow manage to survive the next 24 hours and still be in this World Cup come tomorrow. Then we will look to see where we go after that. It'll be strange for them as players as well. I don't know how easy it will be for Steve Clarke to pick them back up, because the feeling after the game in Brazil was that they were certainly out. I imagine that feeling has continued as these games have ticked by, and if for some miraculous reason Scotland remain in the World Cup and into the knockout stage, it's going to be some job to turn that mentality around to get themselves ready for a game that will likely be in just sort of 48 hours time after finding out they're still in. So it will be interesting. I mean, I think the likelihood of that, like you say, is very, very slim.
And if they are out, do you expect everything to be sort of tidied up there before Scotland leave? Do you expect people to speak about the campaign before they leave, or will it be just left to sort of, I don't know, fade into the summer, and then the next time it is addressed by everybody is when we get into whatever the qualifiers are in September and October?
Well, if Germany is anything to go by, that is likely what will happen. There was certainly no media access or exit interviews or exit press conference in Germany. They got knocked out, they went back to the hotel, and they left the next morning. That is the indication that we've been given, that there won't be any access. So it will, like you say, it'll be a case of the next time potentially we all hear from Steve Clarke, it will be very much looking ahead to the next qualifying campaign. So yeah, it will be interesting to see if they do something different over either tomorrow or when they find out what's happened, whether we do get some access to get some thoughts, some more considered thoughts from the head coach, and perhaps some less emotional thoughts from the head coach, given he only spoke after the game the other night. So yeah, we kind of don't really know at the moment what Scotland will offer us.
Ailey, thank you. Ailey Barber still in the Scotland camp as they wait for final news of whether they are here or going home, and it very much looks like, on the statistics and the probability, that they are going home. John Murray with the team news.
Yeah, just a reminder as the England players just leave the field now, going back to their dressing room, which is to the right. The Panamanians are in the dressing room at the left-hand side as we look at it, end of the New York, New Jersey Stadium. England making 5 changes today. So Reece James, as we know, is injured. There's no Declan Rice involved. He is 1 yellow card away from suspension, so that is a factor. Gordon, Madueke and Spence all substitutes. So coming in, Saka and Rashford and Rodgers all get their first starts at this World Cup. O'Reilly is back at left back, and Jarell Quansah comes in for his debut appearance at a World Cup, making his 4th cap. And also for Panama, we should say there's still no place for Carrasquilla and Godoy, 2 of their most senior players. Godoy's normally the captain. Both of them have had fitness issues. They're on the bench again. But Fidel Escobar comes in at the back for his first appearance at this World Cup, his 100th cap in all. Likewise, Jorge Gutierrez, his first appearance here, and Thomas Rodriguez up front makes his first start.
Let's hear from Morgan Rodgers, shall we? He's come off the bench in the last 2 matches. He's been talking to Kelly Summers about the impact he feels he's had so far.
Yeah, I think quite positive. I've been quite happy with the way I've come onto the pitch, how I've tried to impact the game, how I've tried to make a difference and be impactful and try and add to what I can and add to the team, and we're using my qualities. I think I've been quite good. Obviously, it'd be nice to score, it'd be nice to assist, but that's not always possible, and you've got to understand your role and your bit in the team that can contribute to chances created, to things like that. And yeah, I'm quite happy. Obviously, I hope I get more minutes and keep progressing as well throughout the tournament, but yeah, so far so good.
Is now the time to unleash you from the start, do you think?
I think always was the time. I think I've been ready from the start. I think I'll always be ready, whatever.
But do you think that maybe the way the game went the other day, maybe the impact you've shown the manager?
That's my job. That's what I try and do off the bench. It's not my decision, and whatever way it goes, it's going to be a positive way because of the players we have and the level and the standards that we have in training and in games. It could be any of us, so I'm not going to sit and dwell on it. Of course, I want it to be me and it to be my turn, and hopefully that is the case. We'll see.
There's been so much said by us in the media about whether it was going to be you or Jude. You and Jude are quite good friends, aren't you? How are you viewing that kind of rivalry from the inside?
I wish it wasn't a rivalry, if I'm honest. Yeah, we're really close. We spend pretty much all the times together in the free time and stuff, and it's one of them things. I know we play in similar positions. I think we actually can play with each other, so I don't think it's necessarily me v him. I think, yeah, we play in similar positions, but I thought he can also play in different positions, so can I, and if and when required, I think we can do that to the best of our ability. So we'll see how the tournament keeps progressing and developing.
Tell me about your friendship with him, because you've known him a long time, haven't you?
Yeah, known each other a while, since we were kids really, played against each other, growing up in the same sort of areas. So yeah, to be here together with each other is really nice, and yeah, you can see the way we are together around the camp that we've got that long-standing relationship and friendship, and yeah, it makes it nicer when you're here with people that you've known for such a long time, and you can kind of rely on and lean towards if things aren't going our way or things are happening. We always have each other's back and can help each other best way possible.
Where do you want to play in this England team? Where do you think is your best position? Because you mentioned there you could play with Jude. Jude's one of England's best players. So where do you see you both fitting in?
He can play a bit deeper. I can play out wide. I think obviously we both can play as a number 10. I think there's different ways, different ways. We have different profiles, however the manager wants to set us up for different games. I think we can give different things to the team and help.
So Panama then on Saturday. Internally, what do the England players want to show to the external world?
The same as what we've been showing the whole time. I think the continuity, the positivity, the way we want to play, our style, and to keep it going really. I think that's the main thing. We were never going to be perfect throughout, but the second game we didn't get stuck and we didn't lose our identity and our idea, and that's what I think we want people to see, that we stuck out, we kept going, we never lost faith or belief in that we were going to find a goal. And the same thing with Panama. We go into that game trying to win it and going with our full energy of how we've been showing ever since the manager came in, and that's what we're going to do.
Morgan Rogers there. Well, he said it, didn't he, Alan, that they can play together, and they are playing together, and Bellingham will be deeper, and he'll be a bit further forward. We have spent lots of time going into this tournament thinking it'd be one or the other, but there could be a very potent combination.
Yeah, it's an attacking lineup. I think that's certainly a positive compared to what we saw against Ghana. The changes I think, have improved the team. I think, considering the possession that England are going to have, and they had 80% of it against Ghana, and still couldn't hit the back of the net. So that's one of the reasons why they're in there together. They're going to have to complement each other. One goes, one sits, whatever. They're going to have to work on that understanding, and I'm hoping, because they're very, very close and they're very good pals, that it just clicks and it just happens. We will face better opposition, and I think it's a real good time to put them in and see what they can do.
One of the things that Thomas Tuchel spoke about in the build-up to this match, Matt, was the left-hand side, which going into this tournament he said had functioned really well, and then it hasn't really functioned, certainly didn't function in the last game. And he said that isn't just about one person, it's about, he mentioned O'Reilly and Rice and Gordon. Well, actually, you don't have two of them today. You don't have Rashford for Gordon, and Rodgers sort of in that side and in that space on the left, or Bellingham as well, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I think Morgan Rogers might be, one of the players that you'd have to say should feel a little bit hard done by it so far at this tournament, given the build-up into this World Cup, how many games he played, how well he did, what his Premier League form was going into the end of the season. I know he's missing out to a player from Real Madrid in Jude Bellingham, but I think he did enough to really cement himself as a starter, and he's had to be patient. I really liked what he said in his interview. I thought it was great. And he's ready. He wants the opportunity. When he came on the other night, he did something. He got the ball and he rode a couple of tackles and drove and burst through a couple of players. And I thought, like seeing that physicality, and when he goes with the ball, he really does make something happen. So seeing him and Jude play together, who again I love deeper. Watching him when he broke into the England team as an 8, getting in the box, I think he can do that all day long. So seeing them together with Rashford, I'm excited to see how that looks tonight.
Does it mean that Rashford has to hug that touchline to maximise the space for the others?
Well, I think that he naturally will want to stay wide, but then he wants to come inside. So whether or not O'Reilly will be on that overlap, you've then got Rodgers to bounce into, you've got Kane in the box. So Marcus Rashford's at his best. When he's coming inside with his right foot, he's just lethal. The shots he hits, there's rebounds off the goalkeeper, there's balls dropping in the box. He can be such a threat from that position. So he's going to come inside, no doubt. And Rodgers, if anything, will like to go wide on the outside of him. So I expect him to get on the overlap and get round the outside of Rashford at times.
I think, hug the touchline, but be also given the freedom to go inside, particularly on that left-hand side where we know O'Reilly wants to go, and that's where it didn't quite work against Ghana with Spence and with Gordon. I think there'll be a much better understanding of that. Rashford's good at getting into those centre-forward positions, which means when he does that, there's space in and around him for the full-back to overlap him.
The drizzle continues here in New Jersey. Just got a little bit brighter overhead, but it is still very, very grey. The cricket is over at the Oval. Henry Moran.
A spectacular win for England by 9 wickets, chasing down 164 inside of 18 overs, and a partnership worth 128 between Danny Wyatt-Hodge, who's now scored more runs in a T20 World Cup than anyone has previously, and Sophia Dunkley alongside her. It's been a brilliant performance for England, who make it 5 from 5 and march through to the semi-finals. New Zealand are out, and with that ends the careers of 3 greats: Sophie Devine, Susie Bates, Leah Tahuhu, heading off through the Guard of Honour in front of us. England make it 5 from 5 and are through to the semi-finals.
Thank you very much, Henry. 15 minutes to go to kick off here at the MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. The teams will be on their way in around 7 minutes. Flags are just being brought out, all the paraphernalia as well for the pre-match ceremony that they do, with the flags that come out on that in either half, and the FIFA symbol that goes over the centre circle as well. They're just putting the plinth by the touchline with the ball on it as we wait for the players to come out of the tunnels here. Let's just reflect on the last time England played Panama at a World Cup. This happened.
Harry Kane from the spot drives it high into the net, and it's 2-0 to England. And Harry Kane yet again scores.
Well, you don't say them, do you? He puts so much power into that top corner. Goalie's right. Absolutely no chance.
So this for Harry Kane's 4th goal at this World Cup. From the penalty spot, if it's as good as the last one, it'll be in the net. Here comes Kane. It is as good as the last one. It's 2 goals for Harry Kane today. It's 4 goals for Harry Kane at this World Cup. He's the joint leading scorer, and England are 5-0 up.
Unbelievable. Every time they go forward, they're going to score.
Here is Loftus-Cheek. He's on his left foot. He shoots. Oh, it's deflected in. It hit Harry Kane, and it is 6-0. The question is that Harry Kane's hat-trick, or is it a first goal for England for Ruben Loftus-Cheek?
Well, I'm going to go Harry Kane.
And it is Harry Kane's goal, and he becomes only the 3rd man to score a hat-trick for England at a World Cup finals tournament.
So that was 2018, 8 years ago. Alan Shearer, do you think if they'd beaten Ghana, he might have had a rest tonight?
No chance. He's the captain. He's got a chance of winning the Golden Boot. You know what he's like. He'll want to play every single game, and I get that and understand that, and I appreciate that. So, no, I don't think he would have. I don't think he would have been left out at all. Nor would he wanted to be either.
I do like asking questions sometimes that just mean you glare at me.
I think before you asked the question, you knew what the answer was going to be.
But I could expand it slightly and say from now on, bearing in mind he's had the long season that he's had at Bayern Munich, these games are going to come at not necessarily thick and fast, but a lot faster. We're looking at midweek weekend if England are going to progress.
Well, that's all right. Let him start the games, let him score, and hopefully put England in a good position. And then and it's a big if, that he needs to come off, then so be it and do it. I mean, you look at the Norway situation, what they did yesterday, got a chance of winning the group, but they rest all their team, in particular Haaland. I was so surprised at that.
Do you think, Matt, if we just use that as an example, that's completely derailed their momentum?
I think it can do, for sure. I think there's that you think of, but I think the overwhelming answer that Alan just gave was more a personal one about who Harry Kane is and what he wants to achieve, and I think that the head coach is tuned into that, likes it, wants his captain to be that hungry, that driven, wanting to play for the team, wanting to achieve his personal targets as well as the group one. I think you put all that in the mix is potent, and like you said, Chappers, it's momentum, isn't it? It's a team, you know what you're going to get. He's on the pitch, he wants to lead from the front every time. So he's always been like that. You very rarely see him ever rested in any occasion, let alone in a World Cup.
And you balance it out a bit, Matt, don't you? Because you can look at the stat that says he's played 51 games for Bayern this season, which is the most games he's played in a club season since 2014-15. But you could also go on what your eyes tell you, which I think a lot of people would say he looks fitter and stronger than he's ever looked.
Yeah, and I think some of that has to do with the move to Bayern. I think he's gone to a club that, for me, are further ahead than where he was at in terms of physical performance and structure. They're one of the leading clubs for that, Bayern Munich. I think their setup there is really forward-thinking, and he looks like a player that's embraced it. I think he's worked on that. You're not seeing those niggly injuries. You're not seeing him looking like he's carrying problems. He seems to have ironed all that out, and sometimes that does get better as you get older, weirdly. You figure out your body a little bit more. He just looks in a great place, and like you say, your eyes tell you when you watch him, like we've seen him before, and he's looked a bit sluggish or not quite right. You don't see that at the moment.
I mean, I'm not sure this is a great place at the moment, much as we love being in New Jersey in an England game. It has started to rain really heavily again, hasn't it? I mean, this is October at home. isn't it?
This is unbelievable. It is absolutely pouring. Great conditions for a match, though. Be pinging off that grass, won't it?
I also know the answer to this, but I'm interested in the individual stats against what the team are doing, because every one of these big players now, these goal scorers, are sitting there being fired up by what other goal scorers are doing. Were you in that situation at tournaments? Did you look at what the others were doing?
Absolutely, and you want them to fail and miss penalties and not score every single time.
It's a bit harsh on Teddy Sheringham, that.
No, not our own players. Definitely not our own players. All the other players you want to fail, you want to miss, and you want that golden boot. You've been brought up to be that mindset, to be driven, to want to score goals, to be the very best, to get every single golden boot that you can get your hands on. So, yes, absolutely, I was in that mindset.
Matt, for the time being, thank you very much. Matt
Thanks,
Upton with us on 5 Live Sport. We'll keep you up to date with Croatia against Ghana, the other game in this group. But the teams are coming out here at the MetLife Stadium, down to our left below as they're walking along the touchline as the rain continues to fall. And your commentary team here, Alan Shearer, and I'm not sure I ever thought I would be doing this, handing to John Murray as he cowers under an umbrella here in New Jersey.
I know we're laughing about it here, and we've been given coats to wear, we've got our umbrellas. I have to say, I feel sorry for nearly 80,000 people who've had to pay a king's ransom to come and watch this World Cup match. You know, travel across continents from the other side of the world, and they've paid all that money, Alan, and they're getting absolutely saturated because there's no cover for most of them.
Absolutely. Well, let's hope that they get a performance and a result that they can cheer and shout and scream about, because it's albeit it's warm, it's absolutely pouring here. But as I said, for the players, for the conditions, for the pitch, that can only help them, I think. From a personal point of view, I used to love these conditions.
Yeah, it is very much like England in the early autumn. The drizzle, the grey clouds overhead, but such a colourful scene down on the pitch. The flag of Panama to our left with the white, red and blue quarters and the blue and red stars, bottom right, top left, that massive flag on the pitch. And on the other side, side of the halfway line, the cross of St George. And the players, the squads have lined up around that blue FIFA map of the world in the centre circle. And we are ready in the rain in New Jersey for the anthems. Sadly for them, the last time we'll hear the Panama anthem at this World Cup.
For the national anthem of England.
clearly a sizable presence of England fans inside the New York, New Jersey stadium here, about 5 miles from Manhattan, Central Park and all that, which you can actually see, even though it's not a clear day. I think you can still see it from here when you stand at the top of the stand, and with the drizzle and the light rain coming down, the handshakes take place down on the pitch. England still wearing their tracksuit tops. England are going to be playing red today. First time England have played in red at a major tournament since the World Cup of 2018, and that was the one and only time that England have played Panama in the past, which resulted in that 6-1 win we were talking about just before kickoff. Let me run you through the teams. Panama making those 3 changes I was telling you about. So Mosquera is in goal, 3 central defenders, 5 at the back really. Fidel Escobar winning his 100th cap coming into the team. Jose Cordoba of Norwich, Andres Andrade, they're the 3 central defenders. Then Amir Murillo on the right, Jorge Gutierrez on the left. And then in the middle, Carlos Harvey, Joel Barcenas, with Christian Martinez, Jose Luis Rodriguez and Thomas Rodriguez up front. Panama looking to win a point for the first time at a World Cup. Lost all 3 matches in 2018, and here have lost both matches 1-0, which has resulted in their elimination. And England, this is the team that Thomas Tuchel has gone with. Big changes, 5 changes. Pickford continues in goal, his 87th cap. Just watching him now running away to our right, all in yellow, punches the air, running towards the massed ranks of the England supporters, and they're responding to Jordan Pickford. Then at the back, Jarrell Kwanzaa coming in for his first appearance at the World Cup. Esri Konsa and Mark Gay in central defence. Nico O'Reilly's back at left back. Elliot Anderson is fit to continue in centre field in the midst of his transfer from Nottingham Forest to Manchester City. Then Morgan Rogers and Jude Bellingham, so no Declan Rice today. There have been injury issues, but he's okay. However, he is on a yellow card, so Rice only on the bench. Then Saka and Rashford coming in the wide areas for their first starts at this World Cup, like Morgan Rogers, and Harry Kane through the middle. And also Alan Shearer. England have now got on the pitch from the start the 3 men who've scored the most goals for England in this squad.
Yeah, well, let's hope that serves us well, because I know that it wasn't the performance or the result that they wanted, but as soon as that happens, as soon as that game's gone as a player, the mentality is, when's the next one? When can we try and put that right? And I believe that the changes are very positive, and I'm hoping for a really good start and a really good overall performance and a good result.
And we know now, after yesterday, that England will be in the round of 32. We know that Panama won't, but this match will establish where England will go next. If they win, it's very likely that they would win the group and play in Atlanta on Wednesday against probably DR Congo or Senegal. If they finish second, England, in the group, they'll go to Toronto to play on Thursday against probably Colombia, Portugal, DR Congo. And but I think, Alan, what's most important, as you say, is after the stuttering, frustrating performance against Ghana, to play well and win.
Yeah, absolutely, there's no doubt about that. Get a bit of belief back, a bit of confidence, which I was expecting anyway in that second game, because of particularly their second half performance against Croatia. So let's see if we can see that again today. But to get that, I think you need a really good start.
Before the match starts, there is going to be a period of silence to remember all of those poor people who have died or been affected in the recent earthquakes in Venezuela. And 2 of this Panama team actually play their football in Venezuela.
Yes, please rise and break and join us as we observe the moment of silence for the victims of the earthquakes in Venezuela.
Feels that a minute's silence is even more poignant when you can hear rain pitter-pattering down. And a penny for the thoughts there of Thomas Rodriguez, who plays for Monagas, Jorge Gutierrez, Deportivo La Guaira, who will have many friends, I'm sure, back in Venezuela. Okay, we are set and ready for the start of England's third match here at World Cup 2026. It is Panama, all in white, with the black numbers on the back, who will kick off now. And Thomas Rodriguez, the centre forward, the number 9, turns and knocks the ball back. It comes back to Rodriguez, who shoots low at Pickford, but it was more or less straight at the England goalkeeper, who was able to drop down onto one knee and field the ball between his legs. But first chance, Alan, in the first 15 seconds for Panama.
Yeah, long ball up, making his presence felt, strong in the air, and the ball fell kindly for Rodriguez, and didn't waste any time in getting his shot away. Luckily, it was straight at Pickford.
Well, we know they're difficult opponents, Panama. They're actually ranked 42 in the world. When you consider Ghana were ranked 65th, and they're a very different outfit now, Panama, from what they were when England played them 8 years ago. England, though, ball over the top from centre field from Anderson, but he's put too much on that, overhit it, and it will roll all the way through to goalkeeper Mosquera. And Harry Kane just comes across and forces Mosquera to pick up the ball. So Panama against England is underway. We'll also be keeping you up in touch with the Croatia-Ghana match, in which Scotland need Ghana to win by 3 goals or more. Otherwise, that is it for Scotland. They will be going home. But 0-0 here, and the situation in the table is that England and Ghana level on 4 points, Croatia on 3 points, and as I say, Panama yet to get off the mark. Panama 0, England 0 in the very early stages. Throw-in to be taken by Murillo, the right wing back, and then Escobar winning his 100th cap, and he passes the ball back to Mosquera, long and right-footed. The ball goes downfield. Underneath that for England is Nico O'Reilly, and then Mark Gay puts the challenge in and hooks the ball out of play for a throw into Panama down here on the right wing. I say the England supporters are massively outnumbering the Panama fans, but you could certainly hear them, Alan, when the national anthem was being sung. It's difficult to tell, though, because they're obviously wearing red shirts, the Panama supporters, or red or white shirts, and so they very much mingle in with the England fans.
Yeah, that's very, very true. But I think certainly in the early stages, you can see the system Panama are playing, the 5-4-1 when they're defending, but already they've shown when they get that ball, they're prepared to knock it long and commit 1 or 2 men forward, so it's not going to be all defensive from them.
No, and they were unfortunate, weren't they, conceding the goal against Ghana right at the end in the 5th minute of added time. It was a foul on Saka, free kick to England, and then it was a second half goal that Budimir scored for Croatia as well. So both matches were 0-0 at half time, and while it's a different challenge, a complex challenge, as Thomas Tuchel said yesterday, it'll still be difficult for England to break this team down, you would think. Here is Gay, Mark Gay, with his right foot passing the ball to Rashford on the left-hand side. Rashford winning his 75th cap tonight, so goes level with Declan Rice, who is not in the starting lineup. Kane goes for a big crossfield pass, but that's way beyond Saka and bounces out of play for a throw-in to Panama in their own left-back position.
I think also encouraging for England is that they are prepared, or they have done in the first couple of minutes. They are going to press them, which I think should suit England.
Yes, that's the voice of Alan Shearer, England captain, watching Saka into the penalty area, tried to pull the ball across for Kane, who was in a great position near the penalty spot, but the defender just stepped in and Panama were able to clear. Encouraging, Alan?
Yeah, you can see exactly what Saka was trying to do there. He picked his head up, had a look where Kane was and tried to put it into his path, but Escobar was there to clear it.
Yeah, and Saka coming in, he's had this Achilles problem. Thomas Tuchel told us yesterday he's completely free of pain now. That's what he said.
It would have been a concern if he hadn't started this game, then all questions would have been asked, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that was the intention. Here's Morgan Rogers. Great feeling for him to start at a World Cup for the first time after the excellent season that he ended up having with Aston Villa, Europa League winner, scored in the final, remember. But comes out to Rashford, play with Barcelona this season. Rashford clips one into the penalty area. The run from Bellingham into the box, but defender came across. It was chested down by Bellingham off the defender, and it came in the end off quarter by the Norwich City man for a corner for England, their first.
That's also very good as well, because Rashford gets the ball on the left-hand side and he cuts inside what he likes to do, but he has to have runners going in there, and that's exactly what happened with Bellingham making that run.
So the rain, the drizzle continues to pour down. It's probably heavier than drizzle at the moment, actually. And England prepared to take. Alan Shearer's got his elbow in a puddle, I noticed. And it is a corner for England that Anderson takes, actually, in the absence of Rice. Only half-headed away, but then comes down. And Carlos Harvey, I think, with the initial header. And here he is playing the ball back into his defensive third. Oh, and under pressure. It's been passed out of play by Andres Andrada. So a throw into England, level with the edge of the box. What Thomas Tuchel, what all of these England supporters would love here is an early goal, just to get the ball rolling. That's certainly what happened against Panama 8 years ago in Nizhny Novgorod, I remember well. 5-0 up at half-time. And in England, throw is a foul throw.
5 seconds.
Oh, the 5 seconds, yeah. So
you gave him a warning and he didn't take any notice.
And the referee and the assistants, by the way, are from Qatar. Abdul Rahman Al Jassim is the referee. But no messing about from him there, and rightly so. It's a great addition, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it. I really like it.
I also love that you've got to go off the field for a minute if you receive treatment. It's absolutely remarkable, isn't it, how players have been going down and don't believe it, getting up and carrying on.
What a cynic you are, John.
Well, we want that in the Premier League as soon as possible, I would say.
I agree.
Here's Rashford way down below us. I can see the Panama coach, Thomas Christensen, who will probably never have to buy a drink in Panama again. He's absolutely transformed their fortunes. He's got a rain jacket on and he's watching Panama winning the ball back from England. Here in the centre circle, it is Carlos Harvey bursting forward, but that's a good tackle. And now Elliot Anderson, but he's just overrun that, might have been blocked. And then across comes Bellingham. They enjoyed that, the football fans here inside the ground. Bellingham with a turn, then takes the ball on, surges with it, and is bundled over as the challenge comes in on him from Thomas Rodriguez. Free kick to England, 10 yards inside the Panama half. 0-0 if you just switched on, late on a Saturday night, back at home. Panama 0, England 0. Morgan Rogers now in this attacking England lineup that Thomas Tuchel has chosen for this third group match. Back to Anderson, right side of the Panama half. He pulls his pass all the way across the field from right to left. Bellingham then helps it on to Rashford to his left. Bellingham's available, Rashford cuts in field, right foot shot, and the goalkeeper goes down, Mosquera, and pushes it around. It was going into the bottom left corner as Rashford was looking, needed the save.
Nice and positive. He knew exactly what he was trying to do, was to work it again onto his right foot. But Escobar was pulling away at his shirt, but he still managed to get that shot away. Good save from the keeper.
So this is a change then, Alan, with Declan Rice not in the team. Elliot Anderson taking the corners from the left-hand side. I presume it'll be Saka from the right. But this second corner for England, Elliot Anderson, right-footed delivery. Goalkeeper comes, gets a punch. Saka was trying to get there, but at the same time, Panama had Jose Luis Rodriguez and did enough to put Saka off, and his shot, his attempt at goal, was wide and high.
It wasn't a bad ball in though from Anderson. Mosquera, the keeper, had to come and get it and try and take the pressure off his defenders.
So it is a goal kick. Panama 0, England 0, and we will keep you across the Croatia-Ghana match as well, which is 0-0. That match being played in Philadelphia, but very, very grey and very, very wet now. And here is Jose Luis Rodriguez playing it for Gutierrez down the left-hand side, but he couldn't keep the ball in. The whistle goes repeatedly, and it's a throw into England halfway inside their own half. So Saka will take this. In fact, he'll leave it behind him for Kwanzaa to take. Jarell Kwanzaa of Bayer Leverkusen. We know that Thomas Tuchel likes him, involved him in the squad, and actually when he played against Albania in the last qualifier, he did play at right back. Long pass from Gay. This is for Rashford. Rashford gets it down into the box now. Defenders with him. Still Rashford pulls it all the way across. He was looking for Saka at the back post, and Andrade was able to head it behind.
Brilliant from Rashford. You could see it was a perfect run, and all he is requiring is the perfect pass, and he gets it. He's made a positive start, hasn't he, Marcus Rashford?
Yes, he has. And England now, this is the third corner that England have won, and this one will be Bukayo Saka from the right-hand side. And disappointingly, I think we've been told to put down the umbrella from someone behind, so I'm going to have to put my hood up here. Saka to take this corner. Actually takes it short and then Saka gets it back, might open up for him, dinks one in, but straight at the goalkeeper, and he was able to go down and field that quite comfortably. And then an over-arm pass downfield for Panama, and battling with it there, Ezri Konsa, and the ball just rolled over the white line, and that is given as a throw-in to Panama on the right. Well, has he given a free kick? He has given a free kick, and they tried to take it quickly, but the referee's not having that. He's going to take it. Presumably just felt that he tugged him back, Konsa.
He did exactly that, John. He did. He had hold of his shirt, and it was right in front of the assistant, so he was flagging straight to the referee, and it is a free kick.
Yeah, so a free kick on the right for Panama, 0-0, 10 minutes played. And this one will be delivered into the box from Christian Martinez. Right-footed delivery, England holding a very high line. In it comes, and it's headed up and away for England near the penalty spot by Konsa, and then it comes out for Bellingham, who's able to chest it down, and even though two Panamanians are chasing him, he's able to shrug them off, and then the challenge comes in, and down he goes, and it's a free kick to England 10 yards inside their own half.
It's a dangerous ball in, wasn't it? They had the whip and the pace on it. Luckily for England, there was a defender that who's managed to get up there. I think it's been a good start, it really has. There's so much positivity already, I think.
Yep, it's Barcenas with the free kick, actually. Here's Harvey, gets away from Anderson, but then Mark Gay was able to prevent the ball from reaching Thomas Rodriguez, and England have got it back. So they start again, and the ball's played out to Nico O'Reilly. Jed Spence back on the substitutes bench today. I mean, he was a contender to play at right back, and Konsa can play there, and Chalobah as well, the late replacement for Tino Livramento. But I know there's been a great deal of discussion about the fact that Reece James has picked up this injury as the ball's played back to Pickford in the 6-yard box, and he dragged it onto his left foot and got rid of it just in the nick of time. And then it bounces off Murillo, but Panama in possession in the centre circle. Murillo, the right wing back, turns and passes it over there to the left-hand side to Andrada. And Panama can enjoy some possession in the centre circle. They've got a bit about them, Alan, no question.
Yeah, I said for England it's been a positive start. I meant with the ball. There's still one or two issues when they haven't got the ball, because you're right, Panama have looked dangerous.
Gay with his pass to Harry Kane, and Kane, who had the big chance against Ghana, he said to me he couldn't believe that he'd missed it. Kane still in the centre circle. Here it comes to O'Reilly now on the left-hand side. Rashford is there, and then O'Reilly continues his run. Rashford delivers the pass to him, but you can clearly see from way up here, you can see the tactical lineup for Panama, the two lines there, and England actually are forced to go all the way back towards the halfway line and start again. I suppose all of this rain, this moisture that we've had here, and they also watered the pitch before kick-off. You know, there must be a bit of zip in this surface, which has been criticised, the pitch in this stadium, where the final will be hosted in 3 weeks' time, 3 weeks tomorrow. Anderson's pass forward, but isn't able to find Saka. But Gutierrez is in trouble here. But Saka, I think, just got the challenge in. There were two of them. And Bellingham, Rodgers and Saka together, and it's a free kick to Panama.
Got away with that, Gutierrez, I think, because he didn't know what to do. He was caught in 2 or 3 minds.
Pass downfield. This is for the number 9, Thomas Rodriguez, but he runs it out of play, and it's a throw into England, halfway inside their half. Yes, I think there is quite a gap. I think it's 14 days between the last match here, which is the quarter-final, and the final. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if they relayed the pitch again before the final in that time. It had a yellowish look when I walked in here for the first time, but it's had so much rain, I think some of that's gone away. As England attack down the right, but with his left foot, quarterback comes across and clears it away back over the halfway line. Ponchos everywhere you look inside the stadium, hanging down, ghostly figures all gathered around on the far side of the pitch. As Bellingham, right-footed pass, Saka on the sprint, just keeps it in with his left foot. Now then England, Saka takes on the defender, into the box, low shot to the near post, but lacked power. And Mosquero is able to drop down to his left and grab it.
Well, very much like Rashford on the left side, I think Bukayo Saka's had a positive start as well. He looked sharp in getting that ball there. You said he controlled it with his left foot and then managed to get inside and get his shot away again.
That's the voice of Alan Shearer with us on 5 Live. So we've lent Paul Robinson to Guy Mowbray today. Alan. So
I'm in the posh sheets here.
You are.
We're about 30 or 40 yards down from where the TV gantry is.
Yeah, it's a little bit closer, which helps.
You can see the numbers now.
Yes, well, just about. 0-0 as Gay is shoved off the pitch and the free kick is given his way. Thomas Rodriguez, he can put himself about a bit as well. We've seen that already. Here is Elliot Anderson. After that, well, it's going to be a British record-breaking transfer, isn't it? Whenever it's finally completed, he's got to do the medical yet, which will happen here. One will assume. In fact, Thomas Tuchel told us that yesterday. This England attack breaks down. Christian Martinez now in the centre circle, bounces back to him. Then his pass forward to Jose Luis Rodriguez, but he stands in the ball on the D on the edge of the penalty area and gives possession back to England. Danger.
Well, I did say that with the ball, England look really good, but without it, they're really open. They're committing men forward to trying to be positive, but when Panama get that ball, they're quick on the counter-attack, and that was a great example of that.
Yep.
In Rodriguez getting that ball.
No Declan Rice there alongside Elliot Anderson. So he's the one player there with Bellingham and Rodgers clearly in this formation, given licence to roam forward, but that is revealing that vulnerability.
Twice they've been caught.
Anderson again. And a little foul on him, so it's a free kick to England. It was a bit of an open secret, wasn't it? Elliot Anderson to Manchester City, but what a move for him as the pass is played forward to Rodgers. And now Bellingham receives it from Anderson. He's challenged, he's fouled. That sent Bellingham crashing to the ground. Fidel Escobar, and that's a free kick for England in a good position, best part of 30 yards out.
That's where the dampness on the pitch will help, because he can really put pace on the ball, and it's much easier to control a harder ball into you than it is on a soft bubbly pitch.
So a free kick that Anderson's waiting to take, but here he is going to take it now. Kane, left side of the area, Kane's volley across, hits the defender, and Carlos Harvey straight behind, and it's a corner, another corner to England. This is already number 4, still 0-0.
Quick and bright though, Kane the move, the pass into him from the free kick. I don't know whether it was a shot or a try to get it across, but it doesn't matter, they've got the corner.
Yep, and Anderson to take it. This time though, Rashford has gone across there with him, should they want to take it short. There's a two arm signal from Anderson. Kane raises his arm at the back post. Anderson with the corner, looking for Kane, but it was headed away comfortably near the penalty spot. Bellingham ended up on his knees as he challenged for it. Then a crossfield pass from Konza, and free kick given against Elliot Anderson, who turns away with his hands on his head. Free kick to Panama, and 0-0, 17 minutes playing. That early goal has not come for England.
No, not what we wanted, but they have caused one or two problems and forced the keeper into a couple of decent saves. But, and it's a big but, is that when they haven't got the ball, England, Panama have been able to play through them on a couple of occasions too and looked very dangerous, so it's just a warning for England.
Free kick to Panama, playing from left to right as we look from way up here with the rain clouds just above our heads. Downfield, but O'Reilly's able to take possession of the ball, and now Mark Gay shuffles it forward. He's an unruffled character. I've interviewed him twice in the last week, and softly spoken. You know, you could almost be amazed that he's a rough, tough central defender, but he's silky on the pitch as well, isn't he? Lets his football do the talking. Long pass forward from centre field. Rashford gets that down. Rashford now running into the penalty area, but Harvey put in the challenge. Nicely done as well. Good tackle. And Harvey himself runs it away and draws the tackle that is not given as a free kick. Bellingham came in. Now Elliot Anderson. Anderson angles it forward. Now to Bellingham on the left-hand side. Bellingham back infield. Rashford. Rodgers centrally. All the way back to Anderson, who curls the low one. Saka gets that under control. Saka's early ball across. Couldn't beat the second defender. And Panama get it away. But that's better from England. That's the moving of the ball quickly that we've been talking about.
That's exactly what they lacked against Ghana, is moving that ball really, really quickly. And as I said, the pace on the pitch will help that. There's no excuse to not pass it really quickly today.
Rashford goes for an early ball infield, but that is chested down and played to Harvey. Then tackled back, won back. Rodgers winning that one. England's red shirts, they're building a little bit of momentum here. The urgency is there. Anderson puts his foot on the ball, but they're up against 10 static outfield players who are standing in their position, so England have to turn and go back towards the halfway line. Almost 20 minutes played. That means you know what is not far away on a day like this, as Saka loses possession. And there's a nice turn by Jose Luis Rodriguez, and then it is tackled out of play for a throw into Panama, half inside their own half. This reminds me of the World Cup in Japan and Korea, where there are probably quite a few neutrals coming here for the event, and they love a trick. They absolutely love a trick. Panama on the attack, and there is space here on the right-hand side for Murillo, who goes for the early ball. Pickford comes, dives, and actually chooses to punch it away, and he's punched it straight up to Bellingham, who is upended, and that is another free kick, and certainly the free kick count is increasing. Bellingham's probably been fouled, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 times already.
I thought Pickford could have caught that one, but he opted to punch it. Turned out to be the right decision because it fell really kindly for Bellingham.
Yeah, maybe in these conditions.
True.
Yeah. So Panama 0, England 0, and still Croatia 0, Ghana 0 in the other match. Anderson goes for a ball over the top, which has just got a little bit too much on it. The run through the middle from Rodgers, but nice idea from Anderson. And Panama play the ball back to goalkeeper Mosquera. Almost midway through the first half. That's a poor clearance, and in fact from distance, a snapshot from Jude Bellingham, who went for goal from 40 yards, thought it was worth a goal but drifted well wide of the right post and behind.
But what we've also seen as well, John, up to now, we've seen a couple of deep runs from England players. Rashford the first one, and then Rodgers into there, and I know it'll be difficult because of the how wet the pitch is, because of the pace when it bounces, but I think that's also encouraging because you didn't see that a lot in the last game.
Murillo tried to take the ball away. England on the attack, ball into the penalty area. Rodgers, he lays it across. Saka with a shot, but defender was right in the way. An excellent challenge actually coming across from Jorge Gutierrez, and just when Saka thought it might open up for him, as did England. Excellent defending, but this is better from England than against Ghana. We can see that already. Another ball into the penalty area, but as with Ghana, packed box, lots of bodies in there, and that ball that was flashed into the area hit a Panama defender, and they were able to clear it away. Pickford's coming out of his penalty area here and just hikes the ball up into the air, and it lands, and it's actually disappeared away down an exit in the stand on the far side, and one of those people in ponchos has disappeared down the stairs to go and get it. And listen to this, on a rainy day in New Jersey, where the temperature is about probably 18 or 19 degrees, the roundly booed hydration break.
They don't like it, do they?
If there's one thing we do not need today, you've got your elbow in a puddle.
I know. It's unbelievable.
It's a hydration break.
Oh, I think it's absolutely ridiculous. It's been pouring with rain all day. They've just got the pace of the pitch. They've just got up to speed in the game, and then all of a sudden, this happens, and you can hear what the fans think of it. It's absolutely nonsense.
Let's see what's happening in the Croatia-Ghana match. Chris Coles is keeping tabs on that.
Not much, John. Croatia 0, Ghana 0. Still waiting for our first attempt on goal. We're still playing. We're about a minute behind you, so our hydration break not far away. Croatia have had the two best chances of the game. Nikola Vlasic from the edge of the penalty area, right foot shot, hit the outside of the post, and Marin Pongracic has just headed over a Modric free kick. A draw suits both of these teams, and this game is being played with that very much in mind. And the miracle that Scotland require, which is Ghana winning by 3 or more goals, looks increasingly unlikely. Ghana going through in second and Croatia in third if it stays this way. Croatia 0, Ghana 0.
Yeah, timeout continues here, so with the matches all square, England would be winning the group. You like this, Alan? Our colleague Dale Johnson sent this to me this morning, so listen carefully. The winners of this group will play third in Group K if DR Congo win tonight. And if DR Congo win, it's almost certainly to be the winners of this group against DR Congo. So that's what would happen. Then, Dale said, if Croatia qualify, then the winners of this group can only play DR Congo or Senegal. Then Dale said, if Croatia don't qualify, then the winners of this group will play the third in Group J, if Group J qualifies. And then Dale said, if Croatia don't qualify and DR Congo don't win and third in Group J doesn't qualify, the winners of this group will play Senegal. Have you got that?
Just repeat that again, I didn't hear it.
That show. I mean, the complications involved.
So in short, if Congo win, England go to Atlanta and play them on Wednesday. Is that right?
Yeah. What I'm going to do, Alan, I'm going to wait until the matches are played and then see what happens.
It gives us something to talk about in this 3 minutes.
Well, exactly. I thought it was a perfect opportunity. And actually, it deserves it. That the hydration break deserves that. Right. Jude Bellingham's been fouled 4 times so far in this match, 3 times more than any other player on the pitch.
Forgot where were we? Was it a Panama throw-in, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, Pickford come running out, didn't he?
Yeah. And it looks as though if they've not got a ball. They've not got a ball. So one of the Panama players, he's gone to where the throw-ins to be taken. The ball was left there. It's like this is the World Cup. Right.
Don't get me started again.
Play is back underway. But the worst thing, we've been talking about this, the worst thing is the adverts on American television during it, which people aren't getting back home. As Anderson steps forward, Anderson again, Tony Rodriguez plays it through, this could be dangerous, Jose Rodriguez shoots from the angle and Pickford's able to make the save. On target, good effort, Pickford keeps it out.
Dangerous. Thomas Rodriguez into Jose Luis Rodriguez, who then gets his shot away, and Pickford did really well diving to his right hand side and pushes it out for a corner. But that's a great example of how dangerous they can be.
Yes, they can. Yet to score at this World Cup, but not for the want of trying. They did score against England 8 years ago, but by that stage it was already 6-0. This is a totally different matter, and here's their first corner, which is played into the near post, and a glancing header away from Konza. Carries it out to the right-hand side, where Christian Martinez is there. Somebody in a poncho just blocked my view of that. I think it's out for a throw.
Yeah, it was a throw.
Yeah. Christian Martinez is going to take this, the bleach, blonde-haired number 6, and then it's deflected again out of play for another Panama throw. Murillo is going to take this throw. Waits to take it. Does take it into the penalty area. A little glance on, then a shot on the turn from Carlos Harvey, but he sort of swiveled, hit it from the angle, but it was always going into the outside net. And goal kick England, Panama 0, England 0.
Well, that's a threat they pose. Because of the men that England are committing forward, particularly in full-back positions, they're leaving themselves wide open when they lose that ball, and Panama have spotted that.
Goal kick taken short, and then Pickford whacks it left-footed downfield, looking for the run of Saka through the middle. Anderson's onto this on the halfway line. Now Rodgers through to Saka from an angle. Saka takes it on round the defender, but then it bounces back onto Saka and behind for a goal kick.
I just took that extra touch, Saka. I thought he could have had a pop with the right foot rather than take the extra touch, which then allowed the fullback to get back in on him.
Yeah. England just need one of these, when it rattles around the penalty area, to fall to someone in a red shirt who can pop it into the back of the net. But because they haven't scored and we've played nearly half an hour, and it's only natural that anxiety will creep in. So long ball is played downfield. But Thomas Tuchel did say to us yesterday, they will be difficult opponents, and so they should be. It's the World Cup. Rodgers, Saka back to Elliot Anderson on the halfway line. There's a bit of talk going around today that Kobbie Mainoo might be in the team, but that proved not to be the case. Yet to get onto the field at this World Cup. Likewise, Ollie Watkins as well. Alan, surprised that he's not had a run out?
Yeah, I wouldn't surprise me at all if it's still really, really tight. He gets on with 20 or 25 minutes to go, even at half-time.
Another England attack breaks down. Tony Rodriguez. Then back centrally, Rodriguez challenged by Mark Gay. He wanted a free kick for that, Thomas Rodriguez, but it's not given, and he ends up slapping the turf with both hands when he was sitting down on the ground. And England are back in possession. And Jarell Quansah winning his 4th cap. Ball played back to Anderson, who's seeing a lot of the ball in this first half. Anderson, right-footed, out to the right with the long pass. Rashford gets it down. Panama have got two men on Rashford. In comes the cross. That's headed away out to Anderson. First time touch from him. Square to Gay. Now Anderson again. Anderson. O'Reilly pushing forward. I'm sure that's what Thomas Tuchel wants to see as well. Nico O'Reilly. In it comes from Rashford, too close to the goalkeeper. Right-footed cross from the left. Curls in. And goalkeeper Mosquera is able to take it quite comfortably in front of his face.
Twice he got the ball on the right-hand side, and twice he opted to cut inside and try and whip that right foot crossing.
And then a ball downfield from Panama just gives possession back to England. Well, this group started off quite spectacularly, didn't it, with the England-Croatia game, which is one of the best matches of the tournament so far. But then it's really dried up in terms of goals. The other match, as I say, was the Ghana 1, Panama 0. We had England 0, Ghana 0, Panama 0, Croatia 1. And both matches now in this group still level at 0-0 with half an hour played on the final night of matches. Still lots more World Cup commentaries to come today or through the night back home, your time. Colombia-Portugal is the next one at 12:30. But England attacking with Bukayo Saka, who gets it down in the full-back position. Left-footed cross, but that is headed away, glanced away by Fidel Escobar. Out of play for a throw-in. England with plenty of shirts inside the penalty area, just needing that final ball, that final delivery, Alan.
Yeah, that's right. There are plenty of balls going in there, but there are too many of them finding a white shirt of Panama at this moment in time rather than a red shirt running onto it.
O'Reilly takes the throw and then gets it back, and that one is deflected out of play off O'Reilly, so that's a free kick to Panama again. Christian Martinez tries to flick it down the line, but the referee says it went out of play. It's another throw to Panama. So 0-0 the score, and into the last 15 minutes of the second half. Alan Shearer sitting alongside, England captain, World Cup goal scorer. I'm told it was 30 years ago yesterday, the Euro 96 semi-final, Alan.
Thanks for that.
30 years ago.
Making me feel very old.
Making me feel old. There's been a goal in the other match, Chris Coles.
Croatia have it. Petar Sucic has scored it from the edge of the penalty area. Right foot shot, rifled into the bottom corner. This definitely sends Croatia through, and for now, they're topping the group. Croatia 1, Ghana 0.
Well. So that would indeed take Croatia up to 6 points. England and Ghana would have 5. So England, with the scores as they currently are, would be heading to Toronto for their match in the round of 32.
Did Dale Johnson tweet who they would get if that was the case?
That's what he'll be doing right now, I guarantee it. Ball infield for England. Anderson plays it back to Konza in the centre circle, then to Gay. And now here it is to Rashford on the left-hand side. Back to Gay. Gay's ball into the penalty area. An attempt at a sort of twisting, glancing header by Nico O'Reilly, who is the man who got up there again. But I'm not sure whether he got any contact on it at all. He's out of position now, and there's been a collision between Morgan Rogers and one of the Panama players in the centre circle. Play continues. It's Christian Martinez. He's okay. He's back up on his feet. It actually looked quite nasty for a moment, that. And now Jose Luis Rodriguez. Two massive balloons have just appeared on the pitch on the far side. Christian Martinez. High ball over the top. This is for Murillo, who takes it down, but then he loses it. Just ran away from him. And it is all the way through for a goal kick.
Just offside he was, John. That was a terrible touch anyway, but luckily he was just offside.
Yeah, that, at the moment, that if England, if it stays like it is in the two matches, and England are runners-up, they would play the runners-up in Group K, which would be Colombia, Portugal or DR Congo, depending on what happens in those matches later. Just over 10 minutes to go. Panama 0, England 0. And even though England have had more of the ball, Panama has showed more than Ghana did in the first half of the match the other day. Ball for Saka in the box. Kane moves across, but just cleared away. Cordova was able to get a toe to it. That's given away by Panama. England again, the outside of the boot. Bellingham to Rashford. Rashford at yet another chance to, in fact, he plays it infield to O'Reilly. Square from him to Anderson. Thinks about a shot. Does have a shot. Got a whip on it, but it was far too close to goalkeeper Mosquera. In the end, he was able to let it bounce up into his chest and then overarms it out to Christian Martinez, and O'Reilly's able to make sure it goes out of play for a throw-in on the halfway line.
Good goalkeeping. It really was, because with the pace, as I've mentioned on the pitch, it bounces right in front of him, but didn't phase him, get hold of it and chucked it straight out.
Yep, Mosquera, the goalkeeper, who plays in the Saudi Pro League, and he plays regularly, starts all of their matches for Al Faya. Panama playing out from the back again. Thomas Rodriguez to Christian Martinez. Carlos Harvey on the chase, but that is comfortably tidied up by Kwanzaa coming across from his right back position. And then Jordan Pickford with his right foot can just pass it forward to Mark Gay. Elliot Anderson again. Elliot Anderson, this is his 12th cap. He's been a revelation for England this season. Ball chipped forward to Rashford. Rashford now, but Carlos Harvey clears that away, but he's given it straight away to O'Reilly. O'Reilly gets it back from Rodgers, and then square from him. Bellingham's ball looking for Saka, but not the delivery that he wanted. And that, as Kwanzaa steps in, Jose Luis Rodriguez is in danger of losing it, actually, in centre field. Barcenas, in the end, wins a throw-in for, in fact, it's gone England's way, throw-in for England. Barcenas has gone down off the pitch, and the referee's just having a little walk across just to see how he is, but he is off the playing surface. However, the referee is standing there waiting to see if he's going to be able to come back on.
Just stands on his toe and they're both going for the ball, catches him a little bit late, that's all, he'll be fine.
Yeah, Andrada it was actually who is the player who's down. Panama 0, England 0. And Croatia are winning. So right now, Croatia going through as group winners and England as runners-up. And Ghana would be going through as one of the best third-place teams. England again. With Mark Gay now. Gay to Rashford, who's had plenty of opportunities, but hasn't really been able to create a great deal. He's had that one effort on goal. England now to Saka on the right-hand side. Saka drifts infield. Morgan Rodgers with the flick, back to Saka, who went past the defender, then went down, but the referee not in the slightest bit interested in the potential of a penalty. And then the cross from the left-hand side from Rashford. Drew a last-ditch header to glance that away. Saka's won it back there in the full-back position. Gives it to Anderson. Anderson with the cross to the back post. Rashford heads it over. Defender was there, but he couldn't keep it down, and it's a goal kick to Panama, and it's still goalless.
Well, it was a good ball in from Elliot Anderson, wasting no time to move it to the right foot and get it to the far post for Rashford coming to, and he just times it really, really well, but he just is a little bit too high for him to get the power and the direction on it.
Jordan Pickford walks out of his penalty area and passes this, and then Anderson's pass, Rashford chasing after it. There's only 2 red shirts inside the penalty area, others arriving now. Rashford with a cross, Kane's after it, goalkeeper just got a touch, threw himself at it next to Harry Kane and was just able to claw it away. Kane standing in the 6-yard box, and then Christian Martinez runs it away to the halfway line, and as he rolls off the field winning a throw-in, his manager Thomas Christiansen down there is applauding and clapping him wildly. Throwing Panama.
Just don't know the look of that Saka incident there when he wanted to go. He went down really easily, I think. There's no way the ref was going to give that. He thinks that he was clipped or touched, but not going to get that.
Yeah, just to give the listeners a bit of an image, we've actually got see-through plastic tarpaulins across our desk here because of all of the rain. And whenever you want to look at a replay, and you've got to pull the veil back to have a look at it because you can't see it through the plastic. Here's Kane, crossfield, deflects off Thomas Rodriguez, and headed forward by Kwanzaa, and then Rodgers, and now Kane, who got a touch to that, but it was at pace, it wasn't at him, and actually the offside flag is up, so it's a free kick to Panama. Well, there's going to be more frustration among the England fans if England on 0-0 with Panama at half-time, we know that.
Well, after 5 or 6 minutes, we're seeing how positive it was for England in terms of right-hand side, Saka getting into good positions and Rashford on the left-hand side, but we've not seen too much of it from that other than that Rashford shot that the keeper saved. They've not really troubled the goalkeeper anywhere near enough, have they, England?
So what is it? You know, the talent that England had on the field against Ghana, And then 5 changes today, and we're looking at it and thinking, well, this is promising. Saka, Rashford, Rodgers, Bellingham and Kane all on the field. But they are defending well, Panama. Here's Saka again. On the right, England in the red shirts, the blue shorts and the red socks. And Saka plays it off the defender and it's a throw-in.
And there's an example of that with Panama. We're getting 3 players in and around Saka. There's no way they can go around him. But if he doesn't stop them, he can go straight at the fullback rather than stop, which then allows Panama to get 2 and 3 back, and then there's no way past the 3 of them.
Delighted to announce the rain has stopped. Here's Saka. Then Rodgers runs across the corner of the penalty area. Saka. Then Rodgers again, who tried to flick it forward. Wasn't cleared, so Saka was able to step in again, but he came back from an offside position, and it's a free kick to Panama. And more frustration, just not coming off.
No, they're not connecting in terms of doubling up. I said early on about O'Reilly and Rashford. They did it on that one occasion. We've not seen it on that side, or we've not seen Quansah on the right with Saka link up at all. And when the winger has got the ball, they've stopped, which has then allowed Panama to get the white shirts back, and then England have not found a way through. I would like to see him, when it's 1v1, get at him, get straight at him.
That's the voice of Alan Shearer with us here on 5 Live. And Elliot Anderson just heading it across the field for O'Reilly. He's able to pass a bouncing ball to Rashford, who juggles it and then volleys it forward for the run of Bellingham to the edge of the penalty area. Nice idea. Barcelona to Real Madrid, that one. But defender did his job. It was Jose Cordoba of Norwich. And then the ball flicked through the middle for Panama. But Anderson's got there, even though Jose Luis Rodriguez is tearing after him and fouls him. And it's a free kick. Again, there's a moment there where it's a nearly moment, isn't it? Right, O'Reilly now through the middle. I think he's overrun that, he has. Panama have got it back. This industrious little midfielder, Christian Martinez, to Murillo, and Elliot Anderson slides in to tackle it out of play off the Panama player for a throw into England. Half-time approaching, 3 minutes to play. It's still 0-0, and with Croatia winning 1-0 against Ghana in the other match, England are going to be heading to Toronto for their round of 32 match. Saka gets it down on the far side. Quansah on the overlap now. Saka though plays it infield. Rodgers back to Saka, whose cutback is tackled behind by Andrada for another England corner.
It's a little bit better. Went, stopped, the pass and move, the little give and go to get in behind. Couldn't get the cross in, but do get the corner.
England supporters raising the volume in this absolutely massive ball of a stadium. 3 tiers all the way around. Hospitality boxes that will be raking in millions around both sides of the pitch. And Saka to take the corner for England. Looking for the breakthrough. Little steps from Saka. Then delivery into the near post. Panama cheers as it's headed away by Los Canaleros, as they call them. England come again. And Saka then back for the cross, but that's overhit, swirled, and it's gone all the way out, actually. Frustration, disappointment, and actually boos I can hear from the England fans.
I think part of the problem is, John, you've got a left footer playing on the right and you've got a right footer playing on the left, and almost every time both players are cutting inside to try and whip it in, that is no doubt then favouring the 3 centre-halves of Panama. It makes it a lot more difficult if you're prepared to go on the outside. Then it's different for the centre-halves in there. It's a different ball they have to deal with. It's a more difficult ball.
And that disappointing cross was from Rashford, who'd gone over to the right-hand side. And when it disappeared behind, the body language wasn't great from Rashford there. It's head down as he trotted back across to the left-hand side. England need a lift and they need a goal. It's 0-0. Saka for Rodgers. The run down into the full-back position. And then Rodgers under no pressure. Well, the defender was there, but he was looking to play it back up the line. He's passed it straight off the pitch.
Well, I haven't seen the stats, John, but I can see with my own eyes that both Saka and Rashford have been heavily involved in everything England have done. But up to now, they haven't done enough with it.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult to see the stats when they're covered with plastic sheeting. It's headed forward for England. Now Harry Kane, who's not had a great involvement in this first half, and here he's come back from an offside position, so it's a free kick to Panama. So that's not working. Kane's not seeing much of the ball. There's little impact really from Rodgers and Bellingham.
I think it's been really disappointing. I think it's been really disappointing. The first 10 minutes where we moved the ball around with pace and caused 1 or 2 problems, I expected us to carry that on, but that hasn't been the case.
56% possession England, 8 attempts to Panama's 3. And in added time, with the board going up down there, so here we are, here's the announcement. And we are in those 3 minutes as Pickford passing the ball out from the back. Anderson under pressure. You know, they know what they do in this Panama team, and Anderson put under pressure. He was fouled, but it's a free kick to England that Quansah will take to Ezri Konsa. Now Jordan Pickford. Bellingham looks to make the run. Pickford with the delivery. Rodgers gets that down. Kane now 25 yards out. He looked like he was clipped by Carlos Harvey. Kane was sent spiralling down onto the pitch, and it is a free kick. Central, 25 yards out, maybe less than that. Here's the chance.
Yeah, he was just waiting to pull the trigger, Harry Kane. He was just waiting for that shot, or wearing it up anyway, and then Harvey comes in with that tackle and brings him down. But you're right, what is it? 25 yards, well within distance of having a shot.
So who's going to take this? That's the question. Do you remember the goal that Rashford scored against Real Madrid?
Well, he's standing over it and got hold of it, actually.
That was a free kick on the night that Barcelona clinched the title. Marcus Rashford picked up his winner's medal. Saka standing to the right of the ball, but it's got the body language of Rashford having a go here. The wall is lined up maybe a foot outside the penalty area, and it could barely be more central. It's Panama 0, England 0. England struggling to find a way through this Panamanian defence. Rashford lines it up, just touches the referee out of the way. An England player has fallen down on the edge of the penalty area on the far side. So a little delay. Rashford has a look at the referee. This is the England free kick. This is Rashford to take it. Marcus Rashford still waiting. There's the whistle. Rashford steps up and strikes it around the wall. Oh, and just narrowly wide. Bounced into the advertising hoardings. Goalkeeper diving to his left, grasping for it, and it flashed past the post into the advertising hoardings and then rattled around the back of the net.
Well, from the angle that we're at on the halfway line, looking closely at it, we thought I was just waiting for the net to bulge, but then looking at the replay, it was a good 3 or 4 yards wide.
So Panama 0, England 0, and that might be it. We've got 30 seconds of the first half to go, and there's going to be some grumbling after this, I'm absolutely certain. Oh, and hang on. Oh, it's played back to Pickford. Pickford's going to have to clear. Contact just got the ball back. Jose Luis Rodriguez chasing through. He just got enough on that back.
You know, when it's as tight as this, John, you're looking for your brilliant players to produce that piece of magic just to unlock the door. And at the minute, we've not seen anywhere near enough from any England player yet that to suggest they're going to do that.
Half-time whistle. Listen to this. There's definitely some booing in there from the England supporters. But then the music started, and that's it. Another 0-0 half. 0-0 against Ghana in the second match in the group, and now another goalless first half. And the England players, despite Thomas Tuchel's 5 changes, disappear off to the changing room, and we need another one of those Thomas Tuchel half-time team talks that he gave in the first match.
Yep, not good enough. I think it's been, again, it's as I said, for the first 10 minutes, positive. Moved the ball quickly, caused 1 or 2 problems, issues for that Panama defence. Forced Mosquera, the goalkeeper, into a decent save, Marcus Rashford, but nowhere near after that. Nothing really to trouble the goalkeeper. 1 or 2 dangerous crosses in there, but everything that England have done has come from wide areas, and all of a sudden those balls come in, but they're checking inside and whipping them from their right foot from the left and the left foot from the right, and at the minute Panama have dealt with that with ease.
England have disappeared off the pitch into the dressing room. Panama players in a huddle in the centre circle. Now they set off towards their dressing room. That's the voice of Alan Shearer. This is Panama 0, England 0 at half-time, and Mark Chapman's here with us in the stadium.
I feel like we've seen this movie before.
absolutely, yes. It was similar to Ghana. It was similar under Gareth Southgate. We were all sort of looking, particularly with the second half with Croatia, where they sort of came at us and went to press us, and that left gaps, and England were able to punish that. But when a team sort of sits and England have to be patient and then have to produce a piece of magic or that killer pass, they've not been able to find a way. So yes, absolutely, we have seen this before.
Matthew Upson is with us as well. Aside from the fact that England haven't scored, the other side of things is, and Alan mentioned it several times in commentary, out of possession, they've looked vulnerable. Now, would that concern you going forward, or is it because they wouldn't necessarily set up this way if they were to play Spain or Portugal or maybe even Senegal?
Yeah, I think a little bit of that, because obviously you've got Rodgers and Bellingham that are drifting further forward. But I think, the comments Thomas Tuchel made before the game about this is going to be interesting tactically for us because of how Panama play. You can kind of see that, because at one point there's 5 centre-backs within the width of the 18-yard box defending along that 18-yard line when crosses are coming in. But then all of a sudden they go forwards, don't they? They look fit, they've got some energy, and all of a sudden they're on the breakaway, they've got runners off the ball, they've got a wide player running beyond the centre forward, and they're having a go. So it's kind of like a mixed message almost, which you're right, can then leave you looking a little bit vulnerable. I mean, we coped, but a couple of times it's a little bit closer than what you'd like for an England player just getting there first. So it is quite tight. I think the wide players have like Alan mentioned, I think Rashford's been great, looked lively, looked exciting really early and come inside on that right foot, get those shots off, and that for me is the best chance England are going to have at the moment, either Saka or him getting that little yard of space and just hitting the far post.
But come inside is the key bit, isn't it? Because if they come inside, I know that's where the best chance came from, but they're also coming into traffic. Yeah. And neither goes back to the fullbacks, doesn't it? Neither fullback is the overlapping fullback.
No, but that is strange, because I think the fullback's got to be there as an option. So if you go inside and it's not on, then the option's there for the fullback, or it just gets recycled quickly and then the fullback's going. But I like it when they step inside and shoot. There's certainly Rashford, and it was a decent save on the first one, but it just, when the team's sitting that deep, shots from outside the box for me are important, because it then forces people to have to come out, because they don't want you to get that shot off. So then you can get the pass where there's a little bit more space in and around the box or on the edge of the box. So I think it's important that happens, but I agree the width needs to be better. Certainly the fullbacks can get forward.
What would be a concern for me was, and I said it, is that when they get the ball, Panama, I'm not convinced that our defence is up to it at this minute in time. When you're going to come in against better players, if we're able to go deeper into the competition, they will look at England and how open they are. And if they had better players against them, they'd have been punished.
Go on, Matt, sorry.
Yeah, but it's interesting, we touched on that before the game, didn't we? And we had a big discussion around centre-back partnerships, filling in at right-back, 2 right-backs are down. So it is patched together, and I agree, it looks and feels like that when you're watching it.
Alan Shearer and Matt Upson are with us. Half-time between Croatia and Ghana. Chris?
Croatia leading by 1-0. A very solid half from the Croatians in a game they need to not lose to secure their passage through. They're doing better than that. They're winning courtesy of Petar Sucic, his right foot shot from the edge of the box, whistling into the bottom corner. They'd earlier hit the post from Vlasic's effort. Ghana have had one moment of promise. Antoine Semenyo with space in the box, his shot fractionally wide of the post. And with scores as they are, Croatia topping the group, and Scotland's elimination will be confirmed, given they need a big Ghana win, and that's not happening, with Croatia 1, Ghana 0, the half-time score in Philadelphia.
Not good for Scotland, not great for England either here. Goalless between themselves and Panama. The second half is on the way. It is 6 minutes to 11 on 5 Live. Here's Dan Maudsley.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The voice of the UK and the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Venezuela's main international airport has reopened to cargo after Wednesday's powerful earthquakes, with mobile hospitals expected to be flown in tonight. The number of people known to have died has now passed 1,400. A 34-year-old man has been arrested after several pedestrians were injured by a car on Ealing Broadway in West London this afternoon. Police say the suspect is a Somalia-born British man and they are not currently treating it as a terrorist incident. Some news just reaching us from the United States, which says it has carried out further strikes on Iran in a direct response, it says, to continued Iranian aggression against commercial shipping. It comes after Iranian state media reported that explosions had been heard this evening in the port city of Sirik on the Strait of Hormuz. And more than 1,000 flights have now been delayed today at Gatwick and Heathrow as thunderstorms hit parts of the UK and Europe. An amber warning for extreme heat remains in force across parts of East and South East England till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Throughout the World Cup, 5 Live Breakfast is coming to you live from the USA.
I came all the way from Sweden to be part of this, and I don't regret it at all.
Scotland fans have become part of the community in Boston.
We flew in today from Calgary, spent the day in Vancouver, watched the game. Best day ever.
Now we get down to the serious business of what is going to happen on the football pitch tonight.
5 Live Breakfast.
Ask your smart speaker.
Play BBC Radio 5 Live.
This is 5 Live Sport.
At the FIFA World Cup 2026.
With Mark Chapman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
It is goalless here between Panama and England. Second half on the way in the drizzle and the gloom in New Jersey. Once we're done, Portugal against Colombia is next. Cracking group this. As things stand, the team that finishes second will play the team who finishes second in England's group. You can watch it on BBC One. Stephen Warnock will be part of the commentary team in Miami. I'm assuming it's grey and drizzly there, is it?
Oh, it's miserable, chappers. I mean, we've got our brillies up, but for completely different reasons. We're taking shade.
Fascinating game this, isn't it?
It's going to be brilliant. I mean, obviously Miami is a hugely Latino community. So you've got, I mean, you want to see the sea of yellow that's here. The Colombians are out in the numbers. The atmosphere is going to be incredible. But Colombia are a good team. I think a lot of teams are looking, or a lot of people are looking at Portugal thinking that they can go far in this competition. But I think what we've seen from Colombia so far is that they're a match for anyone. They've got dangerous players. They've got, obviously we know they've got a lot of ex-Premier League players in there or Premier League experience. So they've played at the highest level and they're a dangerous team.
Not the most in-depth tactical question this, but we saw it when we were here in the stadium for Ecuador, Germany, which was very much a home game for Ecuador. And you've mentioned the number of Colombians there, and we had Luis Miguel Echegaray, who's been with us on 5 Live Sport, a journalist who lives here in New York, was telling us about the sizable Colombian community that will be down there and supporting Colombia. It is going to be a home game for them. It could make a big difference.
Yeah, it absolutely could, chappers. I mean, even yesterday we were walking around and you will not believe how many yellow jerseys there are. It's absolutely incredible. We got to the grounds probably 4 hours before we needed to be here before kickoff, and the atmosphere beforehand was incredible. So yeah, expect that to look like a sea of yellow in the game. They will get behind the team. They're loud, they're vocal, and it could play a huge part.
Which Portugal are you judging at the moment? The Portugal of the first game, where they got off to a blistering start and then got worse and worse as it went on, or a Portugal that dismantled Uzbekistan but really difficult to know what they were playing against at times?
Yeah, I think you've got to judge Portugal from this game, once they go up against better opposition, see exactly where they're at, how they play this game. I mean, this is going to be a really interesting game because Colombia are a high-energy team, they're a high-pressing team, and they'll be difficult to play through. And I think what we'll see from Portugal today is that have they got that quality higher up the pitch, which we know they have, but can they put it into place? Very similar to England, in fact. I think when you look at Portugal, is that they struggle to beat teams with a low block and who sit in, but then when they play against teams who come out a little bit, they can find gaps. They've got their quality of players that we all know they've got. I think they've got the midfield of the tournament as well in terms of squad and what they've got in depth. So they'll just try and control this game as much as possible.
And Ronaldo, I haven't asked you anything on Ronaldo there. Are you, I mean, you know, he answered his critics in some ways, didn't he?
He always does. That's what he does best. When people are sort of doubting him and questioning him, around him, sort of sort of picks him up and he goes again, and he's just got this incredible mentality just to keep on proving people wrong, even at the age he gets to. But one thing you need in a World Cup is you need a goal scorer. He is a goal scorer. He might not be able to press in the way that he used to, and that's just part and parcel of it. But that ball falls in the penalty area. That knack, that instinct, that understanding, that calmness will always be there from him. So, yeah, I think it's one of them where, again, almost taking the pressure of the media away from the situation by getting those goals.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. So BBC One with Gabby and the team to watch Portugal against Colombia. Stephen on the commentary team there. Just being entertained by a load of people banging drums here at the MetLife at the moment. John Murray wants to come in. Is this your... Are you a percussion expertise?
I'm surprised that you're criticising them, because I think that they are I think they're I think they're the New York Giants band.
They are.
So I'm surprised at you having a go at American football.
I wasn't. Well, hang on a minute. I wasn't having a go at them. I was going to actually throw it to you to see if you knew who they were and disappoint. Who's told you? Who told you that? Who told you who they were?
I was sitting up here early in the afternoon when they were rehearsing.
Oh, right, okay.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a clue.
They've been practicing for years, that band, and he's just introduced them as some people banging some drums around.
So the New York Giants play here, and also who plays here, John?
The New York Jets.
They do. Look how pleased he is. Drops the mic. Let's hear from England's assistant Anthony Barry on how the first half went, and he was told as well that Croatia had gone ahead in their games. That means that they are currently taking top spot.
We just concentrate on our own game. Just another example that there's no easy games in the World Cup. I think our guys wanted to start the game fast. They had the intent to start the game fast. I think the stadium was amazing. It felt like a home game. With all of this energy, it almost skewed our risk management. Then we had too many ball losses, too many central ball losses, and that opened up to counter-attacks against a dangerous team like Panama. I think from there then we got more control, 25, 30 minutes, we got more control in the game. We started to use all of this attack and talent that we have, but of course talent's not enough, and we need synchronicity and some rhythm and some routines. And I think from the 30th minute onwards that got better and better, and we'll reinforce that to find the talent in the final third, go for verticality and more speed on the last line. And of course, like I said in the beginning, we have to take care of the coverage and take care of counter-attacks.
The teams are back out here at MetLife. We'll hear more from Matthew Upson at full time. But with kick-off about to take place here for the second half, let's rejoin Alan and John.
And Panama have made a change. Thomas Rodriguez certainly put himself about, Alan. He's been substituted, so whether that's a physical thing or not, I don't know. But Jose Fajardo, who has been in the starting lineup, he was one of the players who was left out, plays in another one who plays in Ecuador, actually, for Universidad Católica. He has come on to play up front, so the number 17. So as England prepare to kick off in the second half, the score is Panama 0, England 0. And with Croatia winning 1-0 against Ghana, England with these scorelines would be going through as group runners-up. And the countdown to kick-off, the Panama team, Mosquera in goal, the back five, Murillo, Escobar, Cordoba, Andrada and Gutierrez, then Harvey and Barcenas in the middle, Christian Martinez, Jose Luis Rodriguez, and then the substitute Fajardo. There is the whistle from the Qatari referee, and England, as they started the match, as a long ball is hit to the edge of the penalty area, and that is headed down and cleared away by Fidel Escobar. The England band strikes up. Pickford has the ball for England halfway inside their half. The back four, Kwanzaa, Konza, Gay and O'Reilly. Then Elliot Anderson with Morgan Rogers and Jude Bellingham either side of him, so no Declan Rice, he's on the bench. Bukayo Saka and Marcus Rashford in the wide areas, and Harry Kane up front. And England have created relatively little. Kane's not really had a chance. Rashford's had the opportunities, had a free kick, an early shot that was saved, and a header over the top of the crossbar. And Panama have posed the odd problem, but that's won back excellently by Anderson. Kane, 30 yards out. Kane square to Rogers, tried a first-time pass, that didn't work. He's trying to find Bellingham on the edge of the area. And it's downfield for Panama, and a foul on Konza, and that's a free kick to England. And here's Alan Shearer.
Brilliant from Elliot Anderson and winning the ball back. Just the way he protects, when he wants to win that ball, and as he did, as quickly as he did, then his only intention is to get the ball into one of the forwards as quick as possible.
Just to restate, if England do finish runners-up, they will play the runners-up in group. Where is it? Runners-up in Group K. So that is either Colombia, Portugal, or DR Congo. That would be England's opponents in the round of 32, and they would be in the same quarter of the draw as Spain, incidentally. So that is what would potentially lie ahead. England are through, remember. Just this will decide which position in the group they finish. Still 0-0. Frustrating exercise for England, and Bellingham has tangled there with Cordoba, and the two of them have gone down. Bellingham's holding his head, and Cordoba's holding his knee. They sort of twisted in together. As Cordoba cleared it, he caught Bellingham on the follow-through. He might have caught him with his arm as he fell down as well, maybe?
I think just because Jude tries to jump out of the way when he's clearing it, and him jumping, he actually lands back on him, but they're both all right.
Yeah, both okay, able to carry on. Panama 0, England 0. And the other thing to point out is that if Croatia do qualify, which they are doing, the winners of this group can only play DR Congo or Senegal. But it will be Croatia going through as group winners with these scores. Here's Carlos Harvey for Panama, all in white with the outside of his boot. Here's one for Christian Martinez to chase, out towards the right. Christian Martinez with O'Reilly. O'Reilly very tight to him. Martinez goes to ground. The referee's not interested in the potential of that being a free kick, but England, with the clearance, have just given Panama a throw-in 10 yards inside the England half.
It's Harry Kane actually winning out. Nico O'Reilly, when he wins the ball, it's Harry Kane that actually picks it up.
Actually, we're just saying again, when Martinez went to ground, O'Reilly caught him with his knee.
Yeah, he just lands straight on his head, doesn't he, unfortunately?
That's quite nasty.
Yeah.
And he will actually need some treatment here, and understandably so. This is one where, the full body, the full weight of O'Reilly's body and his hip has caught him on the side of the head, so we will have a little stoppage here.
Totally accidental, wasn't it? There's nothing he could do about it at all, Nico O'Reilly.
No, it was a physical challenge between the two. 3 minutes played in the second half. Panama 0, England 0. So the knockout matches actually start tomorrow night, 8 o'clock BST, South Africa against Canada. That will start our coverage of the knockout stages at this World Cup, and all of the matches you'll hear on 5 Live, BBC Sounds. If it's late, remember, I've been telling people, Alan, that they can take the radio to bed with them. I hope people have been heeding my advice. And then in the morning, you can catch up on it all on 5 Live Breakfast with Rachel Burden, who's in the UK, and Rick Edwards, who is out in California. So BBC Sounds, it is there for absolutely free, or at least the price of the licence fee. He's all right, Martinez. He's done well to recover from that. He's just been led away to the halfway line at the moment. They'll just be having a look at him. England have lost possession on the edge of the area, but Anderson wins it back and does well, actually. Takes 3 players out there and delivers the ball to Kane. And England are on the move here. And the ball out towards the left-hand side. Rashford on the sprint into the penalty area, but one tackle from Cordoba. The Norwich City man just came across and took it away from Rashford as easy as pie. And then the pass forward. Pickford comes out of his penalty area and absolutely larrups that downfield, high through the middle, giving possession back to Panama. In fact, it bounces to the goalkeeper.
But brilliant again from Elliot Anderson, the way he wins the ball. And again, his first thought is play the ball in to Harry Kane forward. Then Harry Kane fed Rashford on the left-hand side, 1v1, but it was brilliant defending again, wasn't it, from Cordoba?
Yeah, he's having to play that role on his own, as we said, with no Declan Rice in the team, Elliot Anderson, but well, you would know, Alan, when somebody plays a British record fee for you, you must feel like you're
yeah. I mean, the confidence and the belief and all of that, and he's that type of lad. He'll enjoy that, he'll embrace it. Won't be a problem to him at all.
Who would have thought it when he was coming through? He's as England have it, a chance here on the edge of the penalty area, but the challenge comes in on Bellingham. He's just trying to glide through with it. Panama defenders in place, and now they break forward. Murillo. Then across comes the challenge from you-know-who. Elliot Anderson out of play on the halfway line.
Just so clever to read it. Smells the danger.
I was going to say another product of the famous Wallsend Boys Club, Alan, which you will know very well.
It was a great move for him, going to Forest to establish himself, not for Newcastle obviously, but for him personally. He's just been a standout performer, hence the money that City are going to pay for him.
Yep. I think I'm right in saying that he's the 92nd player to come through the Wallsend Boys Club and play professional football, which is not a bad record, that.
It's a brilliant club, it really is. Not just about football either.
Panama 0, England 0. Bellingham touches it back to Gay. Panama just sitting in there. Remember, they're out already, but they have got massive pride to play for. Rashford playing it in. Kane, might bounce to Kane. The ball deflects somehow over the top of the goal and behind. It rattled around. Defender was in there. It seemed certain it would fall to Kane, and somehow it was deflected up and over the top.
I don't know how it hasn't gone in. Rashford again moves it onto the right. He pings such a dangerous ball in, and Harry Kane trying to get on the end of it in between the two defenders. Cordoba actually blocks it, then kicks it against Andrade, and it goes over for a corner. I haven't got a clue how it didn't go in.
In fact, it's actually been given as a goal kick, which is an odd one. Or is it a free kick? Because he's taking this out.
Was it offside?
Was he offside? Was Kane offside?
Well,
he must have been.
Flag.
Nope. Although in saying that, all of this plastic sheeting on the desk after the rain in the first half, we've still got the sheeting on the desk, means the near side is slightly obscured. Panama 0, England 0. 5 live from the BBC. And England was Bellingham was blatantly tugged back there, carrying the ball for. It's Konza who was blatantly pulled back, frustrating, and that's a yellow card, which is shown to the newly arrived Fajardo, just a tug on the shirt, the number 17. So if England get the ball rolling again with Saka, but 3-4 Panama players on him, and he's ended up giving it away to Harvey, and Harvey just rolls it out there into the space for Murillo to carry it forward. Panama, their supporters in here, and there are thousands of them, would absolutely the disappointment of losing the two matches, but if they were able to get a goal, get their noses in front against England, then that would be a famous moment in Panama football history. The guy who scored against England back in 2018, Felipe Baloy, was 37 years old at the time and became the oldest player to score on a World Cup debut, which is still a record. And he's actually involved in the Panama coaching system now, and then he's got the team to the Under-17 World Cup, which they'll play later in the season. It's been a clash, a coming together between Jose Luis Rodriguez, who's taken an arm from Kwanzaa, and he might need some treatment. The physio's walking down the side of the pitch, but I think he's going to get to his feet.
Yeah, clash of heads, wasn't it? It was a lovely pinged ball from right to left, but they had to both go for it, and it was just a clash of heads. But Panama have got the ball.
Yeah. So the ball is dropped after the play was stopped for the head injury. Panama back in possession. By the way, I'm told Rick Edwards will be in the stadium for South Africa-Canada tomorrow night, and the build-up from 7 o'clock on 5 Live. Test match back on TMS in the morning on BBC Sounds. England win it back. Rashford's got it. Racing into the penalty area. Tight angle. Drives for goal, but hits it into the outside netting. Rodgers was in the middle. Kane in the middle. They're both looking to the grey skies above this stadium. Rashford went for goal.
Yeah, they win the ball again on the halfway line, England. Then Rashford is set free, and he's 1v1. Defender pushes him out further onto his left side, and he does go on the outside, and he gets his shot away. He might have been better with a cross rather than trying to beat the goalkeeper at the near post.
So it is a goal kick. Rashford today reaching the milestone of 75 caps. So like I say, Declan Rice, but also the goalkeepers, Seaman and Hart on 75, just one less than Tom Finney, one of the absolute greats. England with the ball in their own half. Here's Kwanzaa up to the halfway line, but Rodgers trying to turn. Challenge came in on him, and England now with Elliot Anderson away down below us, and it's resulted in giving the ball away. He was tackled. Jose Luis Rodriguez goes for the corner, which wasn't too far away from England's top right corner as he was looking at it. Pickford diving, scrambling, he wasn't getting there, but it was wide.
Rodriguez did really well. He gets given the ball just inside the left-hand side, and he drives inside, and no one comes towards him at all, and you know exactly what he's trying to do was bend it in to the far corner with that right foot, but he just doesn't quite get the direction where he wants.
So still 0-0 here in New Jersey under these filthy grey skies, and it's still Croatia 1, Ghana 0. And that Group K will be decided. That's the next set of commentary that you will hear. Colombia, Portugal. Jonathan Pearce will have the commentary on 5 Live with Clinton Morrison. That is from midnight, and we'll keep you across DR Congo against Uzbekistan as well at the same time. So 12:30 start for that. Slightly different kick-off time again. Saka won't reach that. And when is Thomas Tuchel going to start thinking about making changes? I wonder, Alan. To goal kick, and I think the England supporters are suggesting that Panama are messing about here, and
well, they might have seen David Beckham on the big screen.
That's what it was. Was he drinking his balloon of red wine this time? Did you see that one? Did you see that when he was caught?
See if he'll bring a glass up for us.
Ball played through to Kane. Kane with a chance, but the save is made by Mosquera. Ball slipped through to him. That's more like it. First time we've really seen that. O'Reilly now for England. England looking to step it up here with Rashford. Back to O'Reilly. Puts his foot on the ball. Left footed cross to the back post. Kane peels away. Pulls the ball down with his right foot. Then gives it back out to the right hand side to Kwanzaa. Anderson's going to curl it into the back post. There was only one defender there, Murillo, and he was fouled by the arriving Rashford. And it's a free kick to Panama. Kane getting closer.
Well, for the first time in 2 games, we've seen one of those little 10 or 15 yard balls in between the defenders for Harry to run onto. That little diagonal run, he's onside and he gets his shot away, and he keeps it high for the keeper rather than going low across the goalkeeper. Makes it a little bit easier for the keeper than it should have been, but encouraging signs.
Yep, Harry Kane, 2 goals in the first match, 69 goals this season in all competitions. And why is it, Alan, that we've not seen that as much at all?
They've not got into that position anywhere near enough. Just to those runs for defenders are horrible. They hate them. The little 10-yard running behind where you keep yourself onside, and a good sharp pass in between the defenders.
As England, Anderson to Kane. For the umpteenth time, Elliot Anderson is able to snuff out a Panama attack and win the ball back. And now Anderson himself is carrying the ball forward. And Anderson passes it infield. Bellingham, then to Rashford in the box. Rashford, packed penalty area, but Rashford passes the ball behind Bellingham. Then that's given away by Fajardo. That was a nice present from him back for England. 2 players are down in the centre circle. Play continues though. They're not head injuries. So England, again, Bellingham, oh lovely, silky smooth. And then Bellingham attempting to pass the ball across the 6-yard box. Defender deflects it behind. It's a corner to England.
And also showing his frustration and booting the holding boards behind there, but it was great skill from Bellingham. The little step over sends a defender the wrong way. Can't get the ball into the box, but he does get a corner.
The 2 players who are down in the centre circle, it is Kwanzaa and Jose Luis Rodriguez. And they're still down. Kwanzaa has stayed sitting on the pitch. The England physios are on the side of the pitch. In actual fact, they're coming on now. Kwanzaa is saying, I do need some treatment here.
Doesn't look good for Kwanzaa, does it? When he's demanding that the physios come on and help him.
So another right back goes down.
You couldn't make it up, could you, with Livramento not being here, we're injured, and then James getting the injury, and he brings Kwanzaa in to right back, and he looks as if he's struggling now as well.
Not forgetting Ben White, who of course picked up an injury at the end of the season. So Kwanzaa receives treatment, and Thomas Tuchel must be wondering what on earth they do have here. I know this. They call this a MetLife curse, this stadium, because so many players have got injured here over the years. But that's on an artificial pitch. This is a grass pitch. You know, it was just a coming together, wasn't it, between the 2 of them, Jose Luis Rodriguez and Kwanzaa. And he's getting to his feet now. Thomas Tuchel is having a look, but a substitute is being prepared. It's Madueke who's going to be the first one to come on. Just while this happens, let's see what is happening in the Croatia-Ghana match. Chris Coles.
Ghana much better in this second half. Still Croatia 1, Ghana 0, but a double change at half-time, including Leicester's Abel Fatou, who has done the trick. Left foot shot just over the bar, and he is creator-in-chief for Ghana, who are getting closer to this equaliser, but 59 minutes in, Croatia still 1 goal to the good.
And remember, or if you don't know, for Scotland to remain in the World Cup, Ghana have got to win that match by 3 goals, and Croatia are winning 1-0. I don't think Kwanzaa is going to be able to continue. He has limped all the way from the centre circle to the side of the pitch.
Spence is ready to come on.
And Jed Spence and Madueke are going to come on. Are England going to make this change before the corner? I don't think they are, so they're going to play this with 10 men. Kwanza's off the field, and that's the end of his match. Well, that's rotten luck. His first appearance at the World Cup, and it ends with that injury. And also rotten luck for England, injury-wise, in the right back position. Corner for England. Saka plays it in, and it's turned in! Left foot finish! Bellingham's the scorer, and England are in front. In the end, after all the huffing and puffing, so simple. Saka swings it in, left foot shot into the goal, and it's Panama 0, England 1, and England are back on course to win the group.
Well, it wasn't a great ball in, but Bellingham makes it because of the angle that he takes the shot from. He somehow manages to guide it with his left foot. Ironically, when England are down to 10 men because Kwanza's off the pitch, he somehow finds that little bit of space that you need, that to make the difference. And he's so strong in there because the defender's with him, and he holds him off, and just sticks that left foot out and toe pokes it in and around past the goalkeeper, and that is exactly what England have needed.
Jude Bellingham scores his second goal at this World Cup, and a great and mighty relief for the England supporters. 1-0, only 1-0, and now the changes. England scoring that goal when they had only 10 men on the field. Bukayo Saka is also coming off the field, and Noni Madueke, his Arsenal teammate, comes on to replace him. And there's the cry of Jude from the England fans inside this stadium. So only 1-0, but you could genuinely feel the relief. Jed Spence coming on at right back as well for the injured Kwanza.
That's what you need. That's all you need. When I said in the first half, you're looking for just something, a great piece of skill, a great finish, just to change the look for England. And hopefully, from now on to the rest of this game, you'll see an England team with a bit more belief and play with a little bit more freedom.
So both matches now 1-0, and the substitutions being announced. But Saka off. I think you can probably understand that, Alan, having not started the matches for Bukayo Saka and having played over the hour. As Panama have this free on the left-hand side. Got to be careful here. There are shouts for handball in there, and quite vociferous shouts from 2 or 3 of the Panama players. VAR will obviously have a look at that. Sandro Scherer, the Swiss. Panama come again into the England penalty area. It's laid back for a shot across the face of goal. Well, what a chance that was. And the opportunity for, I think it was Murillo, wasn't it? The right wing back. He screwed it horribly wide, and he pulled his shirt up over his head, and I'm not surprised.
It wasn't the strike that he wanted, because he does actually scuff it. And there were 1 or 2 Panama players shouting for handball there, because that ball comes in a long way, and they're claiming that it hit Morgan Rogers on the hand.
Did you see that again? I just caught the tail end.
I saw it again. It did hit his hand, but it was totally accidental.
Plays continued, so there will be no penalty. Madueke, first time into the game, but he's overhit that all the way through, and it is a goal kick to Panama. So England leading by 1-0. Madueke coming on for his 14th cap, and England. It's a goal kick. More cheers, and this time I do see him there, sitting there. David Beckham, looks like James Bond, sitting there with that inscrutable look on his face as England find Kane. Oh, lovely touch from Kane to volley it forward for Rogers. It's headed away by Andrada. England searching for the second goal, which you would think Panama would not be able to come back from. Flicked by Bellingham to Rashford. Rashford beats his man twice, then tees up Kane. Kane with a touch, left foot, hits the defender, bounces down, and Carlos Harvey should be able to get it away, which he does to Christian Martinez.
He knew exactly what Kane was going to do, didn't he? He was going to feign to hit that with the right foot, but he dragged it back onto the left foot. You've seen him do it so many times, and the ball hit the back of the net, but it was really good defending with a block.
That's the voice of Alan Shearer, former England captain. We're watching Panama 0, England 1. And England, with Jude Bellingham, they do seem to have been freed up by that opening goal. I mean, they were tense, you could tell, and understandably so. They'll be aware of the criticism, and they'll have the frustration themselves after the way that they played for those periods of the first match against Croatia to have stuttered so in these two matches.
Well, it's amazing what a goal does to you, for your belief, for your confidence, for everything going forward. And as I said, hopefully, and we've already seen England get into forward positions more often. You get that goal, and then all of a sudden, as you just said, you play with a little bit of freedom. Everyone, all of a sudden, wants the ball that little bit more runs, like we are getting now from Bellingham as well.
Yes, as the ball is played forward for Bellingham into the full-back position, red shirts in the box, Bellingham twisting and turning, Bellingham with the cross, Kane with the header! It's 2-0 and it's Harry Kane, and there we are, England are clear now, 2-0 up against Panama, and they will surely be going through as group winners as Harry Kane scores his third goal at this World Cup. Laid on by Bellingham, who scored the first.
Well, brilliant work from Jude Bellingham on the left-hand side. I just said about players running forward more, and he was a great example of that. And he gets into a dangerous position, then cuts back and clips the ball in to the on-running Harry Kane, and there's no doubt about it. You could just see he was eyeing it up, and he just had to get on the end of it with that header, and it's a bullet header. And he goes past Gary Lineker with World Cup goals. Isn't that lovely to see?
A new record for Harry Kane. World Cup goal number 11. And now he's at the top of the tree. No Englishman has scored as many goals as that at World Cup tournaments.
But his movement is absolutely outstanding. He just checks to his right-hand side, then comes back to his left, which then gives him the space and the leverage to run onto. And he's in control of the defender then, because he's got him where he wants him. And it was just a matter of whether he could guide it where he wanted to do. And that's exactly that, into the back of the net. And what he needed and England needed.
Well, he'll love that record, won't he? From a man who also was fond of a record.
Yeah, he will. That's obviously been on his mind. There's no doubt about it, and the feeling he'll get will be incredible. He deserves it.
Yeah, and that actually brings up an incredible 70 goals this season in 61 appearances for club and country. So his 9th England goal of the season means he's extended his record to 18 goals at both World Cup and European Championship finals, so that was already a record, and 14 in his last 15 England appearances. So we know very well that he's got his eye on Messi and Mbappe and all the rest of them, and as far as he's concerned, I'm absolutely certain, as we have the hydration break here, that he'll fancy his chances of perhaps adding to that in this game. But it's Bellingham and Kane who've made the difference. Panama 0, England 2. And in the other match, Croatia-Ghana, what's happening, Chris Coles?
Croatia still leading by 1-0, 67 minutes old. Ghana have been better in this second half. The introduction of Abdul Fattah has certainly made a difference, but still his left foot shot just after half-time. The closest Ghana have come to this equaliser. No real jeopardy for Ghana. They're on 4 points currently, so comfortably going through as one of the better third-place sides. But they are giving this a real go, and if they were to get an equaliser, then they would go back up to second in the group. But for now, Croatia going through in second, and they still lead this game by 1-0.
So with this scoreline, and the England supporters now are dancing in the stands, all that angst and anxiety and tightness has gone, singing along to Bon Jovi as the England players, Thomas Tuchel moving along and around among them. He's just talking. Mark Gay's receiving the instructions at the moment. There's the players walk back onto the pitch. Nico O'Reilly got a firm tap on the shoulder there. And Thomas Tuchel in his blue baseball cap. Lengthy little word from him. Then he calls together Kane and Pickford as well for a word. And I think Eza's coming on, isn't he? Eberici Eza is down there on the pitch. He's coming on for Bellingham. So Bellingham's off. Substituted in all 3 matches, Alan.
Yeah, he's done his job though. Without him, England wouldn't be in this position. A bit of class for the goal, and then another bit of class as well. Just a little dink to the far post for the on-running Harry Kane, and that's exactly what you needed. I said in the first half about who's going to give you the piece of magic, and Bellamy is the one that did that.
And with England leading by 2-0, and seemingly fairly straightforwardly now on course to winning the group and getting through. Does that also show how important Thomas Tuchel feels that Bellingham is to this team? You know, he does not want to risk him any further in this match.
Yep, absolutely, and so he shouldn't, because he's a special player and you know what he can do. And England need all those special players available, because they're going to have games like this where it's really tight. And then you want your big hitters. We've seen it with France. We've seen it with Brazil. Seen it with Norway. Seen it with Portugal. The big hitters come alive when you really, really need them.
Yeah.
Bellingham is that, and Kane is that.
It's been remarkable, actually. It's been a real feature of this World Cup that so many of them have delivered.
Well, I can't believe I missed Messi out as well.
There's the announcement. Eza coming on for Bellingham as the rain begins to fall here again. That's disappointing. I was hoping we were going to get through the last 20 minutes or so of this match without it, but here they are. You can hear the covers. The covers are coming on in New Jersey, and England 2-0 up. And England, it would seem, Panama substitutions announced. Barcenas and Jose Luis Rodriguez being replaced by Diaz and Londoño, who have come on for Panama. So just under 20 minutes to play, and England on the way through, on the way to Atlanta. That's where England will play their round of 32 match, as there's a foul on Carlos Harvey, centre field, and it's a free kick to Panama. And remember, as we were discussing earlier, if DR Congo win tonight, that is almost certainly going to be England against DR Congo. That will all be confirmed later. You'll hear that, as I say, with Jonathan Pearce, who will have all of the permutation. But that is the most likely opponent for England in the round of 32. And if they're able to get through that, then it's Mexico City, Alan, with the potential of Mexico against England if they get through their match. Panama coming forward. England want to keep the back door shut here, don't they? They don't want to give Panama a sniff as it's played through, but that's deflected. Oh, O'Reilly's given it away. So shot from the angle, but that is blocked inside the box. Bounces back. Panama again. They're sending plenty of white shirts forward. And, you know, they want a goal. They've not scored at this World Cup. Here's the cross. Header is up and over the top of the bar by Diaz, who's just come onto the field. Ismail Diaz, the number 10. So a chance, but still England with a clean sheet.
Diaz should have done better. He got the run right, got on the end of it, but he just couldn't get the direction he wanted. It was a wonderful ball in.
So 2-0, Panama 0, England 2, Jude Bellingham and Harry Kane delivering the goals, and Bellingham having scored the first himself from Saka's corner as well, we should say. That's another goal for a corner from England. It's going to be so important when you get into those knockout matches, as England hope to do, when you're playing against the better teams. Those set pieces could be absolutely pivotal in England's matches. There's Rodgers, ball bounces away from him. Anderson goes down, wants a free kick. That is not given. Panama attack down this right flank, and waiting in the middle is Fajardo, the substitute. In it comes. Christian Martinez is challenged in the area, breaks free. Then the shot is blasted wide of the near post. The shot from the angle flashes wide from Diaz, Ismail Diaz, and it actually took a deflection and it's a Panama corner.
I thought that was actually in the roof of the net for 1 second, you know. Had to be really careful he didn't give a penalty away, Konza. But then the ball falls really nicely for Diaz. He's got no other option than to pull the trigger from the tight angle.
So it's a corner to Panama. As I say, 1-0 defeat against Ghana and Croatia, 2-0 down here. They've never won a point at the World Cup. They've not scored a goal at this one. They'd love to get one. But England want to keep it tight. Defending the set piece. Here's the delivery from Martinez, deep towards the back post. Carlos Harvey heads it across goal. It's still not out yet. Nodded back across and struggling to get it away. Jed Spence finally underneath it in the 6-yard box. Comes out. Eza clears it. And then it's back again with Christian Martinez. Ball in, attempted flick. England are right up against it here. And then across, Diaz with a shot on the edge of the area, but he's got that all wrong. And he's skied it well high above the top right corner, and it lands in amongst the red shirts behind the goal.
Well, they just couldn't get rid of it, England. Then it comes back again, and Diaz finds himself maybe 16 yards out, but you're right, he tries to just curl it in, but he does sky it high into the stand.
It's another full house, Alan, they've announced here at the
brilliant, isn't
New York, New Jersey Stadium. Just over 80,000 people inside the ground.
All the effort and the cost and everything else. It's been superb turnout.
Spence now free running for England down the right-hand side, plays the ball into the area for Rodgers. Rodgers tried to cut it back across, but under pressure just touched it behind for a goal kick. Into the last 15 minutes. So what about the prospect of, well, England will have to get through, if it is DR Congo first in Atlanta. Have you seen much of them?
No,
I have to ask that question.
Not a great deal. Great deal.
I've seen flashes and bits and pieces.
I'm the same as you, yeah.
And then the potential.
We know the way they'll play, but then the potential then to go to Mexico, which would be tough, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and that's going to increasingly become a talking point, because that match will be played at altitude, potentially against Mexico City in their own stadium, when England will just arrive there and play the game, really. And you have to assume that England have been preparing in some way for that eventuality.
Tuchel was asked about that, and there was the idea of actually just flying as close as possible as they can, and then as soon as they finish, and then flying back out again, rather than spending 48 hours in there.
Yes, I've heard that. The theory seems to be that if you leave it as late, you're not as affected by the altitude, which seems an odd one to me. But there again, people know more about that sort of thing than I do, and possibly even you, Alan.
And me.
Panama 0, England 2. And here's Rodgers. Rodgers back to Spence. Rain coming down a little harder now. Still Spence takes on the defender and then crosses it. I'm not sure if he didn't get a touch on that, but straight behind off Jed Spence. Wasted opportunity that. And 12 minutes to play. Rain getting heavier and heavier. I'm giving it up now. I've decided I'm just going to get wet now.
I'm just looking at the screen here and looking at Thomas Tuchel having a word with Ollie Watkins on the bench, whether he was saying to him, your time will come, or I'm going to put you on in the next couple of minutes. I'm not sure.
That was well caught, wasn't it, by that television camera, because that was quite a significant exchange. Watkins, who's not got onto the field yet, and Thomas Tuchel's made the 3 changes so far. So Saka, Kwanzaa and Bellingham have left the field, so still the possibility of 2 more. Maybe leave it into the last 10 minutes, but Ollie Watkins must be itching to get on the field, particularly the way that he finished the season with Aston Villa. Free kick to Panama, but they take square, and here is Diaz, who has been heavily involved since he's come onto the field. Gutierrez now wins the throw-in down the left-hand side. Gutierrez turns and picks that up just a short distance away from where Thomas Christensen is standing, and it looks as though it's going to be a disappointing 3 defeats out of 3 for Panama, but I think the progress that he's made, I think all Panama fans will appreciate that as the ball is played into the England penalty area. Kwanzaa is trying to shepherd it behind, which he does in the end, and it is a goal kick to England.
He did really well. You could see exactly shielding the ball, letting it run out for a goal kick. Did really well, did Kwanzaa.
There's been another goal in the Croatia-Ghana match. Chris Coles.
A deserved equaliser for Ghana. Centre-back Derek Lucassen has scored, ghosting round the back from a free kick. It survived a lengthy VAR check, including the referee coming to the screen, and he overruled his original decision, which was to rule the goal out for a foul in the build-up. So Croatia 1, Ghana 1. Ghana nudged back up to second in the group.
Yeah, so England going through as group winners, and now Ghana as runners-up, and Croatia, with the draw, will be going through as one of the third place teams. I'm not sure I'd necessarily want to play Croatia as one of the third place teams. Here's Anderson for England. Anderson, you just switched onto us late on a Saturday night, you might be on your way home. You're on your way home from the pub. 2-0 to England. Ball played forward to Rashford. Ball is cleared away, but Rashford was in an offside position. Yeah, the goals eventually coming within 5 minutes of one another, I think was the timing on that. First, Bellingham with a left foot volley from a corner from 6 or 7 yards out, and then Bellingham himself creating for Harry Kane to head in his 3rd goal of the tournament. And I'm sure we'll get a chance to speak to Harry Kane later, because it's such a significant record, becoming England's record scorer in World Cups and leaving your mate Gary Lineker now in second. I suspect you might be talking to him about that somewhere or other.
We've been waiting for this moment. It was always going to come.
Yeah. And so there we are on what is his 117th appearance for England. So he's leaving David Beckham well behind now as the ball is played out to the right. Madueke just couldn't keep it in, sprinting after it high foot, but it just, as he got a foot to it, it was over the line. And so now Kane is closing in really on the appearances record as well. Wayne Rooney with 120 as the most capped outfield man for England, and Peter Shilton with 125. Here is Kane giving it to Madueke. Madueke taking on his man, crossing right-footed, but that's headed away on the edge of the box. Comes out now, chested touch by O'Reilly, couldn't find Kane. Anderson's there again. He's played as well as anyone really, hasn't he, Elliot Anderson? Although in saying that, England have lost it. It's downfield, Diaz is chasing this. Mark Gay sprints across. Mark Gay gets there first, and he's able to just roll it back to Jordan Pickford.
With his pace, he did really well. He read it really well. It was just a matter of whether he was going to get there. As I said, his pace allowed him to do that. It's clever defending, alert.
Yeah, 2-0 England. Kane, long pass forward, but goalkeeper Mosquera just comes to the edge of the area, picks it up and almost loses balance. And England are going to, yes, it is going to be, surely that is Ollie Watkins down there.
It is, yeah, Ollie Watkins and
Jordan Henderson as well is going to get he's going to get his first taste of the action at this World Cup for the final minutes of this third group match, with England going through as group winners, quite possibly to play DR Congo, depending on the result later on this evening. As Panama come forward again. Christian Martinez back out to Amir Murillo. Christian Martinez again. Fourth official is standing there with the board, and yes, we can see him now. Ollie Watkins. Here's the cross for Panama from the left-hand side from Gutierrez. That's cleared away to Kane. Kane slips it between the legs of Christian Martinez, and then Eza passes the ball forward for the run of Rodgers, who was blatantly balked and brought down by Andrada. And the referee, the Qatari referee, had the yellow card out of his pocket almost before Rodgers hit the ground.
Yeah, he had to foul him. He was away. He's got hold of him with a little clip as well. I think it's only because there's that much distance between the foul and the goal that he's lucky he gets a yellow rather than a red.
So here come the England changes, the final two. Jordan Henderson coming onto the field to replace Elliot Anderson, who's had a lot going on this week, and we know that there was a little bit of a fitness issue as well. And Elliot Anderson comes and applauds and leaves the field. Very good game.
I think he's been absolutely outstanding, the way he's just helped protect that back four, and his ability to read the ball and win it back in crucial situations. He's been one of England's best players today.
And with Jordan Henderson coming onto the field, Jordan Henderson, England's number 14, 36 years old now. Jordan Henderson, in possession of the ball now, becomes the first England player to appear at 4 World Cups. So there's a record for Jordan Henderson as well. This is 7th major tournament. And we know very well how much Thomas Tuchel values him, and he's taken his opportunity to make sure he gets that record here today, which I think is absolutely the right thing to do.
Yeah, deserved. An incredible career. Just to try and shore things up for England and keep it moving, keep everyone going for the last few minutes.
5 minutes to play. Panama 0, England 2. Scotland heading out tonight with that other scoreline in the Croatia-Ghana match, in which there's been another goal, Chris Coles.
Well, they're definitely heading out now because Croatia are back in front. 2-1 they lead with 7 minutes to play. They're back up to second in the group. A header from Nikola Vlasic from a corner, lost his marker, headed into the bottom corner. Croatia 2, Ghana 1.
As Henderson makes a burst forward. Henderson pulls the ball across the penalty area. That's a poor clearance. Watkins was interested there, but it just ran away from him, bounced away from him, and Panama were able to clear. Ollie Watkins, who made such an impact, we'll remember very well 2 years ago as a free kick to England at the back. Mark Gay is fouled. Remember that impact that he made? We were sitting together there, weren't we, in Dortmund that night when Ollie Watkins scored the winning goal, the dramatic winning goal against Netherlands. and he'll feel good. But as I say, particularly the way that he finished the season in such good goal-scoring form for Aston Villa, ended up being the top English qualified goal scorer in the Premier League with 16.
He's so clever in the way he makes that run. When Harry Kane got free for the first time in that second half, he's brilliant at those little runs.
4 minutes to play here in the now pouring rain, high up in the stadium in New Jersey. Madueke receives it into the penalty area, rolls it across for Eza, who is winding himself up. Actually, Spence was interested as well. Still Eza on the edge of the box. Tackle comes in. The ball actually bounces out towards the left-hand side, where Rashford will give it back to Jordan Henderson, and then Rashford all the way back to Mark Gay near the halfway line. 3.5 minutes to go. It feels like, strangely, I'm commentating at the World Cup. It feels like I'm commentating at the Open, sitting here in rain coming down. My notes turning to papier-mâché. Rashford now into the penalty area, gets away. Rashford trying to find a position, still going, and actually weaves all the way back out of the penalty area, then gives it to Spence, and then Madueke on the left-hand side. Left-footed cross goes in all the way to the back post. Oh, and it's scuffed wide by Rashford. It was slightly behind him. He had to adjust his body and then mishit it really, and he lies there on the pitch now, face down. He's had some opportunities in this match, Rashford.
Well, he was desperate to work it onto his right foot for the first one with a shot, but he ran into about 5 or 6 defenders, and then all of a sudden finds himself free at the far post and opens his body up and tries to hit it with the inside of the right foot rather than let it come across him and then hit it with the left foot, and he scuffs it wide.
2 more changes for Panama. Alberto Quintero is coming on, he's a winger, and also the veteran left back Eric Davis is coming on, who played against England in that match 8 years ago. That was 6-1, and that was men against boys. This has been a marker of how Panama have improved in those 8 years, and they are in possession halfway inside the England half and win a free kick as well, which they take quickly out to the right flank. In comes the cross, deep to the back post, but that's over everyone and will bounce out for a goal kick. And we have got 2 minutes to play, Alan Shearer.
It's just a matter of England getting that first goal and getting the belief. And yes, they work hard, Panama, they get people behind the ball, but I said it, when you've got someone of the brilliance of Bellingham or Kane or whoever that may be, they have to give you that magic. They have to produce something when you're least expecting it, and he made that Saka corner into a good corner, into a good ball, because of his strength, because of his ability to hold his balance, then of course the ability to flick it around the goalkeeper. And as soon as he got that goal, we were going to get nothing but an England win.
Yeah. Play back underway, Panama bringing it forward with Christian Martinez, but he passes the ball out of play. So not long to wait before Colombia-Portugal. That's our next commentary. Jonathan Pearce will be standing by with Clinton Morrison back in the 5 Live studio. DR Congo against Uzbekistan, so 12:30 for that. Sunday, tomorrow's 5 Live Sport features commentary on the Austrian Grand Prix from 2 o'clock. Here's Diaz, who's going to try a shot, which whizzes away. Pickford comes out and barks some instructions angrily to the England defenders. It's a goal kick. So yes, Austrian Grand Prix tomorrow afternoon. There's a big Wimbledon preview after that. Test match special back on air in the morning in what is quite an absorbing test match. And then our Wimbledon coverage begins on Monday. So Wimbledon during the day, World Cup in the evening, the cricket as well. Here's Madueke for England. Madueke tries to play it through. That's actually bounced back for Ismail Diaz. And Diaz with Fajardo ahead of him. Still Diaz. England have got 3 men around him. That's done the trick. And the recovering Madueke is able to take the ball and then go on a gliding run himself, but he gives possession away. And the 90 minutes are up. 6 minutes of added time, which it seems to be virtually every match, as Eza passes the ball back towards the edge of the penalty area. There we are. And Morgan Rogers now. Rogers gets the ball back from Rashford and then plays it through into the penalty area. Madueke, but the goalkeeper came out and actually spread himself well and made a decent save with his legs, but Madueke was in there. It's funny, isn't it? 2-0 up. All of those moves as the ball is played through the middle. Fajardo might have a chance here to score, which he does, but the offside flag is then raised, and and all of the Panama supporters who thought they'd seen their team score their first goal at this World Cup. The flag rules it out, and I think, I'm not sure that, I think there's several hundred of them who don't actually realise yet. They're still jumping up and down and celebrating in the stands.
It's tight, you know. It's really, really tight. It's a brilliant break from Panama, and it's a clever finish.
It's a good finish.
But it is really tight, and England, if it is offside, maybe slightly fortunate that they get away with that one, because they missed the chance at the other end, and it has been given offside.
Yep, semi-automated offside has clicked into action. The goal is ruled out. It remains Panama 0, England 2. So England going through as group winners. Looks like it may well be DR Congo, but we'll see. That will be decided later as Henderson passes it forward, and Croatia going through as runners-up, and Ghana would be going through as one of the third-place teams. Here's Watkins making one of those runs that Alan Shearer was talking about, out to the left-hand side into the full-back position, and England win a throw-in over there. So 6 minutes of added time. We've got 5 of them left. England supporters down there celebrating in the stands, and they're just showing that offside on the big screens, and they're groans of anguish from the Panama supporters, because it's a kneecap, isn't it? Yeah. Throw into England, which is taken back towards the halfway line. So that next England match will be on Wednesday in Atlanta, so you can begin to make plans for that, as England have just got to be careful. Konza at the back with players around him, either side of him, falls as he clears it away, and he's off the pitch, so he has to get back very quickly onto the playing surface. Long pass, Fajardo tries to flick it goalwards, and Pickford actually got his hands to it to push it away, and that will be a corner.
Yeah, there's been positives for England in this second half, Bellingham being one of them, Kane being another one of them, but there are one or two issues throughout the 90 minutes defensively. They haven't been punished, but they have given the opposition chances, and you do feel against better opposition than England might have been punished. But it's another clean sheet, or it looks like it.
As the corner, he tries to score direct from the corner, and he got it all wrong, and he whipped it into the outside netter. So it is a goal kick to England. What do you think? I mean, no Declan Rice today. No, against better opponents, Declan Rice, if he's fit, will be there.
Yeah.
Would you like to see John Stones in the team?
Yeah, I just wonder whether there's been a problem with John Stones, whether because he started that first game, didn't he? We were slightly surprised, and then we haven't sort of seen him since. And my belief, or my concern would be, we haven't seen him. Is it because of an injury? And there has been one or two times where there's been panic at the back, and they've got through and they've troubled England, but haven't made advantage of it. And as I said, better opposition would have punished England.
Well, they say he's been training. Eza might have a go. It's deflected wide, and that is a corner. Hit the defender on the edge of the box, Fidel Escobar, and it is a corner for England from the left-hand side. They say he's been training, John Stones, but a little bit like with Manchester City towards the end of the season, was training, was fit, but wasn't necessarily playing. Corner to England, and it's going to be taken short, I think. England looking for a third goal that would absolutely put the seal on this, and see them going through in quite good style. 2-0 as it is. Corner to be taken right-footed from the left-hand side, deep towards the back post. The Panama player gone down in the box, and that is given as a free kick. Andrada is bundled over, and it's a free kick to Panama inside their own penalty area. And of course the other question will be, if now Kwanzaa is injured, and he had to limp off in the second half if you weren't listening, Spencer's come on as right back. You know, the options there are now becoming quite thin.
Yeah, well, he did gamble, didn't he, in bringing the players that he brought, despite them having a history of injuries.
Offside flag up against Panama. So there is the possibility of Konza playing there, as Henderson takes this free kick downfield. Step over from Watkins into the penalty area on the right now. Watkins, ball into the near post. Goalkeeper goes down and actually kicks it away as he went down to ground, with only seconds left to play now. And Chalobah is an option as well. He can play there, the man who came in to replace Livramento. Is it more likely to be one of those two or Spence?
My guess would be Spence. He's brought him on and played him in the right back position now, so I think going forward, if there is an issue there, he would be one that would probably start the next game.
So we're just waiting now for the final whistle for the last action in Group L, which is going to be won by England with this 2-0 victory. The 4-2 win against Croatia, then the 0-0 with Ghana, and there is the final whistle here in New Jersey on this rainy day. And a couple of England players put their fists into the air. There are not wild celebrations here. They are doing what they set out to do, to win this group. They've got sight set further on in this tournament, but the job is done. This match is won, and they've topped the group 2-0 against Panama. Alan Shearer.
Well, the first aim is to win the game. Secondly, can you win the game and put in a really good performance? Probably not, no. There's plenty to work on, but they've won the game. They've had to rely on the brilliance of Bellingham and Kane and Anderson, but that's fine. So many other teams rely on their big hitters, so England can do that. One or two wobbles defensively, but all in all, the belief and the confidence that this should give them going forward. It's been a good afternoon.
Yep, Jude Bellingham with his 8th goal for England, his 2nd at this World Cup, and then setting up the goal 5 minutes later for Harry Kane to head in what was his record 11th goal for England, edging ahead of Gary Lineker at the top of that particular list. So Panama 0, England 2 it is, and England will be heading to the round of 32 in Atlanta. That's their next date on Wednesday. So 2-0 to England, and here's Mark Chapman with us in the stadium.
I think you can already guess, can't you, John, what they're going to say to you when you go and interview them. You know, the players will say, well, we've topped the group, and that's all that matters. Thomas Tuchel will say, we've topped the group, and there are probably some things to work on.
And it's actually the same as it was under Gareth Southgate, and we heard him say that so much. At a tournament, you've got to negotiate your way through the tournament, and that's what they've done to this point. And okay, they haven't lived up to that thrilling period that they played in the second half in these two matches, but as Thomas Tuchel I'm sure will say, completely different matches and completely different opponents.
Well, what will be interesting in the knockout stages, Alan, is who they come up against who choose to play like Croatia, i.e. go toe-to-toe with them, or who they come up against in the knockout stages and decide to do what Panama or Ghana did.
Well, if it is going to be DR Congo, then I guess they'll play the same as Ghana have and the same as they have today, where it will be defensively, and they will try and hit England on the break, and that's when you're more reliant on players producing that piece of magic to get you out of a tricky spot. Positives without doubt today: Kane getting his goal, Bellingham getting his goal and the assist. I thought Elliot Anderson in midfield was superb. I thought Gay at times used his pace to great effect when England were in one or two spots of bother, and that would be the thing to work on, because the further they go, the better opposition, in particular in forward positions, and if you give the chances, one or two that they have given today, then you will be punished. But we are looking for perfection, aren't we? As we said, the aim was to win the group. The aim today was to win the game, and then you can have one or two little pick bits and see what can be improved, and that is no doubt with what the manager will say.
The manager is being interviewed for television at the moment. We'll bring you what he says. John's going to head down to the tunnel area and see what reaction he can bring us, and he'll try and bring us that before kick-off in the next game between Colombia and Portugal, and we'll bring you full commentary of that from 11:30 here on 5 Live. Final whistle has gone between Croatia and Ghana. Chris Cole.
A win for Croatia by 2-1, who've grown nicely into this World Cup following that opening game defeat to England. Petar Sucic from range for 1-0. Ghana level through Derek Lukason's cushion volley from a deep free kick. Nikola Vlasic won it with a header from a corner. Croatia through in second to play the runners-up in Group K, which could be the loser of Colombia-Portugal later. And Ghana through in third, where their likely opponents will be the winner of Colombia-Portugal. And Scotland's elimination finally confirmed courtesy of this result in Philadelphia. Croatia 2, Ghana 1.
Yeah, Scotland are going home. They will be leaving Charlotte, where they are, the England players at the moment currently standing in front of their fans as Wonderwall rings out here, and the fans are singing that back to the players as they stand there just looking at the fans up in the stands here at the MetLife Stadium. Matthew Upson with us as well. Your overall thoughts at the end of that?
Yeah, I mean, pretty similar to the guys really in the sense that there were moments in the game where it looked a little bit stale and we looked a little bit shaky on the break. Certainly I thought we had more problems to deal with than obviously in the Ghana game, and it stretched us a little bit more, but we have one or two players that can produce something. Jude Bellingham was outstanding, I thought, in terms of how he approached the game. I think sometimes he gets a little bit kind of too much in terms of wanting it so badly, and the frustration creeps out, and I saw it in the first half a little bit, and then the second it just started to be more measured. Some of the timing of his runs was excellent, and the goal and the assist for Harry Kane was just brilliant. So you rely on those moments a little bit, but doesn't every team? You know, sooner or later you rely on your star player or your creative players to produce something, and England did that in the end after having a big amount of the game and a lot of control of the ball.
Wayne Rooney said after the opening goal, Alan, he said if you cross the ball you cause problems. Everything from England had been too much in the middle, they have been too narrow. The issue going forward is how they will break teams down if they don't get the ball out wide and put crosses in.
Well, they had the ball out wide in the first half, I said it.
But then cut in, didn't they?
Both Saka on the right-hand side had too many times and cut in to use the left foot, I should say, and whip it in. Rashford on the left-hand side, cutting inside for that right foot, and that makes it slightly easier for defenders to clear. Yet you saw balls, I think, particularly with Bellingham, in the way he twisted and turned and then clipped that ball to the far post. I think England do look more dangerous when they go on the outside. As I said, it's a lot more difficult for defenders and easier for forwards, because you can make your run once you know that's coming in. It's harder to get on a in-swinger from a right foot on the left and vice versa on the right than it is going on the outside and attacking the ball if someone's crossing with the left, or from the right, from the right.
And those outside options are then more complicated by the fact he could have lost another right back this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, we're yet to see whether he will regret those decisions. We will only know that when we go in against better opposition, but at the minute it's not looking that he all of a sudden he loses Livramento, he loses Reece James, he loses Quansah, who he then brings in to play right back. Now he's asked to bring Jed Spence on. He has still got options there. He can play Spence, he can play Quansah in that right back position and bring John Stones into centre half. But my concern would be for John, if he hasn't played the last two games, is he carrying an injury too? But those are all questions for tomorrow. Tonight they've won the group, they've won the game, and hopefully they'll take a bit of belief and confidence from that going forward.
I know it's a question for tomorrow, but can I ask it to Matt as well?
Well, yeah, because you're a nice guy, we'll allow you that.
Oh, thank you very much. Because they are the options that are there that Alan has pointed out, and maybe they could play this clip out again tomorrow, and then it fills a hole for them. It fills a hole for them there. But you could have Quansah at right back. You could bring Stones in. You never know. Bearing in mind, right at the start, we talked about how he maybe would want Jed Spence to do a certain job on a certain winger, depending on who they were up against. He still may want Jed Spence as his left back at times.
Yeah, are you confused, Chapper? It's all a little bit kind of players in different places, and it's not ideal. There's no escaping it from my view. In that situation with a back four, certainly centre-back pairing and your full-back, it's changed every game, and I'm not sure you can keep going in this fashion. He's going to have to now, because he's plugging holes, and like you say, he's been unfortunate, a bit of bad luck here and there, and those decisions that we're going to see how they play out, but it's not ideal. And I think as you go deeper into the tournament, the uncertainty that we feel, and it is something there when we're watching these games, even though we're doing well and we're churning through the stages of the tournament, there's something there that is a little bit of uncertainty, and the change doesn't help.
Sorry, Mike. He's actually searching, isn't he? You feel as if I feel as if he's searching for the combinations on the right side and the left side. He's tried Spence and Gordon, that didn't really work. He's tried Madueke on the right hand side, and that didn't really work. And he's put Saka in again today on the right, and at times they looked, but it wasn't sparkling. He's put Rashford in one or two times where he looked dangerous, but you think not enough. I mean, ultimately it came from the piece of brilliance from Bellingham with the cross for Kane. Then all of a sudden England could relax in the game, and the game was won. So he's searching for combinations in both full-backs and in wide areas to go forward that are going to work.
And those combinations...
Sorry,
go on, Matt.
Do you not think that that's a lot of players, Alan, to be searching for mid-tournament?
Absolutely.
We've seen it before. It's not ideal, is it?
No, I mean we thought Saka maybe would came in for the last game, but he's in for the third game. Hopefully he'll get better, because there's no doubt he's an outstanding player. But he's having to work with someone different again in Quansah, and then you're switching it around, and you're switching 4-5 around in different positions, which, as you say, isn't ideal.
The man who set up England's was it their first? He scored the first and set up the second. Here's Jude Bellingham.
How do you sum it up? Group 1, job done today in terms of the win.
Yeah, first job achieved. You know, that we came here to do it in sections. We got through the pre-camp games really well, and now, you know, we achieved our first objective, which was to get through the group and top it as well.
What was said at half-time?
Just, you're doing well, keep going, a little bit more, another gear. Nothing's crazy. We knew what level we were at, we know what level we want to achieve, and we did it in the second half.
The manager says that you'll see a better England in the knockout stage.
We'll see, hopefully. I think every day we've got to try and improve, every game we've got to improve, and it's up to us to do that.
What pleased you most today? The goal or the assist?
The assist. I think it was just a good culmination of play, and to give it to Harry again, who just continues to raise his level, is incredible.
Well, you know that assist also means history. Harry Kane now England's record goal scorer at World Cups.
It's everything he deserves, you know what I mean? You see the effort that he puts in as a captain, you see how he leads us, his quality speaks for itself, he's the best.
I think they're playing your song.
I think so, I better go.
Well done.
Thank you.
Jude Bellingham scored the first, set up the second for Harry Kane. As a former England number 9, do you want to give an appreciation of Harry Kane? Now he's England's record goal scorer in the World Cup.
Just incredible. He's a staggering goal scorer. The standards that he's set and the standards that he hits week in, week out, he's just incredible and deserves everything.
And those records, he could break for the next few years. He isn't going anywhere, is he?
No, he's not going anywhere. He's coming into this tournament on the back of 61 goals for his club, which is just staggering. When I first started in the late 80s, early 90s, if you got 20 a season, that was judged as impressive. So these guys now, and Harry's one of them, are taking goal scoring to different levels. So he's an incredible professional and deserves it all.
If you were playing now, would you get 60 a season?
No, I wouldn't. I'd get 70.
Do you know what? Sometimes I just set them up for you, don't I? And then you knock them in.
It's Bellingham and Kane, there you go, you see.
Thank you, Alan. See you soon. Alan Shearer with us on 5 Live. Paul Robinson back with us, former England goalkeeper. What are your thoughts at the end of it all?
It's a job done. I mean, I'm sure that's what you've said. Obviously, I've not been here. I've been away doing the television, but actually it wasn't pretty, and at times it looked like it could end up being a long evening for England, but they got the breakthrough, and then the shackles were off. They were relaxed. They were playing with a lot of pressure, and they were playing against the side who obviously saw what Ghana did to England and frustrated England, and the longer the game went, the more you worried for England. But actually they got the first goal, ensued by the second, and at that point that was it, done. It allowed the managers to make the changes. I don't think we've learned anything from that today. I don't think it was a huge change from the Ghana game. Yes, the formation changed, but it wasn't a game where you watched it and you thought, okay, England are going to go all the way through the tournament here. They're obviously work in progress that they're building. He used his full squad again, but actually the injuries that they've picked up is probably going to be the most talking point and the most worrying thing for Thomas Tuchel.
Did you in the first half, did you worry at all about how open they looked at times when out of possession, or did you just think, well, that was the way that this team was set up and they won't look that open once they get to the knockouts.
But why won't they? I mean, when they play a better team, we saw Panama
if he brings
today.
Rice in for St. Rogers.
If they play in a more defensive role, yeah, obviously, if they've got two holding defensive midfielders, with the one against a team like Panama, with no disrespect, they were exposed. That offside decision at the very end was a lot closer than I think we all initially thought it was. They had one or two opportunities. Diaz that came off the bench, he had two chances, put one wide, one over the bar, the offside decision. And you think if that's an England team playing against a France or a Spain, for example, the defensive frailties may be exposed. But as you quite rightly say, they were playing a much more pragmatic role and be more defensively minded than they were today. They knew today that they had to take the initiative. They had to be the ones on the front foot taking the game to Panama, and that's why at times they will have been exposed.
Matt, do you think those flaws that we saw then will be shored up for, well, it's looking like either Senegal or DR Congo?
You would like to hope that it's going to look better and start to look a bit more solid, but there's going to be changes again. You would feel, it depends on how many times can the back four play together, because that for me is the only way you get better. And the understanding of fullbacks tucking in, narrowing off, who's going to go forwards, when we're going to drop in, and the communication between the midfielders as well in all of that picture. Building that into the next stage of the tournament for me is so crucial. I look at all the other teams and those positions, very few of the best teams change those roles at all. There might be one or two in this third game or to rest someone or whatever, but we've made wholesale changes because it feels like he's looking at what is my best option. We need to get to that quickly and let it play and keep it going, because as the standard goes up, it's going to get harder and harder. I felt it was tough today because the team were quite unusual, weren't they? The way they played, set off, and then all of a sudden when they went forward, it was bursting forward. So you're always going to have situations where you're going to have a bit of a race between a centre-back and a forward, or a full-back tucking in to win that battle. And we got there most of the time. It's tight offside, yes, on the goal, and it could have gone the other way. But on the whole, we coped with it. It just wasn't a good feeling, was it? And it felt a little bit exposed.
Let's hear from Thomas Tuchel then. This is what he said immediately after the game.
Thomas, England top of the group. How do you sum up today's performance?
Yeah, we did what was needed. It was what we expected, a tough match against a physical opponent. Difficult to score. We were the only team to create this amount of chances and score twice against them. We were very aggressive. We had to be very careful with the counterattacks because they're strong. We did well overall and deserved to win, but it was a hard piece of work.
You saw the role he played in both goals. How do you sum up Jude Bellingham's performance today?
Good performance again. We're happy that he's in this kind of shape, but everyone did what they needed to do. Jude was a big part of it.
Yeah, a moment of history as well today. Harry Kane is now England's record goal scorer at World Cups.
Yeah, good. And it's not the end.
It isn't the end. What is there to build on? Maybe the last 20 minutes?
No, there's more to build on. You have to get so many details right, and it's an aggressive approach that we take, and then to defend the one-on-ones. If you're close to the pitch, you see it, and that's what it is. But the tournament starts again now in knockout. Now we collect our strengths and collect our energy, and we build on what we have: the team spirit, fighting spirit, the belief. And we will step up. The bigger the games get, the bigger we will get.
What does this mean today as well for those players making their first appearance at a World Cup? A first start, like Morgan Rogers, for instance.
Yeah, good. And I'm happy that Ollie is on the pitch finally, and Jordan Henderson. They deserve so much more that they deserve. They are key players in their clubs. Get difficult decisions from me. That's what they signed up for. We're here for a bigger goal. And everyone buys into that.
The final point, the next game in just 4 days' time, DR Congo or Senegal looks likely. How's the fitness of players? Kwanzaa went off, Saka, Rice?
Saka's not a problem. Declan had the chance to take him completely off the match, to not concede a second yellow, which helps us a lot. Jarrell, I don't know, he had to go off injured, so we need to see, but 3 days and then next match in 4 days is not a problem. We love that and we're good at that.
satisfied but not overjoyed. Is that how you would describe that, Paul Robinson?
Grumpy. He wasn't happy. I think he came across how you would expect him to come across. But there was times in that game where you look at the TV monitors that we've got in front of him and the shot cuts down to the bench and you see Thomas Tuchel and you see his reaction in discussion with his coaches, with his assistant manager. And there was times in that game where he was clearly frustrated, particularly the disallowed goal for Panama, the offside. The defending at times frustrated him. You could see him watching down on the touchline how animated he is. He doesn't hide disappointment very well, Thomas Tuchel. I don't think he did in that interview, in all honesty. And I think when you listen to him, you can tell that he's frustrated. It's still work in progress. There's players there that he's lost through injury, and he knows that. And he knows all what Alan and Matt were talking about, the combinations down the right, the combinations down the left. He's not quite got to where he wants to get to, and he's losing players quicker than he can find answers.
Matt?
Yeah, I think it's interesting looking back and how we want England to be more attacking, but sometimes to be more attacking doesn't mean you've got more attacking players on the field. And I think that this was a game that kind of highlighted that a little bit, in the sense of crowding of the space, and also the defensive security that you have with the two. While we are in control of the game, there's those key moments where you look a little bit loose, or there's not enough pressure on the ball, so then all of a sudden the break happens. So I think it's interesting to know which way you go on that, and he had to choose a way, and he went with the more attacking, which we all liked and agreed before the game. And it'd been interesting to see, had it gone the other way, how England would have played, and whether the result would have been different, and we would have looked more secure and had a more kind of assured performance, which we're all searching for. We're all searching for this performance that gives us loads of confidence going into the knockout phase. But I don't think we're obviously clearly not going to get that. So you've got to put it together, do the best you can, like Thomas Tuchel's saying. I think there's a lot to look at for him, and it's going to be interesting to see. You know, there's going to be a lot of talk around his team selection into every game, isn't there? And that's what happens. You then kind of have that scrutiny as to, OK, how are you going to tweak this game?
I'm just going to jump in, Matt. I'm going to go down to the tunnel area because Marcus Rashford is live with John Murray.
Yes, thank you, Mark. Marcus Rashford in front of us. Job done, Marcus.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's just about recovery and try to go again. So yeah, you know, we expect to be in this position. We work all season together to be here. So yeah, we're happy that we managed to get the job done, and this little chapter's done now, and we can move on and keep improving, because I think we're doing well, but we've got so much to improve on and so much that we're capable of doing. So for me, it's the perfect position to be in as a team. You know, we're ready to kick on and do more.
And after the real highs of the way that you played in that first match, this has turned out to be a really tough group, hasn't it?
It was always going to be a tough group. You know, there's really physical teams in the last two games that we've played, and in Croatia you can't give them a minute on the ball because the quality of the passing is just so high. So different games, but equally as tough. But you know, it doesn't matter. We have to try and do whatever the game requires to try to win, and yeah, we managed to do that today.
Yeah. Do you think there's much more to come?
Yeah, for sure. I don't think anyone's really playing at the peak level that we've seen them play at throughout the season. But this is a good problem to have, because we've got, as individuals, as a team, we've got strides to take, and you never want your best performances to be in the group stage anyway. You want to build into the tournament, grow, and now we want to really kick on and you know, go full throttle against teams and just try and punish them at every opportunity.
Yeah. You know, you've been involved in them. It's a different ball game from this point on, isn't it? But it seems most likely DR Congo or Senegal in the round of 32 could be a similar kind of challenge to what the last games have been.
Yeah, for sure. Listen, there's no easy games in World Cups. The occasion so big. I just don't think there's any easy games, and we've had tournaments before where we've, you know, beat teams 4-0, 5-0, 6-0. But it's not easy, you know. We have to do what we're good at really well to get these goals. So I think in the second half it was better. We in the end we're disappointed to only score 2 goals, but this is football. So yeah, it took good, you know, patience and mentality to not get too frustrated after half time. We came out and tried to do the same things, and yeah, we managed to get the goals.
Yeah, just finally, obviously you're back in the starting lineup at the World Cup. That's what you wanted to be. How are you liking your own form? How are you feeling?
It's difficult to be at peak when you're not playing so much. And yeah, the last couple of months for me, I've not been playing that much football, so it's good to enjoy the moments when I'm on the pitch. But like everyone else, I just want to try to do the best I can do on the pitch and help the team to win.
Well done, Marcus. Thanks very much. Thank you.
What would you say, Matt? He carried a threat, did Marcus Rashford, but maybe the end product wasn't quite there.
I think it was a bit hit and miss, wasn't it? We saw some good end product, and then we saw some not so good, couple of loose touches, passes, and I think he alluded to it there. He's probably not in his peak form, but as we've seen in a Barcelona shirt, still capable of producing absolute wow moments. And I thought he brought some energy. He inside when he comes in the pitch, he can just do something really special.
OK, we'll get the view from the other end of the pitch for England now. Here's Ezri Konsa again with John.
Yes, here he is, Ezri Konsa. Another tough match, Ezri. You knew it was going to be.
Yeah, of course. They're all tough matches. Every team in this tournament deserves to be here. They're all good teams. We know not every game's going to be as easy as we want it to be. But look, today the main thing for us was to get the win, which we did, top the group. And for me to keep another clean sheet was another positive.
Was there a bit of anxiety in the performance when that opening goal didn't come? I know that you've all achieved what you've achieved, but you are human.
No, of course. I don't think there was any anxiety. We all kept our cool. We knew if we kept doing what we was going to do, that we was going to create chances no matter what. I think everyone knows the qualities that we have in this team, our attacking threats. If you give them a yard or you give them time to do what they're going to do, we're going to create chances and score goals, and that's what we did today. And really pleased.
It helps when you've got people like Jude Bellingham and Harry Kane in the team, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. Everyone knows their qualities. Top players. They bring a lot for us, leaders on the pitch, and really pleased for both of them. And long may that continue.
Yeah, and how are you enjoying it? Being a starter in England's World Cup team.
Yeah, look, it's surreal. Dream come true for me. It's a tournament I've always wanted to play in since I was a kid, and to play 3 games in a row, 90 minutes. I just want to keep going, keep up my standards, and keep improving.
Yeah, but as the manager says, it's a new tournament starts now.
Exactly. We're going to Wednesday now, full of confidence, positive. I'm not sure who we're going to play, but I know we'll be ready.
Thanks, Ezri. Well done today.
Thank you.
Ezri Konsa. Mark.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. We'll keep getting reaction from the tunnel. We've got about 8 minutes before Portugal and Colombia kick off, and we've got full commentary of that with Jonathan Pearce and Clinton Morrison, so you'll get plenty more reaction throughout the night here on 5 Live as well. The clean sheet is a positive, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's one thing that he will look at, but it was a dicey clean sheet at times, if you like. You look at the times that England were picked apart. Obviously, we keep going back to the offside goal that was disallowed. It was a wonderful finish, but there were 1 or 2 occasions where a Panama side that you would not expect to get in behind the England defence as easy as they did. But we say that, but that's the way that England were playing. They were pushing forward. They left the gaps there for Panama to expose. Defensively, I've said from the start of the tournament, England have looked susceptible. He's not decided on his fullbacks. His central defensive partnership is going to change. I think it's John Stones plus 1 other if he's fit, and that's who he wants to play. I think 6 months ago we all thought it was going to be Mark Gahey plus another. But those defensive worries and the selection problems that he's got may be an Achilles heel for England.
So would you say then, if I asked you to name the starting 11 for the last 32, do you think the only ones that you could guarantee would be Pickford, Anderson, Rice, Bellingham and Kane?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the spine.
Can we make that a question for tomorrow, chappers?
What, are you tired? Are you going to bed?
No, it's just I honestly, at this moment in time, I don't really know. There are certain players that are playing at the moment, like you just mentioned: Kane, Bellingham, Rice, Anderson, Pickford. You then look at, for me, for me, Gehi, I think has to play, and then it's about fitness and things we might know or might not know. John Stone's quite right. Not too sure is Reece James going to get fit. I think there's so many questions. The high wide areas, there's so much to choose from with Saka and Rashford and Gordon. So yeah, Madueke coming on again. It is going to have to select. There's a lot of things to look at and a lot of fine detail. Thomas Tuchel mentioned in his interview, a lot of details. If you're going game to game trying to pick as opposed to having your one thing and set up that this is who we are, this is what we do, this is how we're going to win it. It's moving parts all the time, and I think it's hard to get those decisions right for every game as well.
Did you both find then from your tournament experiences and several of the interviews have sort of alluded to this, that it does become a different tournament now, that you do split it into two, you do the group stages, and that's one thing, and then things change?
It's a case of getting through. It's no matter how you do it, there's no pictures on a league table. It's about qualifying through the group, but the importance of taking confidence and growing into a tournament is what we all talk about. I would have preferred to see a Croatia-like performance today in the last game of the group and go into the knockout stages with that type of confidence, rather than starting the tournament after that game, everyone thinking we're going to win the whole thing, and then having two really clunky performances to top the group.
Yeah, myself as well. You want to build into it, and I think that Robbo's right in the sense you would prefer to start a bit slower and then keep building and building. That would be your ideal. Obviously we've done it in reverse in this group phase, but we're now in the knockout, and Thomas Tuchel has got to pick the team to get the job done.
So from the England captain, who is on the score sheet this afternoon, Harry Kane with Kelly Summers.
Well, Harry, congratulations, job done, through as group winners. Your thoughts on the performance?
Yeah, solid performance. I'd say 75% really good. There's still 25% we can improve on for sure, but all in all, another good win, a clean sheet. Playing against a tricky side, had some dangerous players, and they like to play and round the corners. And first half especially, I felt like the ball just kept bouncing to them in certain situations, so we found it harder to get a rhythm. Maybe just lacked a little bit of quality in the final third. Second half we was better, we was more dominant. We controlled their kind of transitions better, which allowed us to put pressure, and I felt like the goal was coming, and obviously to get two pretty quick there was a good feeling, and then overall just a solid win.
You did get your goal, but before that were you getting a little bit frustrated?
Yeah, it's one of them. I felt like I got into good positions throughout the whole game, but the ball just weren't falling for me. They defended well, they defended the box well, similar to the last game. I was making movements and it just kind of kept avoiding me. I had a good chance before where Jude slid me in, and the keeper made a good save. So I think as a striker you're just itching to get chances, and obviously Jude had a lovely bit of play there on the left side and hung a ball up perfectly for me to attack, and it was nice to see it go in.
And there was a little celebration between the two of you?
Yeah, I was kind of running towards him as I was celebrating, so we both done my celebration. So hopefully we can copy each other's celebrations throughout this tournament.
He started deeper today, but he actually had the joint most chances he's had in an England shirt. Just what's that relationship like between the two of you and the importance he has now for your game?
Yeah, 100%. I think today you saw him, like you said, in a deeper role, and I think Jude is a player who's very versatile. Today he was more running from deep, runs in not just with the ball but also without the ball, stretching the opponents, and we kind of worked off each other that way. Morgan was more the one in the 10 pocket, kind of causing problems for them, and ultimately we was trying to get it wide, get crosses in the box, but Jude, you see him, the way he works defensively, with the tackles he puts in, the shift he puts in. I think that's where he thrives the best, when he's just kind of free to really attack the game. You've seen, I feel like he's had a bit between his teeth throughout the whole campaign since we met up in Florida. He's really driven to perform at the highest level, and so far he is.
And a word on you as well, because another record for you. You're now England's outright top scorer at World Cups. I know you're going to tell us it's all about the team, but we've seen your importance to this team. What does that record mean to you?
Yeah, it's a proud one for sure. I spoke before, the World Cup's the biggest competition we play as a professional footballer. So, to get to 11 now is obviously a proud feeling. As always, hard to take in. I just want to enjoy this moment with the team and enjoy being top of the table. It's never take these moments for granted. But for me personally, another good milestone to hit, and hopefully not the last one this tournament.
So Harry Kane, now England's record goal scorer at a World Cup, to go with all the other records that he has got.